Volume 3, Chapter 123. In the depths of Yan's past life, a vision always haunted him. The assassin's blade. A dagger that, no matter the means, must complete its mission. If only he could fully manifest this vision, it would pierce through even the nuclear shields without the need for chi. Long research had proven that a well-realized vision could be stronger than the condensed mana known as chi. Of course, one would need a vision firm enough to suppress chi. As Yan solidified his vision, mana surged from the mana heart, amplifying as it passed through the moon and Mercury in succession. They raced through the mana roads of his body like wild stallions unleashed. Yan guided the mana to its precise locations, completing his preparations. Hoo-hoo! Yan breathed thinly, opening his eyes halfway. The Special Task Force commander watched Yan quietly before closing his eyes, as if confident that such a level was insufficient to harm him. He murmured with a content smile, having completed his duties, a life of meaning. Yan's lips twitched at those words. To hear a man, brainwashed and living a puppet's life, claim a meaningful existence. It was a distasteful reminder of his past life as an emperor's marionette, an utterly unpleasant memory. Meaning, my ass, ROOAR. Mana swirled around the commander, gathering in a dragon's ascent. The commander watched, a serene smile on his face. Soon, it will all be over. With those words, the commander's skin reddened, then turned a bloody hue. His body and face began to grotesquely swell, inflating like a balloon being filled relentlessly. Now is the time. Maman, who had been silent, now shouted. He had been watching quietly, but not idly. At his signal, Yan directed the rampaging mana within him into a scallon. A scallon became a small, almost imperceptible dagger. Despite the tremendous mana it carried, it looked pitiful, but Yan had no doubts. This was the very dagger of his vision. Leon, watching from behind, gasped in shock. How can this child manifest a vision? Even he had yet to perfectly realize his own vision. Yan inhaled deeply, a prelude to the storm that was to come. SHHH. With a swift motion, he thrust the dagger, forged from his vision, towards the protective barrier surrounding the commander's core. But, ting. Damn it, it was a failure. The dagger, a product of Yan's imagination, couldn't penetrate even a single layer of the commander's shield. Biting down hard, Yan tried once more to pierce through with the visionary dagger, but to no avail. Keek, it seems things aren't going as you thought, the commander mocked. Leon, sensing the dire situation, placed a hand on Yan's shoulder, seemingly ready to whisk him away. Yan shouted, "It's not over yet." He bit his lip, thoughts racing. Why hadn't his vision manifested its power? Then, suddenly, his eyes met with the Crown Prince's. Memories began to flood his mind. It was the last scene before his regression. The blood path he had created to kill the Emperor. Himself, walking the blood-soaked path, aiming for the Emperor. Cutting through royal knights, nobles, reaching the Emperor at last. That's when Yan realized why the dagger of his vision hadn't unleashed its power. My life changed after that event. A vision is the theme that runs through one's life. If life changes, so must the vision. The current Yan wasn't the silent assassin of his vision, nor did he do anything for a mission. His altered vision was no longer the assassin's blade for any mission. It was the sharp fang of a failed hound. Realizing this, swoosh, Escalon began to transform once again. Its blade and edge soared upwards, and its faint presence erupted into a thrilling force, making itself known. Roar! Yan finally felt at one with Escalon. He swung it towards the commander's core. Slash, unlike before, the once solid barrier split like paper. And then, slice, he bisected the commander's core. Boom! Dark mana surged from the split core, beginning to devour the commander's body. Blood, bones, entrails, the mana, unsatisfied, shot upwards in an explosion. Bang! The mana, which had destroyed the hearing hall, exploded in midair. At the same time, Yan collapsed. He had used a power beyond his means, and the backlash had already set in. The core was shattered. Without a medium to absorb mana, the swirling mana quickly dissipated. Yan, confirming this, crumbled like a puppet with its strings cut. Thud, someone caught him from behind. I wasn't the only one hiding my strength, was I? It was the chief instructor, and beside him stood Leon, with a grave expression on his face. The chief instructor, with a bitter smile, gently seated Yan on the ground. Perhaps due to burning everything, the Special Task Force commander began to slowly disintegrate into dust from his toes up. Regret filled his eyes. It was only at the end that he realized. I was brainwashed, that he had been brainwashed by the Emperor, that the life he had lived until now was not entirely his own. Yan looked at the Special Task Force commander and asked, "Did you just realize that?" "Yes, I realized it far too late," Special Task Force commander replied with a bitter laugh. "But I don't particularly blame His Majesty. Maybe it was inevitable." The Special Task Force commander turned his head to quietly observe the chief instructor. Despite being brainwashed, he remembered everything he had done. The insults to the chief instructor's mother, the second empress. The incidents he had manipulated to make her execution inevitable. Everything came flooding back. The Special Task Force commander uttered no apologies or atonements. He simply gazed at the chief instructor. Perhaps it was a surge of rebellion against the emperor who had stolen his life, but Special Task Force commander murmured to Leon, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please be wary of His Majesty." SSSHHH. With those words, the Special Task Force commander vanished into dust. As everything came to an end, Duke Beowulf, who had been watching from afar, silently took his daughter and Leah and left. And then, only after confirming that everything was over did Yan allow himself to collapse onto the ground. "I'm really going to die." And at that very moment, bang! "Are you all right, Your Highness the Crown Prince?" The doors of the hearing hall burst open, and the royal guards flooded in. "Look at this, they come in after everything's over. Anyone would think it was all planned," the chief instructor mocked as he struggled to his feet. A few of the royal guards blushed at his words, but eventually they were calmed by a senior-looking knight. After some time passed, the royal guards had finished assessing the situation, but they were puzzled by the absence of the Special Task Force commander's body. The body itself has disintegrated. At Leon's words, which indicated complete annihilation without a trace, the royal guards collected only the bodies of the task force officers and concluded their search. Leon turned his head, looking for someone. "Duke Beowulf?" He left as we entered. "Then take these two to the infirmary." Leon could have gone to the infirmary himself, but it seemed he still had things to command as he tiredly directed the royal guards. The chief instructor, having nothing else to do, left the hearing hall with the royal guards. Yan, like the chief instructor, was supported by the royal guards as he headed to the infirmary within the palace. It was at that moment. "Hey there," someone called out to Yan from behind. When Yan turned around, there was Count Zion, who had fled the hearing hall first, looking at him with a bright smile. "Are you still here? The place is a mess, but you've got guts." Despite Yan's irreverent tone, Count Zion chuckled and nodded. "Of course, I bet on you after all. If someone else had walked out, I would have been ruined." If the Special Task Force commander had survived the hearing hall, Count Zion would have been greatly inconvenienced. Perhaps that's why Count Zion's face, as he looked at Yan, bore the expression of someone who had won a great gamble. "Well, now that I've seen you walk out, I'll be on my way." "Ah, but before that. It seems my part is done, but I need a firm answer on when I can receive my due." A weary look crossed Yan's face. It was the deal they had made. In exchange for Count Zion's support, Yan would provide something that could elevate him to a duke. It would have been fine to discuss it in a few days, but Count Zion seemed insistent on getting a firm answer right then and there. Yan sighed and began to mentally calculate. "I'll need about a week to fully recover and leave the imperial city." Yan looked at Count Zion and spoke. "I will visit the Zion household with it within a month. Your family is in the southeast, right?" At Yan's question, Count Zion chuckled and nodded. "You know well, then I look forward to seeing you again within a month, as you said. Please enter, Count." Having received a firm deadline, Count Zion turned and left the hearing hall without further ado. It was then. "How's your body? Are you missing any parts?" The chief instructor approached with a worried look. Aside from suffering from mana backlash, Yan seemed to have no serious injuries. Yan cracked a slight smile and raised his arms. "My limbs are intact, but my insides feel like they're rotting away." It was natural for his insides to be in turmoil, having forced the manifestation of a vision with a body that was incapable of it. If he had pushed himself even a little more, he might have seen the gates of the afterlife. The chief instructor squinted at Yan. Then, suddenly widening his eyes, he whispered, Have you ascended to the ranks of the superhuman? Yan grinned and nodded. The reward wasn't bad for the effort. Whether it was because he had forcibly awakened his vision or not, he had crossed the threshold of the fourth grade realm, known as the superhuman stage. Chapter 124. The next day dawned, and thanks to the crown prince's consideration, Yan found solace in the tranquility of his private palace. Your external and internal injuries have significantly subsided. Is there anything else that discomforts you? Asked the crown prince's physician, his hair touched with streaks of gray, a smile playing on his lips. Yan swirled his arm in the air, testing its strength, then shook his head. No, thanks to you, I feel no discomfort. That's a relief, but it's quite miraculous, really. When I first treated you, I didn't expect such a swift recovery within a mere day. Yan chuckled awkwardly in response. Indeed, as the physician noted, Yan's body had been nothing short of a ragged mess just the day before. The mana storm, unleashed by the Special Task Force commander, had lacerated his body like a flurry of sharp blades, and the forced manifestation of his will had twisted his mana roads into knots. But then, it's time to keep your promise to me. Somehow, Mormont had used his mana in the dead of night to unravel the twisted mana roads and heal the wounds across Yan's body. This miraculous recovery had the physician looking at Yan as if he were a monster, but there was no suitable answer to give. It wasn't as if he could say a lick had healed him. After a few more checks, the physician left the room. With the private palace now empty, Yan flopped back onto the pillow. When was the last time I rested like this? He couldn't recall ever having such a peaceful respite in this lifetime, and it wasn't half bad. Yan chuckled to himself and bit into a piece of fruit resting on the bedside table. The crisp texture and sweet taste enveloped his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered the task force commander's eyes, filled with regret from the night before. If he hadn't accidentally broken free from the brainwashing in his previous life, would he have met the same death as the task force commander? I don't know. With that thought, Yan sprang up from the bed. Lying down any longer seemed to make his body ache. Is resting not in my nature? Rising from his spot, Yan walked towards the window. Despite the life-and-death struggle with the task force commander just the day before, it was an incredibly sunny day, as if the battle had never happened. Yan gazed out the window at the Empire's citizens, bustling about their day. That's when it happened. Bang! Someone flung open the door to Yan's resting quarters and entered. Yan turned his head to identify the newcomer. It was Leon. Yan bowed respectfully. Your Highness, you've arrived. How's your health? Thanks to your concern, I'm without ailment. Ha ha ha, perhaps it's the vigor of youth that hastens your recovery. Aren't you in the prime of your own youth, Your Highness? Is that so? Ha 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 ha. Thus, Yan and Leon exchanged trivial banter for quite some time. Then, Leon suddenly fell silent. Yan did not express surprise, as if he already knew. After all, Leon had been busy dealing with the aftermath of yesterday's events. It was odd for him to spare time for mere pleasantries and small talk. Leon scratched his cheek with an awkward smile and then posed an unexpected question to Yan. Do you have any interest in becoming a lord? A lord? Yan, usually unflappable, found Leon's question sufficiently startling. He had only expected the privilege of choosing a single treasure from the fourth floor of the Imperial Armory. Anything more seemed like greed, especially given his obscured status as the chief instructor. But now, out of the blue, a fief? Yes, a lord. It's time I start expanding my circle, and even if not for that, I wanted to offer you something. Yan's eyes sparkled with delight at Leon's words. Most people vaguely dream of becoming a lord someday if they achieve enough to rise through the ranks. But it wasn't a position just anyone could strive for and attain. There were thousands of nobles in the empire, but only about 300 noble families held fiefs. And of those, only about 100 were granted directly by the royal family. The position of a lord was one that could only be secured by fortune, or by catching the eye of high nobility or the royal family. Having a fief would make it much easier to move around or search for my parents. Only a portion of the taxes and tolls from the fief needed to be sent to the royal family. The rest could be kept. This would eliminate the issue of being unable to proceed with plans due to lack of funds. But that wasn't all. Nobles with fiefs were treated with respect wherever they went. The most important thing is that I can bring those who were with my father into the fief. As a lord, he would be akin to a king within his fief, and surely no one would dare challenge him on that. Of course, there were downsides. Becoming a lord would make it inconvenient to plan or move in secret as he had been doing. He would be recognized wherever he went, and through social circles or intelligence agencies, his every move could become known. Yan rolled the sweet notion of lordship around in his mouth as he looked at Leon. Yes, I will accept. A lord. There were downsides, but those were matters of caution. The advantages overwhelmingly outweighed any reason to refuse. But then Leon's expression shifted peculiarly. Your Highness? It's nothing. I thought you would refuse. Me, refuse? I didn't think you liked standing out. That was my impression when we first met, and Damien said the same. Ah, Yan quickly realized why Leon had thought so. In the past, he had no leisure to discern friend from foe, so he tried to hide everything. But there's no need for that anymore. Yan grinned. The situation has changed. The situation? Before, I was focused on survival. Now, I have the luxury to prepare for the future. The chief instructor, who had seemed an enemy, turned out to be an ally. And for reasons unknown, the crown prince was more amiable than in his past life, and the trainees destined to be the Empire's 7 stars were also close to him. As people began to gather around him, he now had the luxury to clearly distinguish friends from foes. Is that so? Leon tilted his head, not quite understanding, but then he chuckled. You'll manage a fief well. You don't seem like someone who would trouble the fiefdom's people. At that, Yan felt a twinge of guilt. He had thought to start collecting taxes for revenue as soon as he received a fief. I'll have to delay that. Yan inwardly clicked his tongue and adjusted his expression. Then he nodded. I'll do my best. Good, I'll see if there's a suitable fief available. At that moment, something flashed through Yan's mind. Ah, Your Highness, by chance. Would the fief of Armenia be too much to ask for? Armenia? Leon cocked his head at Yan's words. It was an understandable reaction. Armenia was a rather barren and desolate frontier fief. Several days later, Yan stepped out of his secluded palace, summoned by the emperor himself, and made his way to the Grand Hall. The one who came to escort him was none other than Kyle, one of the Royal Knights 7. It's a relief that things have worked out well. Kyle seemed to harbor guilt for having listened to the plea of Yan, who was once considered a criminal, but the truth that came to light allowed him to breathe easier. Your assistance was instrumental, Sir Kyle. That's what I'm saying. The Special Task Force commander, that fellow, may have been overly loyal, but I never thought he'd commit such acts. It's hard to discern one's true nature from appearances. Yan made small talk with Kyle as they walked through the Imperial Palace. The murmurs of the nobles huddled in the corridors about Yan reached his ears. So what becomes of the chief instructor and that trainee, Yan? Well, with this, he's firmly grasped the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince. HMPH, the rumors say he'll soon receive a fiefdom. A fiefdom. But he's only just received the title of Baron and the position of executioner. That just shows how much the Crown Prince favors him. This will completely change the power dynamics. Exactly. With the Special Task Force commander gone and the chief instructor taking his place, it's practically the Crown Prince's era now. After all, it seemed like His Majesty the Emperor was ready to start transferring power. Yan's lips curled into a smirk as he listened to their conversation. Kyle, walking beside him, clicked his tongue at the sight. Listening to them, one can truly appreciate how remarkable you are. It's all thanks to the Crown Prince's favorable view. As Yan and Kyle chuckled and moved forward, several nobles approached him. Ah, greetings, Baron Yan. I am Isal, the eldest son of the Gunter barony. Hey, don't cut in line just because you're a noble's heir. Ah, pleased to meet you, Baron Yan. I hail from the south, I am Baron Vart. Yan greeted the throng of nobles with a smile, exchanging brief pleasantries with each. They wanted to converse more with Yan, but... Apologies, but Baron Yan has been summoned by His Majesty the Emperor, so we must excuse ourselves. Kyle deftly interrupted them. Though it might have been displeasing, the nobles instead widened their eyes and watched Yan depart. Did you hear that? The Emperor himself summoned him? Just a mere baron getting a private audience with the Emperor. The power structure is truly changing. At this rate, we might see the youngest duke in history. Before the Grand Hall, Kyle stood at the door, a smile gracing his lips as his hand rested on the doorknob. Enter. Aren't you coming in, Sir Kyle? The Emperor wishes for a private audience. Ah, I see. At Kyle's words, Yan swallowed hard and stepped into the grand hall. Deep within, there was a grand throne. Seated upon it was a middle-aged man clad in a black and gold dragon robe. Unlike the previous ceremony, he wore no golden crown. Yan walked a fair distance into the hall, head bowed in protocol, before taking a knee. With a loud voice, Yan proclaimed, "I stand before the highest star of the Kabbalan Empire, the most exalted presence." Silence ensued. It was only after a long pause that the emperor finally spoke. "Lift your head." At the emperor's command, Yan raised his head. In that moment, it felt as if lightning struck through Yan's mind. A strange sense of dissonance muddled his thoughts. What? Up until the award ceremony, the emperor had only given him a vague sense of familiarity with the emperor from his past life. But he hadn't thought much of it. It was natural to bear some resemblance, sharing the same bloodline. But why? Those eyes. They weren't just similar to the emperor of his past life. They were the spitting image of the emperor, Leon's future self. As Yan grappled with his confusion, "I've wanted to have a conversation, just the two of us." The emperor began, a slight smile on his lips. Chapter 125. Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the emperor's face. A pale visage framed by an angular jaw, devoid of color yet not frail, thanks to the pronounced cheekbones. This emperor bore no resemblance to the one Yan had served in his past life, who had been a striking figure in his middle years. Yet, something felt eerily familiar. As their eyes met, Yan felt as if he stood naked in the vast wilderness, his deepest secrets on the verge of being exposed. With a subtle unease, he spoke, "Yes, your majesty, please command me. Have you not vanquished those lurking in the shadows of the empire time and again?" "Yes, that is true." "Remarkable. To amass such military honors at your age is unprecedented. Continue on this path, and you may well become a new duke." "I am humbled, your majesty." Yan bowed at the emperor's lavish praise, his mind racing. There was no malice or wariness in the emperor's tone, despite the shadows cast by the chief instructor and the crown prince. "I, too, played a part in the dismissal of the special task force commander. Surely he must know." Oddly, the emperor showed no sign of hatred or anger. Even now, as he praised Yan, his gaze was as indifferent as an abyss. Those eyes. The same eyes Yan had faced time and again as the commander of the special task force in his previous life. The same eyes that had looked upon him when he drew his sword for vengeance after breaking free from brainwashing. Eyes devoid of emotion, cold and inorganic. As something stirred within Yan, the emperor spoke, "Become my sword." In the empire, the emperor's sword referred to the royal knights. The offer was identical to the one Sir Kyle of the Seven Knights had made to him not long ago. Yet, Yan had no intention of joining them. He had just found traces of his father and needed to focus on that quest. "I have no plans to join the royal knights at this time." "That's not what I mean. Your majesty, I'm asking if you have no desire to become my sword in full, a sword that listens only to me and pledges loyalty solely to me." The answer was clear. The leader of the special task force, the commander. But I was under the impression that Lord Damien had already been appointed to that position. The special task force cannot be my sword in entirety. What kind of riddle was this? Yan lifted his head slightly and replied, "All nobles and knights within the empire are swords for your majesty. I am no different." The emperor shook his head. "That's not what I mean." Yan's mind whirled. If not the royal knights, the special task force, or the nobility, then what did the emperor desire from him? Does the emperor have another enemy? With a hint of disbelief, Yan asked, "May I know against whom this sword will be wielded?" The emperor looked at Yan silently. A chilling silence fell. The empire was the strongest nation on the continent. Any enemy would have been torn asunder. And with the knowledge of the future granted by his return, Yan knew of no foe worthy of the emperor's concern. Breaking the silence, the emperor said, "That I cannot tell you." Yan bowed without further question. "I apologize, but I am still unworthy to be your majesty's sword. When I deem myself capable, I shall offer my services." A polite refusal, yet a promise for the future. Yan glanced at the emperor, who, fortunately, seemed to have had no great expectations and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us set this matter aside. For now, you shall receive the reward for uncovering and illuminating the taboo enacted by the former task force commander." Yan was taken aback. He had expected a reward, but thought it would come during a grand assembly or similar event, perhaps after Leon had ascended the throne. But there was no need to wait if the emperor was offering now. Choose anything you need from the 4th floor of the imperial armory. Yan rejoiced inwardly. He had been in need of elixirs, and now he had access to the 4th floor where they were stored. The emperor's praise did not end there. Looking down at Yan, he continued, "I've heard from the crown prince that you desire the Armenian territory. Why covet such a barren land when there are far more prosperous and developed territories available?" Yan took a deep breath. "The territories your majesty speaks of have been cultivated by capable and promising nobles. While it would be nice to receive such lands without effort, it is the joy of a lord to nurture and develop one's own land. You are aware that next to the Armenian territory lies the Forest of Beasts? Indeed, your majesty. I have heard that the lords surrounding Armenia suffer due to the Forest of Beasts. I shall go and bring order to it." Yan lied smoothly, without a hint of hesitation, and the emperor's lips curled in what seemed like a sneer or a scoff. Swallowing nervously, Yan watched as the emperor, appearing tired, reclined on his throne and waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now, I wish to rest." With the emperor's dismissal, Yan bowed and exited. "Here are the documents for the land granted by His Majesty and the entry permit to the imperial armory." A servant bowed and handed over 2 documents. "Thank you." Yan's returned to the annex. Having concluded his business at the imperial palace, Yan made his way to the annex where he had been staying for the past few days. As he moved, he assessed the changes in his body since defeating the Special Task Force commander. There had been no time to check before. His senses had become sharper, and with every breath, mana naturally pierced his lungs. Swoosh. Closing his eyes, he felt the internal transformation. Around the mana heart, 3 planets still orbited, now larger than before, with the purity of the circulating mana significantly altered. Reaching the 4th rank truly feels different. Forcing the use of his mental image against the task force commander had been the catalyst for ascending to the 4th rank. The gamble with death had indeed paid off handsomely. Yan's eyes shone as he examined his body. "Now that I've got the entry document to the 4th floor of the Imperial Armory, it's time to attempt the 3rd stage of the body strengthening technique." Through bone transformation, he had achieved martial bones, and through molting, he had greatly increased the density of his muscles, gaining the tough muscles of a wild horse. Having undergone external changes, it was now time for internal transformation. The 3rd stage of the body strengthening technique, transformation, to become more receptive to mana. No, more precisely, to transform into the optimal constitution capable of absorbing the mana stream, the source of all things. Successfully completing the transformation would mean never suffering from mana deficiency again. With anticipation, Yan stepped into the annex. Creak. Inside, the maids who were cleaning and performing chores bowed politely. "There are guests waiting for you inside." Yan tilted his head in curiosity. Guests, he promptly headed to the reception room the maids had indicated. Inside, familiar faces sat in chairs, engaged in various conversations. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince Chief Instructor." They were the ones he hadn't had the chance to face since toppling the Special Task Force commander. Being busy with various investigations had left him no time to spare. The Chief Instructor and Leon waved at Yan. "Ah, Baron, you're looking well. Some of us can hardly sleep, being summoned here and there." Yan smiled wryly at his jest. Then something writhed next to the Chief Instructor. Yan frowned slightly and looked over. MMMPH? Someone with a hood over their head and arms bound was groaning. The Chief Instructor laughed heartily at Yan's puzzled expression. "This is the only remaining aide of the former Special Task Force commander." Whoosh, the Chief Instructor whipped off the hood. It was someone Yan knew well. "Jin?" MMMPH. MMMPH? The Grand Instructor cocked his head. "Do you know this person?" Yan nodded with a bitter smile. "He's someone I persuaded recently. Thanks to him, this operation was a success." It was no exaggeration. Without Jin's help in setting the trap for the task force commander, things would have been much more difficult. He had provided information on the commander's movements, useful intel, and even the location of the underground waterway where Leah had been imprisoned. At Yan's words, the Chief Instructor shrugged and removed the gag from Jin's mouth. "What? He was an ally? You should have said something earlier. You didn't give me the chance. Jin protested in frustration, but the chief instructor paid him no more attention. He turned to Yan. What will you do now? With your skills, you're not thinking of returning to the Dragon Soldier project. For now, I plan to visit the Armenian territory I've just received. A glint appeared in the chief instructor's eyes. He had once told Yan in the Fargo prison that the commander was imprisoned in Armenian territory. Who would have thought he'd receive that very land? How did you manage to get it? It was thanks to His Highness's consideration. Leon sipped his tea and smiled subtly. Compared to the merit you've earned, it's a small gesture. Anyway, the chief instructor stretched and stood up. Well, I should be going. With my promotion to Special Task Force Commander, I need to vacate the chief instructor position quickly. He looked at Yan. Let's meet again when the opportunity arises. Yan grinned. Let's save that farewell for later. Huh, I have some business at the training grounds. Yan chuckled at the chief instructor's amused expression, thinking of his future plans. The elixirs piled high on the 4th floor of the Imperial Armory. Deciding which one to take was the question. Chapter 126. Yan stepped out of the annex, heading towards the training grounds. By his side was Jin, who had just been released from captivity. It was at that moment. Never would I have imagined someone your age, akin to my daughters, ascending to the ranks of the superhuman, came a voice, rich with gravitas and laden with awe. Turning, Yan found himself under the gaze of Duke Beowulf and his daughter, Lorna. Duke Beowulf surveyed Yan as one might a curious creature, his eyes scanning from head to toe. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Your form, it seems it could be nothing but well. His gaze then shifted to Jin, who stood frozen behind Yan. And you are? Ah, I am Jin, assigned to assist the executor, came the prompt reply. Is that so? Yan bowed his head in gratitude to Duke Beowulf. The kindness you showed at the previous hearing, I shall not forget it. Even if Duke Beowulf hadn't intervened, the transgressions committed by the Special Task Force Commander were bound to come to light. But with the Duke stepping forward, matters were resolved far more smoothly. Duke Beowulf snorted at Yan's thanks, crossing his arms with a smirk. HMPH, had it not been for this child's request, I wouldn't have bothered with this tiresome place. Yan looked at Lorna, surprised, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It was because Duke Beowulf had shifted the credit to her. It's the least I could do for saving me back in our territory, and I've been indebted to you several times since then. Duke Beowulf frowned as if displeased. The debt you speak of was due to a contract with me, Lorna. When did we make such a contract? Cough. As Lorna glared at Duke Beowulf, he cleared his throat and turned away. Let's return to the family estate. There's nothing left for you to learn from the Dragon Soldier project. Lorna's brow furrowed at her father's words. No, I want to stay here. She glanced at Yan and continued, there's still so much for me to learn. Duke Beowulf clicked his tongue as his eyes followed Lorna's gaze. Tusk, he made no move to force her, merely clicking his tongue, showing no intent to stop her. Lorna reached out to Yan. Does this settle all the debts I've owed? Yan chuckled and shook her hand. Yes, thank you. Are you heading back to the training grounds now? I would like to, but... Lorna glanced back at Duke Beowulf and coughed lightly before continuing, I think I need to stay here a bit longer. All right. See you next time. With that farewell, Yan walked down the corridor, leaving Duke Beowulf and his daughter behind. The next person he encountered was the scholar Wigger. Gone was his usual dignified air, replaced by a sly grin as he stared intently at Yan. Heth, you've had quite the ordeal with that Special Task Force Commander, haven't you? Yan smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help. Tusk, so formal. When I saw you on the train, you were always so respectful, calling me sir. Yan lifted his head slightly, his eyes crinkling with mirth. We're not on the Imperial grounds now. I'll be sure to call you that more often later. Igor's eyes widened slightly at Yan's sudden familiarity, and he burst into laughter. Ha, all right, I'll hold you to that. Then, something seemed to occur to Wigger, and his eyes sparkled. Ah, and you've received a title recently, haven't you? You haven't chosen a surname yet, have you? Ah, yes. Yan nodded. He had been granted a title along with the position of executor by the Emperor, but he had not been given a surname. Yet, Yan wasn't overly concerned. He had seen such cases in his past life, and it wasn't a big deal. A noble without a surname could later submit a chosen name and crest to the imperial court. I suppose I should give that some thought. At that moment, Wigger approached and playfully poked Yan's side. If you find it difficult, I could come up with one for you. I'll contact you if I have trouble deciding. Yan's polite refusal elicited a snort from Wigger. There won't be a later, young man. Yan bowed playfully to Wigger's teasing words. Then he straightened up and asked, "But why did you defend me at the hearing?" The ones who had defended him at the hearing were Duke Beowulf, Scholar Wigger, and Count Zion. Count Zion had simply honored their deal. Duke Beowulf had Lorna's help, though he didn't fear the Emperor and could confront him directly. But Wigger, you could have lost your life for what you did. Even with many students in key positions and the Emperor's favor, Wigger was just a scholar without power, vulnerable to the Emperor's whims. Wigger looked at Yan's serious face and chuckled. One cannot change a nation if they cling to their life. ... It seems you thought differently during the train incident. Scoff. One cannot risk their life for a mere terror attack. A man of conviction must die where it's necessary. After a brief silence, laughter erupted between them. Yan bowed once more to Wigger, expressing his gratitude. Wigger patted Yan's shoulder, telling him to treat him to a meal later, and then left. At the train station, Yan purchased a ticket to the training center and glanced back at Jin, who was following him closely. I have a favor to ask of you. Yes, please tell me. Jin stood at attention, his discipline unwavering. It was uncertain if he could really bring down that formidable Special Task Force commander. Could he actually pull it off? Yan handed Jin a folded note. This is where my informant is. Please help out there. An informant, you say? It's just a hole in the wall now, but soon it will be a vast network covering the entire empire. Yan looked Jin in the eye as he continued. Help me make this happen as soon as possible. Jin looked dazed. A network covering the entire empire? That would be akin to declaring the power of a special task force. Is that something a mere informant can do? Even the special task force needed decades, centuries of imperial support to achieve such a feat. Jin swallowed hard. If it were anyone else, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. But the executor is someone who even brought down the commander of the special task force. Such a person wouldn't speak carelessly. Yan noticed Jin's inner turmoil and smirked. You'll understand once you start helping. If the executor says so. Jin bowed deeply and accepted the note from Yan. Then he turned and walked away from the train station. Once Jin was gone, Yan slumped into a seat at the station and sighed deeply. Ah, finally one task is completed. It was a slight deviation from his original plan to take over the positions of the chief instructor and the task force commander. But focusing on other matters wasn't a bad thing after all. With a powerful horn blast, Yan gathered his thoughts and stood up. Just then, he sensed someone nearby and turned his head, his eyes widening. The chief instructor. And Leah? It was the busy chief instructor who had told him to go ahead to the training center, and Leah, who had been undergoing various investigations. At the sound of Yan's voice, Leah, who had been looking intimidated, widened her eyes and waved. Sir, what brings you here? You could have gone straight to the training center, right? It was the chief instructor, not Leah, who answered Yan's question. She looked too exhausted, so I brought her along. It was an unexpected response from the usually cold-hearted chief instructor. Yan looked at him anew, and the chief instructor's expression hardened. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I can't discipline you just because you're his son? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Sir, I'll see you at the training center later? All right, don't worry and focus on your investigation until then. Yes, chief instructor, I know you're busy, but please take good care of Leah. Hey, you're too protective of your girlfriend. Yan's brow furrowed slightly. He realized he had never corrected the chief instructor's misconception that he liked Leah. He was about to say something, but then closed his mouth. There was no need to clarify right now. The chief instructor crossed his arms and continued. And from now on, don't call me chief instructor, call me task force commander. Excuse me? I've been confirmed as the new leader of the task force. After all, every other officer is dead. You killed that Black Shadow guy, didn't you? Ah, now that things have turned out this way, someone else will take over the Dragon Soldier Project training. Of course, I'll take care of it until a successor is decided. Yes, I understand, Chief Instructor. Call me Task Force Commander. The Chief Instructor frowned. Yan's lips curled up at the sight. How about we drop the formality and I call you Damien, sir? What? The chief instructor's face hardened. He had disliked being called by that name since returning to the Empire after the commander-in-chief went missing. That name was given by his mother, and he believed that those who stood by during her death had no right to call him by it. After several tumultuous events, he had made others call him Chief Instructor instead of Damien. Of course, his brother Leon continued to call him Damien. The chief instructor chuckled. Is it because he's his son? I don't particularly dislike it. He suddenly remembered how the commander-in-chief, who had led him out of the imperial city, used to call him by his name. Do as you wish. For the first time since meeting Yan, the chief instructor, now Damien, smiled a smile that wasn't a cold sneer. With another loud horn blast, the train signaled its imminent departure. Yan placed a hand on Leah's shoulder and smiled. Hang in there a little longer, and I'll see you at the training center. Yes, Leah nodded vigorously. With that robust promise, Yan finally moved his feet. He waved to Leah and the chief instructor as he boarded the train. Only after they were out of sight did he lean back in his seat. Looking out the window as the scenery whizzed by, Yan murmured quietly, "It's been a while since I've been back." It was time to return to the training center. Chapter 127. At the Dragon Project training grounds, a buzz of excitement was in the air. The trainees, once sullen at the news of their chief instructor being dragged away by the Royal Knights, were now unable to contain their thrill. Rumors had spread like wildfire. Yan, one of their own, had exposed the task force commander's crimes and had become the lord of a domain. For those who had risked their lives in training, it meant their efforts hadn't been in vain. This was especially true for those who had formed bonds with Yan. However, Cruel stood as the sole exception. Lorna, that girl, to have witnessed it all by herself, Cruel grumbled, causing Casa and Charl, standing beside him, to chuckle. Seems like you're more jealous than annoyed that Lorna saw it firsthand, teased Casa. Exactly, Charl added. Why can't you just be honest, Cruel? What did you just say? Cruel snapped, his face turning a shade of red, clearly hitting a nerve. Regardless, Casa and Charl shrugged off Cruel's irritation and continued their banter. Anyway, it's good that things worked out. Who would have thought the Special Task Force commander would actually fall? Roman, who had been meditating nearby, let out a snicker. Everyone here knew that guy was bound to stir up trouble. Cruel huffed in annoyance. HMPH, if it's someone comparable to me, it's only natural. Ha, comparable, he says, Charl laughed. You little, as Charl interjected, Cruel raised his fist in frustration, but then sighed deeply and turned away. Enough, I'm going to train more, no point in idling around here. Oh, Cruel. Finally growing up, are we? Teased another trainee. Hey, big guy, let's just fight and get it over with. While Cruel bickered with Roman, Charl turned away, muttering, I wonder if Lady Lorna will ever return. She won't just leave for her family's estate forever, will she? It had been a week since Lorna answered the call of Duke Beowulf and left. Just then, a commotion erupted among the trainees near the main gate. He's here. At that, Cruel and the others turned their heads. Yan, the lucky bastard, doesn't seem hurt. At that moment, Yan was puzzled by the crowd of trainees surrounding him. Their fervor was unlike anything he'd seen since the end of the second trial. Why this sudden change? His question was soon answered. We heard about it. You pulled off a big one in the capital. Can I join under you? With you, I feel like I could survive this place. The news of Yan and the chief instructor taking down the Special Task Force commander had spread. It was inevitable, even for the reticent instructors, to buzz about such a significant event. Yan pondered the trainees' requests to join him, thinking of the upcoming recruitment period. During this time, trainees would receive scout offers from noble families, knight orders, and institutions. And now, as a noble myself, I can make offers during the recruitment period. The trainees flocking to him were mostly commoners or from other countries, less accomplished than those of noble birth. Yet they were survivors of the Dragon Project, skilled and trained by the task force instructors. They'll serve well in my domain, Yan thought, smiling warmly. And they're still naive about the world, so no headaches there. Wait a bit longer and it'll happen, Yan assured them. Really? Of course, I'll get you out of this hellish place. Cheers erupted among the trainees at Yan's confident words. As Yan walked past them, he noticed familiar faces. "You guys are here too?" Cruel, Casa, Roman, Charles. They each reacted differently upon seeing Yan return to the training grounds. "You came back in one piece. Good. I learned a fancy new move just to crush you," said one. Always so indirect. "Glad you're back safe, Yan. Was the Special Task Force commander strong? And Lady Lorna? She has some business left and said she'd come later." "Thank you. The Special Task Force commander was insanely strong. I nearly died. Seeing you alive, he must not have been that strong. At least not weak," Roman scoffed, heading back to his training. "Still haven't learned your lesson after all those beatings?" Yan clicked his tongue, and Cruel, flustered, raised his fist. "Let's just fight now. I'll smash that tongue of yours." Cruel trembled with rage, but Yan just smirked. Seeing his comrades, Yan finally felt back at the training grounds. He playfully punched Cruel's shoulder as he passed. "Got some business now, we'll fight later." "What business? Hey, where are you going? Come here?" Yan's ascent to the Royal Armory after exchanging pleasantries with the trainees he hadn't seen in a while, Yan made his way straight to the floor housing the Royal Armory. The site is still as magnificent as ever. The entrance to the Royal Armory was always a grand sight to behold. The massive doors, crafted solely from expensive sandalwood, bore a plaque inscribed by the founding emperor himself. It was a spectacle that inspired awe in all who laid eyes upon it. Swallowing hard with anticipation, Yan grasped the handle of the Royal Armory and stepped inside. Creak! As the door swung open, the interior space was revealed. It had been years since he last entered, yet everything remained as he remembered. A few trainees who had arrived earlier were browsing through books in front of the bookshelves. Upon seeing Yan, their eyes widened, and they approached to greet him. Number 974, when did you arrive? Are you all right?" "Ha, just got here. Thanks for your concern." Yan accepted their greetings with a smile. After all, these were the talents he planned to recruit during the enlistment period. With brief pleasantries exchanged, Yan promptly headed upstairs. He ascended to the second floor, then the third, and was about to proceed to the fourth when, pop, something caught Yan's keen senses. He looked up, glancing at the ceiling. "I have brought the entry document for the fourth floor of the Royal Armory." No sooner had Yan finished speaking. Thud! A black shadow dropped swiftly from the ceiling. The shadow morphed into the figure of a man, then materialized into a well-groomed, middle-aged man. "Entry document," the man extended his hand. "Here it is." Yan handed over the document he had kept in his pocket, his tongue flicking in slight amusement. "Is this man the guardian of the Royal Armory starting from the fourth floor?" From the fourth floor upwards, the Royal Armory was filled with treasures that could bring about a storm of blood, hence the need for such a guardian. In his past life, having served closely behind the Emperor, Yan never had the chance to encounter them. They were said to be more secretive than the task force's officers, and the rumors weren't wrong. Had he not reached the fourth level of perception, he wouldn't have sensed even the slightest presence. The guardian scrutinized the document carefully, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. "Verified. Remember, you can only take one treasure from the fourth floor." "Yes, understood." As Yan responded, the guardian once again became a shadow and disappeared into the ether. "I'm not sure about other things, but his stealth technique is incredible." Judging by the aura he sensed, Yan was confident he could win in a direct confrontation, but the guardian's stealth skills were slightly superior. It was an absurd situation. Yan, who had mastered the dark dragon technique, was lagging behind a mere gatekeeper in stealth. Yan chuckled as he climbed the stairs, recalling the time he had tried to combine the first planet, the moon, with stealth techniques but had left it unfinished. He had completely forgotten about it due to the train terror incident and the encounter with Vila in the north. Now that I have the time, I should resolve everything. With that determination, Yan reached the fourth floor. The treasure trove of the Empire, the crisp scent of nature, rushed into Yan's nostrils. Ah, the fragrance of treasure. It was a stark contrast to the floors below, filled with the distinct aroma of aged paper. But of course, it had to be. This place was a veritable treasure trove, home to the precious artifacts and elixirs once wielded by the renowned figures of the ancient empire. Yan stretched languidly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With such a wealth of treasures before him, even someone as stoic as Yan couldn't help but feel elated. After all, He was permitted to take any one item from this collection. Yan strode forward, buoyed by his good spirits. To his side lay the swords and shields of knights who had once dominated an era. Occasionally, he spotted tomes penned by the previous Grand Artificer himself. The old Yan might have been intrigued by these relics, but not now. He already possessed the twin blades of the dragon's sword nailing, Escalon, and had mastered the sword techniques said to be created by the founder of the Empire. But above all, his true aim had always been the elixirs. Among them, the most prized was the Giant King's elixir, a legendary potion known to fortify the body's meridians and organs, making them more resilient than anything else, reducing internal injuries. The Grand Artificer's techniques and the hero's artifacts were indeed valuable, but, compared to the third stage of the body-strengthening technique, which is said to create talents from nothing, they fall slightly short. Of course, the Giant King's elixir alone wouldn't suffice, but Yan was confident he would soon find the rest. The locations of the undiscovered elixirs were etched clearly in his mind. Yan ambled through the surroundings, taking in the sights, and soon arrived at the repository of elixirs. Gulp. Yan swallowed, slowly surveying the area as he walked forward. This place is always impressive. The mandragora that drastically increased one's mana reserves. The essence of earth that made skin and muscles as impenetrable as steel. The amaranth of immortality that preserved one's youthful appearance for a lifetime. And the ice crystal from the coldest region of the continent, the Northern Sea, known to significantly enhance one's affinity with cold. Elixirs rare enough to appear once in a century were neatly arranged. And at the very end of this place, I've found it. There it was, the Giant King's elixir, preserved in a glass container. It was placed on a higher shelf than the other elixirs, signifying its superior value. Resting on a plush cushion within layers of glass was a red orb, the very elixir the last Giant King was said to have carried. This is indeed the best. Just as Yan's hand was about to touch the Giant King's elixir, something else caught his eye. Behind the Giant King's elixir, a small glass container, Yan's hand halted involuntarily. What's this? The Giant King's elixir? If what he was seeing was correct, then such a thing would be no more significant than a common pebble. To think the phoenix's heart would be on the 4th floor. One of the few transcendent species comparable to dragons, the divine beast that governed fire. Yan's face went blank as he beheld the phoenix's heart. Chapter 128. The phoenix. A transcendent species, known in many myths and legends as the divine bird, notorious for its strained relations with dragons. It's said to be immortal, capable of turning continents into seas of fire with a single flap of its wings. Yet, no one has ever witnessed such a creature, relegating it to mere legend. Yan, through his past and present lives, had neither seen nor heard tales of the phoenix's existence. But then, Heart of the Phoenix, a small glass vial stood before him, its label clearly stating, Heart of the Phoenix. And again. That's it, the genuine article? Grab it without hesitation. It's the finest thing here, no, even if you combined everything on this floor, it wouldn't compare. Mammon, too, was thrilled at the reality of the phoenix's heart, escaping his pocket to exclaim loudly. Yan shook his head vigorously, snapping back to reality. He then began to deliberate between the Giant King's elixir and the heart of the phoenix. The Giant King's elixir, its powers are known, but the heart of the phoenix is a mystery. Its potential energy and unknown abilities were enigmas. Moreover, medicine can be as dangerous as poison. Consuming the wrong substance could lead to lifelong consequences. However, after all, the essence of an elixir lies in its proper absorption. Besides, the heart of the phoenix, with its fiery nature, is said to incinerate all that is tainted, thus free from toxicity or curses. Yan reached out decisively. His hand moved towards the glass wall that housed the heart of the phoenix. Zing! As Yan extended his hand, the glass wall emitted a light, then, with a whooshing sound, began to slide open in all directions. Heatwave, a wave of intense heat emanated from within the glass wall, warming the entire chamber. Yan's lips curled into a smile at the hot sensation at his fingertips. This is certainly authentic. Even without touching it, his fingertips felt singed. Yan immediately wrapped his body in mana and grasped the heart of the phoenix. Despite the mana shield, heat traveled up his palm. Yan placed the heart of the phoenix on his hand and gazed at it. Thump thump, the grotesque heart pulsed as if alive, drawing in the surrounding mana to generate heat. Whoosh. The heat emitted by the heart of the phoenix gradually penetrated the mana and began to invade his skin. Yan drew more mana to counter the heat in a tug-of-war. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to burn his skin, but it did raise some internal alarms. Even with his superhuman mana, he could only prevent the heat from breaching his skin. Would swallowing this be a disaster? Yan furrowed his brow but then shook his head. The exact abilities and the extent of mana contained were unknown, but one thing was clear. This alone could be sufficient to complete the transformation. Yan placed the heart back into the glass vial and walked out of the Imperial Armory, carrying it whole. Descending below, the Guardian, as before, came down to inspect the glass box Yan carried. The Guardian's eyes widened slightly. That is, recognizing the heart of the phoenix, surprise flickered in his eyes. Yan stared back at the Guardian. "It's not forbidden, is it?" The Guardian stroked his chin, letting out a thoughtful hum. In Yan's hand was the heart of the phoenix. Originally meant for the 5th floor, its unverified abilities and associated risks had relegated it to the 4th floor for safekeeping. Do you understand that greed for an overwhelming artifact can lead to being devoured by it? Yes. Then it's settled. Take it. The pass Yan presented for the 4th floor of the Imperial Armory specified that he could take one item of his choosing. Even if the value of the heart of the phoenix was immeasurable, if His Imperial Majesty permitted it, the Guardian had no choice but to comply. As the Guardian readily agreed, Yan internally sighed in relief. He knew the Guardian wouldn't object, but still, it was the heart of the phoenix. He could have contacted the Emperor directly, and there was a chance it could be revoked. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. Yan's fiery trial returning to his quarters, Yan promptly extracted the heart of the phoenix from its glass prison. The throbbing organ began to unleash an immense heat, swiftly raising the room's temperature. "Can I truly consume this?" he pondered, setting aside its grotesque appearance. The real concern was whether his innards could endure it. Shielding his innards with mana was a task several times more challenging than protecting his skin. Then an idea struck him. Yan fished out Mammon, who was wriggling in his pocket, and placed him on the bed. He gazed at Mammon with a serious expression. "Why do you look at me with such impure intentions?" Mammon chided. "If you were well, altering someone's temperament would be trivial, right? HMPH, of course. If I were fully restored, I could overhaul that rotten carcass of yours." Yan had mastered various arts and the dragon's breath, reaching superhuman status at a young age. His memories from before his regression had been a significant aid, and his physique had become extraordinary due to his body-strengthening technique. To think his body was referred to as rotten. Under different circumstances, this would have irked him, but now he found it reassuring. Yan, with a smirk, pointed at the heart of the phoenix. "Then you eat this, and help me out." Mammon, with his innate understanding of mana, could absorb it without waste. And with his vast knowledge, he could transform Yan's body. What a risk-free strategy. But then Mammon shook his skeletal head. "Sorry, lad, I can't swallow that." Mammon raised his bony arm. "Do you not see this body?" "Ah." Yan finally grasped Mammon's point. Mammon was essentially a skeleton. No, he was a skeleton. And the heart was fire, which traditionally incinerates the tainted, making it incompatible with the undead Mammon. If Mammon's mana had been vast, he might have ignored the compatibility and attempted absorption. But his current mana was but a pinch. Indeed, that would have been too easy. "Eat it already," Mammon urged. Yan shook his head in resignation and lifted the heart of the phoenix. Sizzle. The hideous heart's heat began to burn through the mana layered over his hand. It was less a heart and more a ball of fire. Yan had once devoured a goblin's heart with relish, but this, a ball of fire, is another matter. Ultimately, Yan ceased his hesitation and popped the heart of the phoenix into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Each bite brought a peculiar texture, but that wasn't the issue. Normally, biting into a heart would release blood, but the phoenix's heart was far from normal. Whoosh! Yan's face flushed red-hot. As his teeth dug into the heart, it felt as though flames surged forth. His mouth burned as if scorched. Yan grimaced and continued to chew the heart of the phoenix. Gulp. Covering his entire mouth with mana reduced the pain to a mere numbness. But that was short-lived. Throb, a burning pain erupted in his chest, and Yan's eyes bulged as he began to convulse. Quickly assume the lotus position and use the dragon's breath, Mammon bellowed. Yan clenched his fists, bit down hard, and struggled into the lotus position. The pain of being consumed by flames was intense, but staying still was far more dangerous. Having assumed the position, Yan commenced the dragon's breath. The pain was so profound he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. Mana began to seep from the region around his heart, and soon, the sun, moon, and Mercury started their celestial dance. And then, blaze, a battle between the heat in his chest and his will ensued. Arg! Yan bit down hard, stifling the screams trying to escape. Opening his mouth during the absorption of an elixir would result in a loss of vital energy. Yan had no intention of wasting the hard-earned elixir. Heat and mana tangled, chasing each other's tails. Then, the heat split into 108 strands, each seeking escape. The battlefield was Yan's body. The escape routes were his mana channels. Boom, 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 boom. The heat raced as if to incinerate his entire body, and the mana ferociously pursued, intent on devouring it. The ensuing pain was Yan's alone to bear. His body trembled, then shook violently like a leaf in the wind. Yan observed his inner self, biting down and maneuvering his mana. Move faster, faster still. If only he could catch the wildly sprinting heat within his mana channels, the pain might lessen. The heat, divided into 108 strands and moving too swiftly, was difficult to capture with a single strand of mana. Sweat poured from Yan's brow. He maneuvered his mana to absorb the heat, but the rampant heat was overwhelming. Boom, 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 boom. Perhaps it was Yan's desperate wish. His mana swelled suddenly, rampaging through the mana channels. The captured heat increased its intensity in defiance, but was soon devoured. With each absorption, the mana grew faster and more ferocious, and before long, only one remains. One last strand of heat lingered, but there was a problem. The final strand was trapped at a dead end in the mana channels, and its location was problematic. The crown of the head, the mana's ferocity meant that even if it devoured the heat, it wouldn't stop but would break through the blocked mana channel. Breaking through the mana channel at the crown could lead to two outcomes. Success would open the upper dantian, laying the foundation for ascending to the next realm. Failure meant living as an imbecile or dying. Yan ground his teeth and clenched his fist. Let's do this. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't gamble like this, but he was already riding the tiger. To dismount now would mean being devoured. As if accepting Yan's resolve, the mana became even more ferocious, and as it charged towards the end of the mana channel, bang, with a sound like his head exploding, Yan fell backward. Amidst it all, he thought, I survived. The damned heart of the phoenix had been tenacious, but he had prevailed, and by chance he had opened the upper dantian, just a crack. With a sense of accomplishment, Yan's eyes rolled back. RRRGH. Foam formed at his mouth. Chapter 129. In the dim light of dawn, Yan, the hound of the battlefield, shivered as he felt a touch rouse him from unconsciousness. Blinking his eyes open, he was greeted by the worried gaze of Leah, his comrade in arms from the Golden City they had parted ways with. Leah! Yan's voice was hoarse. Her name on his lips was a balm to her anxious heart. You collapsed the moment we arrived. It gave me quite the scare, Leah confessed, her eyes reflecting the morning sun. Did I now? Yan rose swiftly, checking his limbs for injuries, his warrior's instinct never faltering. Leah watched him, her head tilting in curiosity. Did you dye your hair? Huh, Yan echoed, puzzled, following her pointing finger to his hair. Turning to the mirror, his eyes widened in shock. What? Why is my hair red? For Yan, who had always been known for his raven looks, this was a startling change. Though not a fiery red, but a subtle crimson hue danced within his strands. Leah, ever the optimist, smiled reassuringly. It suits you, though. If before you had the air of a desolate warrior, now there's a certain vibrancy about you. Suppressing a chuckle, Yan playfully mussed her hair. Is that so? Truly, she insisted. Well, then it must be, Yan conceded, his initial shock giving way to acceptance. A change in hair color was trivial compared to the battles they had faced. Arms crossed, he pondered the cause, and the answer came swiftly. It must be the phoenix's heart. The fiery essence of the phoenix's heart he had absorbed must have tinged his hair with its power. Just then, a foul stench invaded his nostrils. Yan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the dark liquid scattered around his meditation spot. Ah! Recognition dawned on him. This was the detritus of his transformation, the culmination of his rebirth. Closing his eyes, Yan resumed his meditative pose, ignoring Leah's startled expression. He felt his bones strengthen, his muscles toughen, a testament to his completed metamorphosis. With each ascent in realm, my mana heart grows stronger, he mused. The power within his 3 mana hearts, orbiting his core like celestial bodies, had intensified. If his previous strength was a 5, now it was surely a 7. Yan's focus shifted to his lungs, where he felt an odd sensation since consuming the phoenix's heart. A bead-like object nestled within, radiating energy rivaling that of his mana hearts. A smile tugged at his lips. This will be the foundation of my transformation. With this, he could easily harness the purest mana from the atmosphere. No longer would he need to gather energy, he would be immune to mana deficiency in battle. This achievement might even surpass his recent ascension to the 4th rank. Yan opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. Ha! Without uttering a single incantation, the oxygen filled his lungs, and with it, mana naturally flowed into his being. Though he had only laid the groundwork for transformation, it was enough. There's no need to rush. This is sufficient. In time, the phoenix's heart within his lungs would meld completely. Rising to his feet, Yan turned to Leah, who had begun cleaning the floor. Your arrival means the chief instructor. No, the special task force leader is here too. Yes, I heard they went straight to the office, busy as always. Yan stepped out of his quarters, his strides purposeful as he made his way to Damien's office. The instructors, once prone to petty squabbles, now steered clear of him. His name had begun to carry weight, his deeds echoing through the halls, and with a title now to his name, even the most brash among them held their tongues. As he walked the 2nd-floor corridor, his gaze drifted to the 1st floor where trainees sparred and honed their skills. Among them, his former comrades Cruel, Roman, and Charles were diligently practicing. Reaching Damien's office, Yan knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, came the permission from within. Yan pushed the door open to find Damien buried under a mountain of paperwork, his eyes weary. You look exhausted, Yan observed. Turning all my past decisions into official documents is no small feat, but what brings you here? I'm thinking it's time to leave. Damien chuckled, setting aside the papers. Off to your domain? Yes, no more reason to stay? Exactly. Damien nodded in silent agreement. He knew Yan's ambitions weren't just about rising through the ranks but finding his parents. The training center could offer him no more than he already had. Leaving now? Yes, staying would be a waste of time. You heartless fellow, Damien jested, though his eyes betrayed trust and understanding. He too believed Yan would be better off searching for his father than lingering here. Then Yan asked, Can you tell me how I came to be here? The training center? Yes. Which instructor I met or how I arrived. It might help. You should know that. Yan shook his head. I have no memory before joining here. Damien frowned. Don't joke, who do you think you are? Yan insisted. I'm serious. Damien sighed, then suddenly clapped his hands as if recalling something. Yan tilted his head, and Damien pulled a thick file from his desk. Here we are, Yan. Damien flipped through the file, pulling out a sheet with a young Yan's face. Why did I forget this? He laid the paper on the table, and Yan leaned in to read. Number 974 origin, unknown potential, lowest. Unlike the detailed records of other trainees, Yan's was starkly brief. Is this normal? Yan asked. Could it be? Yan pressed his lips together, staring at the document. He knew the workings of the training center from his past life. The Special Task Force, unlike other institutions, operated solely for the Empire's well-being, demanding clear records of its members' origins. Are you truly alone? If I had someone, would I have struggled to get here? Damien stroked his chin, pondering. To push someone of unknown origin into the Dragon Soldier Project means a noble of at least Marquis rank is involved. Damien sensed this wouldn't be easily resolved. He picked up the file. I'll look into this. You have your own matters to attend to, right? Yan smiled bitterly. Damien was ensuring he could focus solely on rescuing his father. Shouldn't you leave soon for Armenia? Even by train, it's half a day's journey. Yes, I trust you, Uncle Damien. Damien's eyes widened at the sudden title. Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Calling you Mr. Damien lacks warmth. Besides, you were close to my father. Damien stared, then laughed. You have a way of surprising people. Oh, it's nothing. Chapter 130. In the southern outskirts, the Armenian territory stands as one of the few neutral zones within the empire. For lords eager to expand their domains, these neutral grounds are tantalizing prey. Take, for example, the neutral plateau of the dead in the east, which Count Zion had long schemed to claim. And other neutral territories too were eyed greedily by surrounding lords, all seeking just cause to seize them. Yet, uniquely, the Armenian lands remained untouched, spared from their covetous gazes. The reason was clear. The Forest of Beasts, a bizarre forest from which monsters ceaselessly emerged. Monsters, harmful to humans, yet if harnessed correctly, could yield vast profits. Thus, upon the empire's founding, many lords attempted to transform the Forest of Beasts into a golden grove, all met with failure. The empire, unable to bear the disgrace, sent its armies to subdue the forest. The result was annihilation. Hence, the Forest of Beasts was declared forbidden. The neighboring lords, rather than face the monsters leaking from the forest and lose more soldiers, chose to ignore it altogether. Despite the harsh environment, people still made their homes in Armenia. Mostly those who fled the tyranny of cruel lords or absconded under the weight of crushing debts. Their number was barely 100, but together they formed a village, a community striving to survive. Among them was Valdez, an herb gatherer near the Forest of Beasts. Sigh. Valdez stretched, rising from his spot. Crouching for long hours harvesting herbs had taken its toll on his back. He looked at the herbs in his knapsack and beamed with joy. Indeed, it was worth risking life and limb coming close to the Forest of Beasts. Rare herbs flourished in these untouched lands. Just a few more months of gathering, and he could sell them in another domain, earning enough to venture into the city. Then, I too can take my chance. The only path to rise above his lowly station as a nameless imperial citizen. The Dragon Soldier Project. Valdez wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. His knapsack was nearly full. It was time to head back to the village, as Valdez packed his belongings, preparing to leave. "Excuse me," someone called out to him. Valdez, his face gaunt, quickly drew a dagger, spinning around. "Who goes there?" The stranger was a young man, a few years his senior. His face didn't fit that of a villain, yet Valdez swallowed hard, eyeing the youth warily. The Forest of Beasts was forbidden, ordinary folk did not venture here. Those who did surely bore a tale of woe. Such individuals often brought trouble, pursued by their past. The young man shivered, staring wide-eyed at the dagger Valdez pointed at him. You." Valdez, locked in a standoff with Yan, couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh upon seeing his face. Who would have thought he'd be here? It was an unexpected reunion. The young man before him was someone Yan knew well. How could he forget? Thanks to him, they had found Mormon's lair in the Blade Mountains. The sword ghost, Valdez. A junior by 3 classes at the training academy, yet he had been one of Yan's trainees when he was an instructor. Yan's gaze drifted to the knapsack lying next to Valdez. "Do you have any idea how many herbs I've gathered to get into this damned Dragon Soldier Project?" Yan remembered the complaints Valdez had poured out over drinks in the past. Recalling that, Yan smirked. He really was a herb gatherer. "Don't laugh, what are you really?" But Valdez, unaware of the backstory, thought Yan was mocking him, with a formidable sheath at his waist and in contrast, Valdez wielding a crude dagger. How insignificant must his own dagger look to a swordsman like him? Valdez clenched his teeth, not out of anger, but to suppress the rising fear within his chest. "Are you not going to speak? I'll really stab you. I'm an adventurer." Yan's words furrowed Valdez's brow. What would an adventurer want in such a place? Even those who took adventuring as a profession wouldn't dare enter a region forbidden by the Empire. And then, lies. "You look too well-bred, like a young master." That handsome face didn't fit the rugged image of an adventurer. Yan shrugged his shoulders. "Thanks for the compliment, but I'm truly an adventurer. Came here looking for something." "Looking for what?" "It's nothing I need to tell you, but I promise, at least, I won't cause any harm." Valdez hesitated, his mouth agape. Then he slightly lowered the dagger he had pointed at Yan. "Is that true?" "Yes." Though he had only retrieved his dagger, the wariness in Valda's eyes did not fade. Yan watched Valda's with a slight smile. Dispelling the suspicions of a mere child was no trouble at all. After a brief exchange, Valda's let go of all his suspicions. The conversation had convinced him that Yan wasn't a bad person. Yan stroked his chin and asked, "So, you're saying a gang has taken over the village you live in?" "Yes, they're really bad people. They demand tribute, and if we're even slightly late." Valdes shivered uncontrollably. It was a gesture that said he didn't even want to think about it. Yan began to piece together the information he had received from Bella before coming here, as well as the story he had just heard from Valdes. Armenia, compared to other domains, was an environment without equal in its barrenness. There were knights guarding the forest of beasts, but occasionally, the monsters they missed would raid the village. The residents of Armenia were mostly those who had fled from other domains, those who couldn't endure the tyranny of their lords. These people, who had banded together about a decade ago to form a self-sufficient village, were living relatively happily until a few years back when a vicious gang, fleeing from their crimes, took over. Valdes cried out again in anger. "And the knights guarding the forest of beasts won't help us either. How does that make sense? We've asked for help so many times, only to be laughed at. They must have their reasons for coming all the way to the forest of beasts." "Excuse me?" Yan shook his head in disbelief. The knights tasked with guarding the forest of beasts were all those who had been demoted and expelled from the imperial city. It was unlikely that they would bother to help mere slash-and-burn farmers who weren't even imperial citizens. Yan let out a hollow laugh. "I knew it was a mess, but I never expected it to be this bad." It seemed he would have to do some cleaning up in the domain before he could start making money from it. Yan then said to Valdes, "Lead me to your village." "What? If we do that, those guys won't leave you alone, adventurer brother. And the boss, he's incredibly strong." As Yan shrugged his shoulders, Valdes sneakily glanced at the sword hanging at his waist. "I'm not expecting much, but just in case." With that, Valdes began to lead Yan towards the village. As Yan surveyed the surroundings on his way to the village, he clicked his tongue in frustration. Even the meticulous Damien wouldn't be able to find it here. According to Damien, somewhere in Armenia, his father was imprisoned. But as he walked, scanning the area, he saw no buildings or facilities. The mountain paths were rugged, steep in places, and the dense underbrush limited visibility. "To find my father, I must first take complete control of this place. It would be faster to tighten the noose around this domain, like herding rabbits, than to search alone." Lost in thought on how to find his father, Yan soon arrived at the entrance of the village. "Here we are." Valdes announced their arrival, and Yan lifted his head to survey the village. It was sizable, but the atmosphere was oppressively gloomy. In the center of the village, made up of log houses. No, please, someone help." A woman's screams echoed as she was dragged away by burly men. There were people around, but no one seemed willing to help her. An old man sitting nearby tightly shut his eyes at the woman's screams, and a woman walking with her child hurried back home. The villagers inside their homes either closed their windows or deliberately looked away. No one appeared willing to help the woman being dragged away. Even Valdes, standing next to Yan, only clenched his fists, unable to intervene rashly. Yan etched the scene into his memory and muttered, "What a complete mess. ... brother?" Valdes looked up at Yan with surprised eyes upon hearing his mutter. Then, as Yan began to move forward, Valdes quickly spoke up. "No, don't. Those guys are really dangerous, you know?" Yan ignored Valdes's words and continued walking forward. Thud, thud. The sound of his footsteps resonated between the woman's screams and the men's laughter. The men dragging the woman stopped and turned their heads toward the entrance of the village. They frowned upon seeing a young man they had never seen before. "What's this, a stranger?" But that was only for a moment. A few of the men smirked. "At least he's got a pretty face, huh? I call dibs on him first, you bastard." One of them swaggered towards Yan, hand in his pocket, his face marked with a thin scar from some past brawl. Hey, stop right there." The man approached Yan, bent slightly at the waist to examine his face. Then, with a sinister smile, he turned his head back. "Hey, this one's a jackpot." At the man's shout, the others around the woman laughed as well. However, their laughter quickly turned to silence. Thump! The chest of the man blocking Yan's path was suddenly stained red. Whoosh! The sharp tip of a sword pierced through the man's chest from behind. Blood sprayed, and blood dribbled from the man's mouth. The man turned his head dumbly, not understanding the situation, to look at Yan. Cold, emotionless eyes stared back at him, and the sword he hadn't noticed was now impaling him. Only then did the man grasp the situation and began to scream. Ah! With that scream as a finale, slash, the man's body was cleaved in half. The faces of the other men hardened at the sight. Yan flicked the blood off his sword as if it were dirt and looked at the men. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I've got my eye on you too. Chapter 131. Valdez stood, his soul seemingly departed as he gazed ahead. There, a young man introduced as an adventurer was sweeping away thugs with overwhelming force. Each thug that charged with a blade met the same fate, their limbs severed. Valdez clenched his fist tightly. This was something I had only imagined. In the past, he had fiercely resisted when the thugs first settled in this place. But their cruelty was beyond imagination, and eventually, even his spirit to oppose them was broken. Having witnessed the thugs' tyranny for years, Valdez silently vowed. Since even the knights guarding the forest of beasts turned a blind eye, he had no choice but to become strong and save the village himself. That's why he decided to volunteer for the Dragon Soldier Project, which even a lowborn like him could join. Ag, please save me. The man named Yan crushed the village-plaguing thugs with ease, as if snapping twigs. Those who charged with swords had their arms cleanly sliced off. The thug's skills were pitifully inadequate. Yan, standing over a fallen thug he had just defeated, muttered disdainfully, "Is this all they amount to?" At best, they were between the 9th and 8th rank, mere street performers with third-rate skills. They weren't worth interrogating. To think they tormented others with such pathetic abilities. Yan let out a scoff of disbelief. Someone approached Yan hastily and bowed. Thank you. It was a woman who had been dragged away by the brutish hands of the thugs. Her arms and neck bore fresh bruises, perhaps from previous assaults. Yan looked at her intently before lifting his foot off the thug. You may do as you please until your anger subsides, he told the woman. What? How? Do whatever you wish. Cut off limbs, take lives, deliver blows. Can't you make up your mind? The woman bit her lip, the memories of what these ruffians had done to her flashing through her mind. With tears in her eyes and a newfound resolve, she approached the fallen thug with a clenched fist. Yo you! Her face twisted with rage as she began to pummel the thug. The sounds were not of heavy thuds but soft taps. Being an ordinary woman untrained in mana, her blows were far from painful, but it felt liberating to her. Panting, she thanked Yan. Thank you so much, you've eased my grudge. That's good to hear. Yan stood up, looking at the woman catching her breath, then turned away. Valdez had approached him by then. That's when it happened. Stop this at once. It was an old man who had ignored the woman's plight until now. He approached Yan, dragging his cane with an angry face. Do you even realize what you've done? Yan frowned. Instead of such words, you should be offering thanks. Thanks. To someone like you, they may be trash, but to us slash-and-burn farmers, they're as good as knights. They're the reason we're still alive. Yan understood immediately. These men were the ones who occasionally protected them from the monsters that emerged, but he couldn't agree. So you plan to live a wretched life, forever preyed upon by these hyenas. Sure, an old man like you might, but what about a young boy like him? Yan pointed to Valdez, causing the old man to flinch. We're not strong like you. Then grow stronger. Yan scoffed at the old man. Have some shame. The old man trembled at Yan's words, then turned and disappeared. Amidst this, a child, about 7 years old, ran up to Yan with a bright face and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my sister. Sure, Yan surveyed the surroundings, but like the old man, no one else spoke up. It seems the trash isn't the only thing that needs cleaning. Yan murmured again, and Valdez quickly grabbed his sleeve. They've suffered a lot. They're all good people, really. That's none of my concern. Yan turned away and stepped on the head of a thug, asking Valdez, You know all their faces, right? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Valdez nodded quickly. Yan smiled and said, Lead the way. The ganglord of Armenia in the shadowed corners of Armenia, Jackson, the ganglord, was not always one to mingle with criminals. A knight of a prestigious house, he wielded his sword with a flair that could ignite the very air, a talent reaching the esteemed 5th rank. a status that would earn respect anywhere he went. Before his fall to the head of a mere gang, he had commanded a noble house's knights. But greed led him astray, and soon he found himself hunted by the noble family of a lady he wronged. Arriving in Armenia, he gathered the criminals he met under his wing and swiftly took control of the village. One night, Jackson lay sprawled on a grand bed, guzzling from a bottle of wine, when irritation struck him, and he bellowed out, "Damn it all, hey!" At his call, a thug waiting outside cracked open the door and peeked in. "Yes, boss. Do my words fall on deaf ears? Sir, I ordered you to bring me that girl I saw the other day. Is she here beside me now? My apologies. The boys have gone to fetch her. She'll be here shortly. If you're this sluggish in action, there's no point in harboring riffraff like you." Jackson rose abruptly from the bed and strode towards the door, causing the thug's face to pale. "Huh, I'm sorry, I'll go out and—" Before the thug could finish, Jackson swung his fist. Thwack! The thug's head burst open like a watermelon. "You should have scurried out from the start." Blood smeared across his face. Jackson sneered and wiped his face clean as droplets fell to the floor. Just as Jackson was about to return to his bed, boom! A sound like a cannon blast echoed from not too far away. Jackson's head turned towards the source of the noise, a smile creeping onto his lips. Have the beasts from the forest decided to descend? Knights, once prominent, now relegated to the forest for their political or martial failings. He had encountered them once while surveying the village outskirts, all of them teetering on the edge of the 6th rank. Dare they cause a ruckus in my domain? Had all the knights come down, he wouldn't dare such bold words. But due to their duty guarding the forest's borders, 9 out of 10 were usually bound there. Which meant, only one of them has come down to the village. Cracking his neck, Jackson grabbed his beloved sword and stepped outside. Jackson stepped out of his mansion, his face hardening at the thick scent of blood wafting through the air. The stench was so profound that it wouldn't have been surprising if most of his underlings were dead. Madness. Has some knight errant suddenly appeared? He hadn't sensed such a presence when he had encountered them before. Those knights were filled only with resentment towards their superiors and the empire that exiled them here. Suddenly, Jackson's face set into a grim line. Could it be? These bastards covet my throne? It was a distinct possibility. Knights whose loyalty to the empire had waned might well discard their original duties. And they might covet his position, reigning like a king over the village. Damn, if all 10 of them have come down, this could get tough. Even though he had reached the 5th rank, fighting 10 knights on the cusp of the 6th rank was daunting. Moreover, he had only recently achieved the 5th rank, while they were all nearly there. Uncharacteristically for his large frame, Jackson slipped into a nearby log house to observe the village's situation. Before long, he heard the scream of one of his men. "Ag!" Jackson's feet moved swiftly, heading towards the village square. There, it was as if an execution had taken place. His foolish underlings were all missing a limb, being beaten by the villagers. Jackson's eyes quickly scanned the area, and then he saw him, the one sweeping away his men with an emotionless gaze. Jackson frowned slightly. Who is that brat? He wasn't one of the knights guarding the forest of beasts. Those men were all in their 40s, but the one before him was barely half that age. A youth in his early 20s, with a delicate appearance, like a noble sun raised sheltered like a greenhouse flower. Jackson chuckled to himself. Ha, was I worried over such a whelp? Of course, the youth wasn't ordinary, considering he had crippled his men and thrown them to the mercy of the villagers. But still just a kid. Without extraordinary talent, the youth couldn't be stronger than him at that age. And if he had such talent, he wouldn't bother coming to a place like Armenia. Confident of his victory, Jackson leaped towards the village square. Thud, his large frame kicked up a cloud of dust. "Boss, have you finally come to save us? PL please, spare us." Jackson sneered at his underlings, crawling on the ground like insects with limbs severed. Useless fools. His gaze fixed on the young man before him. "Hey you, what kind of fool are you to wreak havoc in another's territory?" The youth smirked back at him. "This is your territory?" "Of course, it's mine. This place has always been neutral ground. Don't you know that neutral ground is under the sole jurisdiction of the royal family?" Jackson knew that, of course. That's why he had fled to Armenia and established his base here. Jackson snorted. "The royal fools don't manage it, so I took it over. But answer my earlier question, will you? What are you doing here?" Yan smiled slyly in response. Me? He fumbled in his coat and pulled out a few documents. I'm the new lord here. Chapter 132. As Yan revealed his status as the lord, Jackson's face set into a hard mask. It wasn't just Jackson whose expression turned to stone. Lord, a lord? Are we to return to a life worse than slavery as before? Ah, it was better when that scoundrel was the only problem. The villagers' faces turned deathly pale as well. From their conversation, it seemed they had all endured much before migrating here. A lord? Jackson asked, facing Yan squarely. Yan smirked and nodded. Yes, this was a neutral territory, wasn't it? From now on, it's my domain. Clench. Jackson ground his teeth as if he would crush them. This had been a sanctuary found after a long pursuit. Here, he could live like a king, doing whatever he pleased. Paradise. Yes, to him, this place was nothing short of paradise. But now, if you understand, why not kneel and beg for your life? He was to hand over this place to that man. The corners of Jackson's mouth slowly rose. That's impossible. Already a fugitive for touching a noble lady, what difference would killing another noble make? Jackson drew his sword and shouted. This is my territory. Swoosh. With his cry, the sword's blade stretched out long. Jackson smiled. It was the most satisfying blade energy he had ever released. Jackson's foot kicked the ground fiercely, and his body shot towards Yan like an arrow. Whoosh! Die! Jillian family swordsmanship. Snake sword, the secret sword technique of the Jillian family he once belonged to unfolded. The blade's energy extended even further than before. This would surely pierce the man's throat. Thud! The corner of Jackson's mouth twitched up. Got him! The sword's tip had pierced the man's throat. That's what Jackson saw, but at that very moment. Thump, a distant pain exploded in his abdomen, and his body lifted into the air. Jackson's eyes bulged. What is this? He had clearly seen the man's throat being pierced. Grinding his teeth, Jackson desperately shifted his gaze to his abdomen. Suddenly, a fist was buried deep in his gut, and Yan, whom he thought he had pierced. What are you doing? Was already at his side, looking at him with a mocking smile. Arg! Ignoring the pain of his severed innards, Jackson swung his sword at Yan. Yan's face seemed to split vertically. But then, snap! This time it was his back. Yan firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, plunging it into the center of his own back. Jackson, slammed into the ground in an instant, lay gasping. Cough! Blood spurted from Jackson's mouth. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of malice. Damn it! How swift must one be that he, a fifth-grade knight, could only slash at afterimages? Then a thought flashed through his mind. Surely not a superhuman? As soon as the thought arose, Yan began to walk towards him. Thud, thud. Startled, Jackson fell backward with a thud. Scrambling back on all fours, he shouted desperately. Did you say, Lord? No, my lord. Please take me as your knight. I have experience leading a knight order. Like a dog, like a horse, I will support you, my lord. Overwhelmed by Yan's prowess, Jackson chose to grovel. He thought this might at least spare his life. After all, it wasn't easy to find a strong man like himself, especially in the remote outskirts of Armenia. But Yan just sneered. Why would I need trash like you when I have far greater men? With those final words. Swoosh! He decapitated Jackson in one clean stroke. Jackson's head fell with an expression of disbelief. Yan, eyes wide, grasped the dead man's hair and surveyed the surroundings. Yet, the villagers still looked on with eyes filled with fear. Even with the death of the villain who had tormented them for so long, their faces remained tense. Yan tilted his head and then spoke. Trash like this won't even be able to set foot in my territory from now on. Despite his proclamation, the villagers' faces remained rigid. Yan continued. If you can't trust me, you're free to leave. I won't hold you back, but those who stay and work hard will be rewarded. At the mention of rewards, curiosity flickered across some villagers' faces. Yan didn't miss it. For the time being, taxes will be minimal, and even after the territory stabilizes, they won't be raised all at once. Murmurs of agreement were heard, and all who remain will be granted the status of imperial citizens. It doesn't matter if you've had misfortunes in other territories. As your lord, I will protect you. Despite his generous offer, the villagers still appeared hesitant. Understandably so, they had been deceived by double-tongued nobles more than once. And after all, they had fled to this place for refuge. They must be wondering if Yan was just another of the same breed. Just then, a familiar boy stepped forward, lips sealed tight. The villagers gasped, clutching at his sleeves, but the boy shook them off and stepped forward. "Is it true, brother?" "No, my lord. It is true." Assured by Yan's confirmation, the boy Valdez turned around. He faced the still doubtful adults and took a deep breath. Then, with a forceful exhale, he shouted, "Are we going to run away from our homes again?" Valdez's cry cast a shadow over the villagers' faces, but he wasn't finished. "We've never lived like humans, always in fear of the gangs. Now we can finally live. Are we going to run again?" With each piercing word, the villagers flinched. Valdez clenched his fist. "I don't want to live like that anymore. I'm tired, and above all, I want to live like a human. I don't want to worry about who will be taken next. I just want to do my work and live." Valdez turned around. He looked up at Yan with fiery eyes. "I pledge my loyalty. My lord, please accept me." Yan chuckled without realizing it. Loyalty from someone who wasn't even a knight? It was clumsy, to say the least. But, "I accept." There could be no more heart-stirring pledge of loyalty. Perhaps it was because the youngest, Valdez, had stepped forward. The villagers, who had been murmuring and hesitating, began to find resolve. "We have to live the same life even if we leave. Might as well trust once. We've just finished building our homes. We can't just leave. Just for dealing with that trash, it's enough." Their eyes cleared, and one by one, they approached Yan and bowed deeply. "We have nothing else to do if we leave. Please take care of us, my lord. If you're going to make it a place fit for humans, I'll trust you." "I'm truly sorry." This old man couldn't see the person right in front of him. "Thank you for saving our sister. Thank you again for the help earlier. We look forward to your guidance." Nearly 100 people lined up to pledge their loyalty to Yan. Yan watched them with a satisfied smile. "Thank you all for trusting me. Don't worry. I'll make this a place where you're rewarded for your hard work." Plans to transform the unremarkable Armenia were already forming in his head. As Yan received the villagers' pledges of loyalty, one of the knights guarding the forest of beasts witnessed the scene. The knight's mouth fell open. "A lord?" After such a long time as a neutral territory, suddenly there was a lord. Staring blankly ahead, he was soon struck by a thought and hurried off. To where his comrades guarded the forest of beasts. In the backwater of Armenia, two forces of power existed. One was Jackson's gang, formed by a deserter from his knightly duties, who had carved out a territory in Armenia. The other was here, near the forest of beasts. These were knights pushed from the capital due to political strife or lack of prowess, now relegated to guarding the forest of beasts. Set, once a royal guard but now exiled to this forsaken place, couldn't help but laugh at the news brought by a comrade. "So, a noble has come to claim lordship over this remote place. Didn't I tell you? That Jackson fellow has vanished, and this so-called lord is taking oaths of loyalty from the villagers." Ridiculous. Oaths of loyalty from commoners, not even knights. Exactly. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Weren't the knights he brought displeased? What knights? He came here alone. Maybe it's youthful bravado because of his age. That's not bravado, that's stupidity. Coming to such a dangerous place without a single knight in tow. Ha ha ha, maybe he's a young noble who's never even been knighted. Ha, that could be it. As Set mocked the fledgling lord, a thought crossed his mind. But what's Jackson doing? He wouldn't just stand by and watch, would he? A criminal of knightly origin, despicable in character but undeniable in skill. A few years back, he had come alone, demanding they leave him be in exchange for food and women. Though never confirmed, rumors said he once led a night order for some borderland noble family. Set smirked at his fellow knights. Well, looks like we'll have to rescue our noble lord, won't we? A noble who's been given such a trashy region, ignored even by neighboring lords. Surely a weak and feeble lord. Perhaps hastily granted a title just to offload this place. And if they could just appeal to him, he surely won't be able to refuse. Joining another noble house would be a nuisance due to the existing knight's scrutiny. But a lord who hasn't even properly appointed his own knights could easily be turned into a puppet. And then they could enjoy a life of luxury from behind the scenes. As Set's sinister smile spread, the knights around him mirrored the expression. Fortunately, no beasts have escaped the forest of beasts these past few days, so we can afford to step away, right? If any escape while we're gone, we'll just deal with them when we return. According to the rules, no more than 3 can leave this place at a time. to be prepared in case a relatively strong beast escapes the forest, but with no one to watch over them and no recent attempts of escape by the beasts. What's there to worry about? The knights quickly prepared and set off for the village with full smiles, expecting to be treated well by a powerless, feeble lord. Chapter 133. Knights, brimming with lofty dreams, descended upon the village only to find their expectations shattered, leaving them with vacant stares. "Excuse me, could you repeat that? There's no need for all of you to stay. Others are on their way." Yan dismissed the throng of knights with a flick of his hand, as if shooing away flies. Set chuckled at Yan's gesture. "Do you, in your youthful naivety, believe you can protect this village alone?" "Huh." As Yan cocked his head, Set let out a sardonic laugh. "In this village lurks a man named Jackson, a notorious criminal. I'm slightly concerned he might harm you, my lord." Laughter echoed from behind. Set turned sharply, his eyes cold. There stood Valdez, hand over mouth, trying to stifle his mirth. "Why do you laugh? Do you think we can't handle one scoundrel?" Valdez paled under Set's glare, crushed by the mana-laden voice. Set smirked at Valdez, who was now clutching his throat, gasping for air. How dare a mere peasant laugh at a knight's words? It was then. "What do you think you're doing?" Chills. With Yan's voice, the oppressive force pinning Valdez vanished as if washed away. Set shivered, turning his head slightly. Yan, who had just been smiling, now glared with terrifying eyes. "What are you trying to do?" Set bit his lip, at a loss for words. "He's no ordinary noble." In an instant, Yan had not only dissolved Set's momentum, but was now overpowering him in return. It was as if a finely honed blade had reached right before his neck. Set forced a smile and said, "Ha! For a mere commoner to laugh at a knight's words. Such insolence would never be tolerated in the capital." He thought mentioning the capital, a world apart from rural nobles, would temper the young lord's anger. But the unexpected happened. "So what if this isn't the capital?" "Ah, well, that's not. And you're not a knight of this domain. You're a knight dispatched from the royal court to guard the forest of beasts, and that child is a rightful citizen of my territory." Yan's gaze bore into Set. With each passing moment, the pressure exerted on Set grew stronger. "How dare you touch a citizen of my territory in my presence?" Set trembled, bowing his head not out of guilt or repentance, but because the overwhelming force compelled him to. I apologize, my lord. If you could have dealt with this Jackson fellow, you should have done so before I arrived. Why leave him be until now? Is that the conduct of a knight? Chivalry in this era. How many knights today truly embody chivalry? Certainly none among those who served with him in the capital. After all, they learned the sword for advancement, not to protect the weak. It was then Set realized the flow of events. This lord wasn't a fool without powerful allies who had appeared in Armenia alone. He was strong enough to subdue others by his own might. He must have dealt with Jackson. Damn, I should have observed a bit longer. Had Set known the lord was this formidable, he would have come humbly from the start, leaving pride and bile behind. Struggling, Set spoke. "There was no justification. As you said, we are not knights of this domain." Smooth talker, claiming there was no justification. Yan openly mocked Set's words, yet Set had no retort. "I'm sorry, I won't dare step foot in this domain again. So please," Set's forehead hit the ground as he pleaded. Lying prostrate, he turned his gaze towards the knights who had accompanied him. Before they knew it, they were sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, mouths foaming in a most unsightly manner. Set looked up at Yan with fear in his eyes. What in the world is this guy? At such a young age, could he be a superhuman? Had Set served in the capital for just 2 more years, he might have heard of Yan's name. But since he began guarding the forest of beasts, he was out of touch with the Empire's affairs and unaware of Yan. "Take them and get out." At Yan's icy command, Set scrambled to his feet, forcibly lifting the knights who had come with him, and they fled in disarray. As they hastily departed, Valdez stared blankly at the scene. Yan called out to him with a smirk, "Why are you here?" Valdez snapped back to reality. Then, looking at Yan, he said, "Ah, well. I mean, is it possible for me to become as strong as you, my lord?" Yan grinned at Valdez's question. "I heard you wanted to volunteer for the Dragon Soldier Project." "Ah, yes. I did consider it." Valdez began to fidget. Yan tilted his head, puzzled. "What's with him?" he soon realized. Yan asked with a sly smile, "Do you want to learn from me?" "Cough." Valdez coughed awkwardly and bowed his head. Yan watched him and chuckled. Yes, it's probably too difficult anyhow. What? I said I'll teach you. Valda's mouth fell open at Yan's unexpectedly easy acceptance. Yan laughed at Valdez's reaction. He had planned to recruit Valdez anyway. Unlike in his previous life, Valdez hadn't taken Mamon's drugs, but even without them, Valdez's martial prowess was exceptional. It wasn't obvious due to his youth, but Yan could see it. If properly nurtured, he had the potential to become a superhuman. Thank you. Valdez bowed deeply in gratitude. Yan waved his hand dismissively and asked, By the way, you know the way to the Forest of Beasts, right? Yes. I do, but why there? Why, as the lord of this region, I need to know about the biggest thorn in our side. Really? Valdez tilted his head in confusion. Yan stood up. Get ready. We're heading to the Forest of Beasts now. The Forest of Beasts? The Forest of Beasts was a forbidden zone designated by the Empire. It was not only illegal to enter, but also incredibly dangerous. Yet, Yan moved forward as if he had no concerns. There are all sorts of monsters swarming there. You wanted to learn martial arts, didn't you? The fastest way to get stronger is to constantly cross the line of life and death. You know that, right? Ah, a shadow fell over Valdez's face. He couldn't help but think he had chosen the wrong person to ask for lessons. Yan, with a large backpack slung over his shoulder, looked at Valdez, who had just emerged at the village entrance, and clicked his tongue in disapproval. What have you packed so much for? Going on a trip? The Forest of Beasts is perilous. I've brought essentials for survival should we become stranded. Such an exaggeration. Valdez asked with a worried look, but is it really okay to have driven those knights away like that? The knights. Oh, he must be referring to the knights of the Forest of Beasts that he had dismissed earlier. Yan shrugged nonchalantly. They didn't seem brave enough to cause trouble. Even if they did, it's not a concern. They were merely 6th grade knights. Moreover, they were the rejects, demoted and sent to this remote place from the capital. If those cut-loose kites caused any trouble, it wasn't something to worry about. At most, they would abandon their post at the Forest of Beasts and flee somewhere else. Yan snorted with a twisted smile. Such men are dispensable. And if they abandoned their duties for some foolish endeavor, there was no need for him to intervene. The inspection bureau would take care of it. By the way, what happened to Diana? He had formed an alliance with her to fight the Special Task Force commander under the promise of ending his dreadful ways. Did she find satisfaction? It would have been better if she had come to see for herself, but it seemed she couldn't leave her post due to internal affairs at the inspection bureau. Still, the lack of any contact so far probably meant she was content. As Yan was lost in thought, Valdez sidled up to him and whispered, "My lord, we've arrived." Yan looked up and whistled softly. Dark, twisted giant trees loomed before them. A line of huts, presumably where the knights had stayed, surrounded the area. Pointing with his finger, Valdez indicated that this was the entrance to the Forest of Beasts. It looked as if a demon had opened its maw wide. But there are no knights around. They must have packed up and fled. Yan recalled the knights who had begged him for acceptance earlier and twisted his lips into a wry smile. Is that so? Valdez spoke with an uneasy face. Yan patted Valdez's shoulder and walked towards the entrance of the Forest of Beasts. Valdez swallowed hard at Yan's back and called out, "Let's go together." He hurried after him. And so, the two slowly entered the Forest of Beasts, one of the Empire's forbidden zones. There were those watching from afar. Set, is it really okay to just stand by? They were the knights who had been harshly dealt with by Yan earlier. Set watched Yan crawl into the Forest of Beasts and curled his lips upward. It doesn't matter. There's no one to tell that we've left our post. If we don't extract them, how will they ever come out of there? Despite Set's words, the knights still looked anxiously in the direction Yan had gone. As Set had said, the interior of the Forest of Beasts was a labyrinth. Without following a line from the outside, one would inevitably get lost. But having witnessed Yan's monstrous strength firsthand, the knights couldn't easily be reassured. Set watched the anxious faces of the knights and let out a sly laugh, a truly vile expression on his face. Have you forgotten what lies within? Even as he spoke, Set felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The other knights, too, relaxed their faces only after hearing Set's words. The monster that had wiped out the Imperial troops sent to subdue the Forest of Beasts in the past. That was the monster they recalled. Let's help that monster feast after a long time. Let's make the Lord become the monster's prey. At Set's words, the knights swallowed hard. Chapter 134. Within the heart of the beast forest, the air was sticky and ominous, unlike the world outside. Valdez hesitated to step further, the forest's interior atmosphere gripping him with an uneasy hold. Yan glanced at Valdez and inquired, "Not familiar with the inside, are you?" "Indeed, I've only ever gathered herbs near the entrance." No matter how many rare and mystical herbs were said to dwell within the beast forest, none were worth risking his life for. "Then you needn't have come this far." At Yan's words, Valdez forced a smile. "It was the Lord who brought me here. I thought you knew better." "Ah, still, it's not too bad. We need someone to dismantle the beasts, after all." With that, Yan slowly walked ahead. Seems like there's quite a number of beasts in this forest. Well, that's why it's called the beast forest, I suppose." The reason the forest's air was stickier than the outside was due to the magical stones the beasts harbored. The energy from the stones seeped out with the beasts' breaths. And this stickiness means it was a sign that beasts were already converging around them, eyeing their prey. Yan picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely into the bushes. SSSSHK, whump, a sound like something being crushed echoed from the bushes. Valdez spun around at the noise. What was that sound? "Stay behind me." Yan drew his sword, escalon, and approached the bushes. Swoosh. Clearing the bushes revealed a green monster, its head split open, trembling on the ground. Yikes! Crash. Valdez stumbled backward in shock at the sight of the creature. A goblin? The beast Yan had killed with a stone was a goblin. You know what a goblin is? Unlike Yan, who had hunted many beasts, commoners like Valdez rarely saw one in their lifetime. But Valdez had correctly identified it, prompting Yan to look back at him. "It's attacked our village a few times before." "The knights were guarding, and it still managed to escape and raid the village?" Yan chuckled sarcastically. It was indeed the right decision to expel those knights. They were nothing but a headache, failing even to guard the outskirts of the beast forest properly. Valdez recalled a past incident as he alternated his gaze between the dead goblin and Yan. To kill just one goblin, 2 of the village elders died. The goblin wasn't particularly strong, but it was quick and vicious. To think that Yan could dispatch it with just a thrown stone. The Lord truly is a remarkable person. As Valdez was lost in thought, scrape, Yan pulled out a dagger from somewhere and ripped open the goblin's chest. He then extracted something. Heh. Valdez shivered at the sinister laughter that followed. "My lord, indeed, yes. If we have this beast forest, we can make Armenia the greatest domain." In Yan's hand was a crimson stone. "What is that?" I'll tell you later." Yan carefully placed the stone into a spatial pocket as if it were a precious item. Then his eyes sparkled. "Shall we start mining?" He was referring to mining magical stones, far more valuable than any ordinary metal. 3 hours later, a trail of monstrous carcasses stretched from the entrance of the demon forest to a clearing beyond. "My lord, jackpot, this is a gold mine." Yan's eyes sparkled with each beast he encountered, effortlessly sweeping them away. Goblin, troll, ogre, or saber-toothed tiger, it mattered not. All fell equally to his swift blade. He then sat down with a thud, skillfully butchering the bodies with practiced ease. The peculiar stones extracted from the carcasses invariably ended up in his spatial pouch. By rough estimate, Yan's pouch must have contained at least 100 magic stones by now. "Looks like the sun will set soon. Should we head back?" "What are you talking about? We haven't even mined for a few hours yet." "Mined?" Yan stood up from his spot, stretching his back with a satisfying crack. Crack, crack. Beasts become more ferocious at night. "So that means..." "It means we can catch even more beasts in the evening," Yan said with a smile. Gulp, Valdez swallowed hard at that enigmatic smile, and then came Yan's declaration. "We'll keep hunting beasts until dawn breaks tomorrow." Valdez's face turned to stone. Unsettling sounds reached his ears. Howl, growl, rustle, rustle. The howls of dire wolves, the roars of ogres, and the fluttering of insectoid beasts signaled they were awakening to begin their nocturnal activities. And then, from right behind them, grunt. A troll, even larger than the rest, voiced its confusion. Yan's lips curled up at the sight of the troll. "A troll, eh? A fine start?" Thud. In a flash, Yan leaped towards the troll and Valda's face fell. Yan's sword sliced through the troll's chest, and a fountain of blood sprayed onto Valda's face. Valda's despaired. Do we really have to stay here until dawn? Had he known, he wouldn't have followed Yan so obediently. He should have just pointed out the entrance. As Yan joyously slaughtered the monsters, panting heavily, damn, we shouldn't have come. The knights who followed Set were regretting their decision. Firstly, because of the overwhelming sight Yan presented. Secondly, as dusk approached, powerful monsters began to emerge, ones they could not easily overcome. Set, leading the way, was equally troubled. It had been 3 years since he entered the monster forest. Back then, the number of monsters wasn't this high. But maybe due to changes in the ecosystem, their numbers had increased unbelievably. Now, they are being attacked by monsters every 2 to 3 minutes. It was then a thunderous roar. Something charged at them from the side with terrifying speed. Set, who noticed first, shouted, "Damn it, form up, it's a minotaur. Curses, we might die before we even draw out the monster." Shouldn't have followed. The minotaur, with the head of a bull and the body of a man, swung its massive axe at them. Clang, 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 6 knights blocked the minotaur's strike. The rest aimed their swords at its back. Screech, bang, but the minotaur's skin sparked like metal against their blades. Another roar. As the minotaur turned its head, the knights felt a heavy stone drop in their hearts. Snort, the minotaur swung its axe in a wide arc behind it. Clang, ah, the strength is too much. The knights raised their swords to block, but were helplessly thrown into the air by the immense force. With the minotaur's eyes seemingly reddening, it swung its axe at one of the knights suspended in midair. Crunch, thud, the knight's armor crumpled like paper and he plummeted to the ground. The ground caved where the knight fell. Bill, damn it! A knight lay sprawled in the hollow, blood seeping from behind his armor, apparently killed instantly by the impact. Fear flickered in the knight's eyes. They too could end up like their fallen comrade below. The minotaur roared again, like a victor looking down on the defeated. It was at that moment, thump, grunt, the minotaur's body froze and it turned its head. Its face began to contort grotesquely. "Where do you think you're going, you beast?" Set, who had disappeared for a moment, was now thrusting his sword into the minotaur's flank. The knights were astonished at the blue aura around Set's sword. "Sword energy? When did you reach level 5? Is that important right now? We need to take down this beast." Urged by Set's cry, the knights regained their composure. "Ha, die," they shouted fiercely, thrusting their swords at the minotaur's eyes, mouth, and solar plexus. Stab, 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 unlike the back or chest, the swords penetrated easily. Gushing blood. Blood spurted like a fountain, and the minotaur began to scream. A prolonged roar, but soon, staggering from blood loss, it collapsed to the ground. Just a mere bull. Set once again raised his sword energy and swung at the neck of the fallen minotaur. Slice, with a clean cut, the minotaur's head rolled on the ground. It was the knight's victory. "We won. We almost got wiped out here. Let's bury Bill's body." The knights began to look for a place to bury their fallen comrade. And not long after, they stood agape at the sight before them. There were 3 minotaur corpses, all hard-fought victories. Their horns, hearts, and hides were stripped, showing how thoroughly they had been scavenged. What on earth? I knew he was strong, but this is superhuman. Superhuman, you say? Silence fell among the knights. Perhaps they realized they might die before even summoning the monster. "Hey, Set. Maybe we should just?" One knight called out to Set in a low voice. Set whirled around and glared at the knight who spoke. "Are you suggesting we give up? Plan to live in this backwater forever?" "Ahem. Stop with the pointless thoughts. Focus on the outcome. How long will we waste our lives guarding this cursed forest?" At Set's words, the knight turned away with a somber face. "That monster will surely kill the Lord. Don't worry too much." Set comforted the knights as he moved forward. It was also a reassurance to himself. Where the knights departed thud, perched atop an ancient tree, Yan watched everything unfold below and let out a wry chuckle. "Right," Valdes, tucked at Yan's side, nodded stiffly. "It's true then, the knights were spying on the Lord." Valdes turned to Yan and asked, "So, what will you do? Will you go out and punish them?" "Me. Deal with them now?" Yan laughed heartily. Valdes tilted his head in confusion at Yan's reaction. "Why would I kill them when they're hunting for me?" "You mean, you'll just leave them be?" Yan shook his head dismissively. "Why bother? They'll die on their own if they hunt hard enough, won't they?" Ah, so stop worrying needlessly and get on with dissecting that. I've shown you how, haven't I? Yan pointed to the minotaur that Set and the knights had dealt with. Valdez gripped the small dagger Yan had given him and resolutely headed in that direction. Slicing sounds. Valdez skinned and sliced the muscles as Yan had taught him. Yan watched Valdez for a moment, then turned his head. It was in the direction where Set and the knights had vanished, and from there, an ominous aura was palpable. They'll fall into the trap they've set for themselves. A trap that Set and his knights could not survive. The night deepened further. Chapter 135. As night deepened, the malevolence of monsters grew more rampant, yet Yan, with unwavering focus, methodically cut them down. Swish, swish, swoosh. With every burst of light from Escalon, the monsters' heads inevitably flew off. Valdez quickly pounced on the beheaded beasts, skillfully disassembling them to harvest magic stones and valuable parts that could be turned into coin. He had already surpassed 200 monsters. Yan, dripping with sweat, watched Valdez diligently at work and asked, "Getting the hang of it?" "The hang of it?" Valdez replied, unable to articulate a proper response, which made Yan sigh deeply. "Why do you think I had you disassemble them?" Yan prodded further. Valdez couldn't bring himself to say that he thought it was because the Lord found it too dirty or bothersome. As Valdez hesitated, Yan sat down beside him, where he was disassembling a freshly caught monster, and pointed at the creature. "This beast has a hide that hardly yields to blades." "Really? But you, instinctively, avoid the tough hide and strike at its weaknesses." "What do you mean?" Valdez tilted his head, puzzled by Yan's words. Yan sighed once more, took Valdez's dagger, and without invoking any mana, swung it at the monster's carcass. Thud! The hide repelled the dagger as if it had struck iron. Valdez's eyes widened in surprise. "Now do you understand what I meant?" Valdez nodded slowly, though he didn't fully grasp Yan's meaning. He did realize, however, that he had been instinctively finding the monster's weak points. "That's your talent. Knowing instinctively where you must strike," Yan said, reminiscing. Valdez had been called a demon blade in the past, not just because of the abnormal enhancement from drinking Mamon's elixir, but also because of his inherent talent. A talent for instinctively recognizing weaknesses, or rather, an ability. If he realized this and combined it with training, he might not match his previous life, but he could at least become a top 10 warrior trainee. That's what Yan believed. Just then Mamon, peeking out of his pocket, startled. "The path of sensation? What?" "Ask the boy if he's ever suffered from severe fevers once a month." Yan frowned slightly at Mamon's odd question, but asked as he was told. "And then, how did you know?" Valdez asked, eyes wide with shock. He had tried to hide it, but Yan's question caught him off guard. Yan couldn't answer. It was Mamon who had instructed him to ask. Mamon responded to Valdez's answer. "Indeed, it's the path of sensation. Those born with it usually don't live past 20. Their brains die from processing too much information through their senses." Mamon continued. "But if one fully awakens the path of sensation, it could rival the eyes of the barbarian we saw before. Depending on the level of mastery, it might even surpass it." Yan's eyes flickered with interest. A power surpassing Vila's? Vila's divine eye was a talent of the ages, able to see mana. Yan knew Valdez's ability was extraordinary, but he hadn't realized it was to such an extent. He had only thought it was a slightly more developed intuition. It's a kind of talent, born with senses several times sharper than an ordinary person. That's impressive. Isn't it just being a bit more sensitive? Tusk, being born with it is a blessing. To have senses comparable to a superhuman, do you think that's ordinary?" "That much?" Yan was taken aback, and Valdez, standing nearby, jumped in surprise. Yan dismissed it as nothing and continued his conversation with Mamon. "So it's that impressive." Yan also occasionally felt a certain chill during missions or tasks, and his judgments were always spot on. He thought Valdez belonged to the same category. "It's different. You infer from the atmosphere and situation, but he instinctively realizes the opponent's weaknesses. Right now, it's just finding slightly softer spots, but if fully awakened, it would be a different dimension." Mamon explained with a tone of wonder. "I've only read about it in records. I never expected to see it in person. I'm curious to see how far he can grow." "So it's impressive then? If he can freely control that ability, he could take down everyone except the one we saw in the mines and the descendants of Bahamut." Mammon was referring to Theo of the Beowulf family, seen in the mines. And his talent was comparable to that of Prince Leon. Jan had taken what was meant for Valdez, so he felt he owed him. This is a jackpot. He had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Valdez, feeling Jan's strange gaze, instinctively stepped back. Jan looked at Valdez and smiled slyly. Come here for a second. He led Valdez somewhere, with Valdez following with an uneasy expression. Valdez and the goblin encounter. Valdez pondered over Jan's sudden departure, leaving him alone with a promise to return shortly. How did he know about my recurring fevers? Valdez mused, ashamed of his frailty, a secret he had kept to himself until now. Truly, he is remarkable, to discern my condition with just a glance. It was then, rustle, rustle. A goblin emerged from the underbrush, clutching a crude dagger, its grotesque eyes fixed on Valdez, its tongue licking its lips. Valdez's face hardened. He hadn't expected a monster to appear during Jan's absence. Screech. The goblin charged with a primal scream, its movements unrefined, devoid of skill or mana. Yet to Valdez it was a terrifying adversary. Ah! In panic, Valdez twisted and ran, but the goblin pursued relentlessly. Lord! My lord, save me! His cries echoed, but there was no sign of Jan. The goblin was closing in. Screech, screech! The goblin leaped, its dagger aimed at Valdez's head. That's when it happened. Whoosh! Valdez, who had been fleeing, suddenly rolled to the side. Crash! It wasn't graceful, but he evaded the strike. Ouch, ouch! He groaned, rising from the ground, feeling the pain where he had hit rocks instead of soft earth. Screech! The goblin howled, not expecting Valdez to dodge. Valdez hastily drew his dagger, one that had disassembled countless monsters, far superior to the goblin's weapon. But I've never fought with it. Valdez's face fell. Screech! Thud! The goblin charged again. At that moment, throb, a sharp pain shot through Valdez's left shoulder, instinctively making him turn right. Thump! The goblin missed and tumbled to the ground. Huff, huff! Valdez aimed his dagger at the prone goblin, but his hand trembled with fear. Damn it! He knew this was his chance, but he couldn't move. Rumble! The goblin slowly rose, growling lowly. Valdez bit his lip, tasting blood and pain, calming his racing heart. I'll die if I stay like this. Gripping the dagger firmly, the trembling ceased. The goblin stood, limping. Now, Valdez sensed the opportunity and charged for the first time. The goblin, caught off guard, tried to rise in panic. But, stab, Valdez's dagger pierced the goblin's throat. He shuddered at the repulsive sensation, dropping the dagger and retching. Blarg! After wiping his mouth, Valdez struggled to his feet. Then applause came from behind. Clap, clap, clap. Valdez turned with a dazed expression to see someone atop a large tree. There was the small skull and the lord he had been searching for. My lord? Impressive. I didn't fully understand when I heard about it. Didn't I tell you? It's impressive. The problem is continuing to overcome death and control the sensation. Sensation path. I've learned something new. Jan dropped from the tree. Thud. Landing smoothly, he approached Valdez and patted his shoulder with a bright smile. Well done. Do you understand what fighting is now? I almost died. I told you, crossing the line of death is the fastest way to become stronger. It seems more intense for you. Jan pulled out a leather pouch and poured its contents on Valdez's thigh, easing the pain from the rocks. If you want to stop now and live a normal life, you can. But if you want to become stronger, you must continue to overcome such challenges. Jan looked directly into Valdez's eyes. What will you do? Jan knew he had tremendous talent, but Jan thought he wanted to use him because of the information he owed from a past life. If Valdez chose to live a normal life, I'd be disappointed, but I'd let him go. Valdez hesitated, the recent experience weighing on him. Until recently, he wanted to be strong, but the path was scarier than he thought. Yet, after a moment, I want to be strong. Jan smiled brightly at Valdez's resolve. Accepted. Jan laughed contentedly, having gained the talent named Valdez. He ruffled Valdez's hair, then suddenly turned, his face shifting from a warm smile to a cold sneer. He sensed a tremendous energy nearby. In this forest, only one being could emit such power. Jan patted Valdez's back. Go back to the village. The monsters won't roam for a while. Why? The ruler of this forest has appeared. Jan smiled coldly. It seemed the knights, including Set, had finally summoned it. Chapter 136. Shiver and Shake. What's this? Something feels off. My body won't stop trembling. Valdez shivered as he looked up at Yan. Yan returned his gaze with wide, surprised eyes. He shouldn't have any mana left. Could it be that he sensed that presence? Sensory threads are distinctly different from mana perception. Master them fully, and you may glimpse even the future, albeit briefly, a supernatural ability. Impressive! Had Valdez not grasped his hand, Yan might have faltered. Yan calmed Valdez's heart by infusing him with mana. Don't worry, he's my target. Hurry back to the village and rest. Are you sure you'll be all right? Yan cracked a confident smile. Of course. Now keep running that way. I'll make my exit through the entrance we came from. Set had no doubt Yan would get lost in this forest. But the idea of Yan, who had stepped into the realm of superhumans, losing his way was preposterous. Despite Yan's assurance, Valdez couldn't shake his unease, but eventually started running in the direction Yan pointed. Once Valdez disappeared, Yan took a deep breath and his eyes sparkled fiercely. It's time to meet the master of this forest. After all, entering this forest was meant to vanquish him. Eliminating the one who occupied more than half of this forest would reduce the monster's need to leave it. Then, even in his absence, Yan could rest easy. Yan rolled on the ground. Thud, and with that his form vanished into a streak of light heading towards the ominous aura. Sa, save me? Set, you damn fool, if only you hadn't spouted nonsense. Damn it all. Is this my fault? You all agreed, that's why you followed me. Shut up, it's all because of you. Set and the other knights found themselves trapped in a cave. They couldn't move their hands or feet, and even Set, who could usually summon sword energy, was inexplicably unable to muster any mana. Damn, to think I'd die here. Set ground his teeth in frustration. Their plan to use the monster to assassinate the Lord had gone awry, and now they were the ones captured by the beast. They felt something slithering up behind their necks. Arg. What the hell is this shit? Ow, arg, it hurts. It hurts. The knights, who always prided themselves on their dignity, cast aside their pride and screamed at the top of their lungs. Something was embedding itself into their necks and shoulders. They struggled to free themselves from the grip that bound them, but to no avail. The mana that had never failed them before was now tightly concealed, nowhere to be found. Without their mana, they were no different from slightly more robust commoners. Having been in the cave for so long, their eyes began to adjust to the darkness. And with the clearing of their vision, Set could only despair. Countless white figures were squirming towards them. In the lair of shadows and schemes Set and his knights were ensnared within the cavern's maw. Yan, arriving at the entrance, surveyed the surroundings. The forest had been teeming with monstrous auras, but here, not a single trace was felt. Even the fiercest of beasts dared not tread near this place. The reason was clear to him. They had shifted their territories, unwilling to be prey to the creature lurking within the cave. Yan clicked his tongue in distaste as he peered into the gloom. I loathe to enter. The filth was repulsive, but more so was the thought of entering the very den of the beast. Yet no matter what he did outside, the creature would not emerge. Light! Summoning an orb of light, Yan floated it ahead and stepped into the cave, escalon drawn, ready for unforeseen calamities. Thud, thud. His footsteps echoed through the cavern. Illuminated by the orb, the sight was grotesque. The walls were webbed with pale threads, as if scribbled upon, and bones of monsters, animals, and humans rolled about. The stench was vile. Yan's face twisted in disgust. Such filthy taste. Though he could slice through most monsters with a single stroke, the one inside was different. He could not shield himself with mana from the stench or close his eyes. One misstep and he would be captured before he could react. With tension coiling within, Yan stepped slowly, deliberately deeper into the cave. Then it happened. A blood-curdling scream. From the depths, a rough cry pierced the silence. It was one of the knights who had sought him out. Yan's lips twisted into a sneer. They intended to use this creature against me. Had it been earlier, the creature might have moved at the knight's bidding, but now it was different. Yan moved deeper, attuned to every sound. Screams and shouts filled with a myriad of emotions grew louder. Suddenly, something tugged at Yan's senses. Left! Without hesitation, Yan swung a scallon to the left. Slash. Something was cleaved in two, falling to the ground. Thump! The light revealed the culprit, a white spider the size of a child's head. Green ichor oozed from the split, and though the spider writhed briefly, it soon lay still. Yan frowned at its tenacity and continued on. Deeper in, more white spiders lunged at him, and he dispatched them with mechanical precision. After a while, he came upon them. "Lo, Lord? Over here. Here, please save us." Set and another knight, cocooned in white, protruded only their heads. Beside them lay knights, shriveled like mummies, seemingly lifeless. Yan sneered at the sight. "I didn't expect to meet you here. How did you end up in such a place? Weren't your duties to guard outside the monster's forest?" Set and the knights clamped their mouths shut, lacking excuses. But then Set, grasping at straws, cried out, "Lord, we heard you entered and came looking for you." Yan glanced at the other knights. Desperately, they nodded, affirming Set's claim. Yan cocked his head. "You say you came looking, yet you said nothing?" "Yes. Weren't you watching us from behind before the sun set?" At Yan's words, Set's pupils shook violently. He hadn't realized Yan was aware. "Since when?" "I knew from the start. You hid hastily upon seeing me and Valdes. Quite noisy, weren't you?" Set's face went blank. "Then why didn't you say anything?" "It was obvious you were up to something, so I watched." Yan looked around and chuckled. "But to think you'd come all this way to lure it out. One might think I'm your enemy." "Ha ha ha." Each word dripped with lethal intent. "But you chose the wrong day, entering its territory on the day its offspring hatched. Isn't that just begging to be eaten?" Realization dawned on Set why the creature had been so formidable today. It had grown stronger to protect its newly hatched young. Chitter, chitter, scuttle, scuttle. The white spiders that had devoured the other knights now crept towards Yan. "Do I look like prey to you?" As Yan unleashed his mana, the spiders trembled. They recognized a formidable predator. They halted, turned, and began crawling towards Set and the cocooned knights. The knights' faces turned ashen as they pleaded. "Please, save us. Lord, we swear loyalty. Or take all the wealth I've amassed. Just please, save us. Rather die than be eaten." Yan scoffed at their cries and pulled out a mana stone and several tools. Matches, an unknown herb, and a handful of mana stones. Indeed, better to die in an explosion than be eaten. At Yan's words, Set and another knight glared at the one who had begged for death. But Yan had intended this from the start. There was no mercy for knights who had bared their fangs at him. He began scattering the mana stones around. Then, he tore the herb and scattered it too. As the spiders nearly reached them, Set and the knights screamed. Yan lit a match and grinned. "Survive this if you can." He dropped the match where the mana stones lay and sprinted back the way he came. And soon after, boom, a massive explosion rocked the cave. Yan, having dashed out, stroked his chin as he watched the cave collapse. The versatility of mana stones is truly boundless. A few herbs and fire turned the mana-infused stones into a formidable bomb. Yan watched the explosion with satisfaction. The many spiderlings must have turned to ash with that blast. At that moment, a deep, ominous growl, an immense aura emanated from behind. Yan turned. Through the dense forest, a colossal spider emerged. Its size was such that it couldn't fit in any ordinary cave. And on its back, human and humanoid monster faces were densely packed. "No, my children, save us, save us, save us." The faces on its back uttered these voices. It was truly bizarre and repulsive. Those voices were produced by the creature manipulating the vocal cords with its webs. The creature was the human-faced spider, a psychopathic monster known to collect human faces and rumored to live for centuries. And a golden spider with an immense inner elixir. Yan crouched, facing the human-faced spider. In one hand, a scalpel, in the other, a dagger, his lips curled into a smirk. "Do you think anyone would want to help with other species' faces plastered on your back?" The creature's 6 blood-red eyes glared at Yan. "Time to follow your offspring to the heavens." Yan aimed a scalpel and declared, "Spider bastard!" Screech, the human-faced spider shrieked. Yan had succeeded in making it lose its composure, just as planned. Chapter 137. The human-faced spider in the heart of the forest, where shadows clung to ancient trees and whispered secrets, the human-faced spider emerged. Born from the arduous shedding of a spider that had absorbed magic over countless cycles, this monstrous entity was unlike any other. Its webbed limbs bore the venom of 1,000 bites, capable of annihilating entire night orders in a single strike. Even those who had reached the pinnacle of 4th-grade mastery, the mighty Choi's, would struggle to leave a mark on this abomination. A decade hence, it would emerge from these very woods, wreaking havoc upon Armenia and its neighboring territories. The casualty count would reach 10,000, they said. If Yan could eliminate this creature now, he would save countless lives. But there was more. Compared to back then, it hasn't fully matured, Yan mused, his breath steady. The human-faced spider's size was manageable for now, but its potential growth was alarming. The human features embedded within its chitinous hide hinted at recent attacks on nearby villages. Already raided a homestead, Yan deduced. His quest to gauge his newfound strength had led him here. If he could vanquish a human-faced spider on par with the mightiest choice, he'd ascend to their ranks. Undoubtedly among the elite, Yan thought, eyes narrowing. The human-faced spider's existence confirmed his progress. It was time to prove himself, to become more than just a hunter of beasts. He drew his blade, ready to face the forest's malevolence head-on. And so, the tale unfolded, a clash of fangs, steel, and destiny, where the hunter sought not only survival but ascendance. The human-faced spider, a harbinger of chaos, awaited its reckoning. With a shriek that shook the heavens and earth, the human-faced spider unleashed its fury. The intensity within its cry surpassed any beast Yan had ever encountered. But then again, Yan mused, recalling the formidable Maman and Eamon, it's not the strongest. A slight stiffness seized his limbs, but Yan only chuckled. The overwhelming aura was formidable, yet it didn't paralyze him or cause uncontrollable trembling. Having ascended to the realm of the superhuman, resisting such pressure was no longer a daunting task. The venom and the bristles covering its body, those are the real threats, Yan thought as he unsheathed a scallen from his belt. He stepped back with his right foot, bending at the waist to lower his stance. His arm, holding a scallen, relaxed, ready to strike. Yan held his breath, eyes wide open, not missing even the slightest movement of the human-faced spider. And soon enough, it bellowed. The charge and the clash the ground trembled as the human-faced spider charged towards Yan with a madness in its red eyes. Now! Yan's mind rang like a bell, and he sprung into action. With a leap, Yan vanished into the air like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The human-faced spider's massive leg pierced the earth where Yan stood just moments before, sending debris flying. But Yan had already shifted his form to the branches of a nearby giant tree, his gaze sharply scanning the creature. The faces embedded in the human-faced spider's back began to move grotesquely, their eyes rolling wildly, searching for him. Yan, hidden among the branches, squinted his eyes in disgust. Truly revolting, he thought. The sight alone could make the faint-hearted faint. The collected faces of the human-faced spider opened their mouths. The battle of wills where? Did you go, must, kill? At that moment, Yan saw his chance. The many eyes on the creature's back were looking elsewhere. Silently, Yan drew a scallen and charged at the human-faced spider's back with incredible speed. Thrust. A scallen pierced smoothly through its back. Not satisfied, Yan channeled mana into the blade and swung fiercely. Slash! A brilliant blue sword energy exploded on the human-faced spider's back. Faces were torn apart, and a straight line split open its back, spewing green fluid. The human-faced spider screamed in pain, the faces on its back glaring at Yan with rage. Yan twitched his cheek at the sight. Disgusting enough to haunt my dreams, he muttered. Though he knew these faces were victims, it didn't make the sight any less repulsive. The web of fate suddenly, the faces opened their mouths wide. Is it hair? Venom. Webs? Yan's eyes sparkled as he quickly checked what was coming out of their mouths. Puff. It was white threads, spider webs. The human-faced spider's webs were as thick and strong as any steel sword, and it was clear that one could easily be ensnared without hope of escape. Swoosh, an enormous amount of webbing surged around Yan, forming a dense net with no apparent escape. The faces spitting webs looked at Yan and laughed brightly, as if certain he would soon become one of them. Yan bit his lip at their grotesque expressions and focused on the webbing spreading out from him. The phoenix's heart with a slight bend of his knees, Yan gathered his strength. Whoosh! Mana flowed from his heart throughout his body. In the past, he had to focus on strengthening specific parts due to limited mana. But now, with the phoenix's heart, he didn't need such fine control. The total amount of mana had increased significantly. I'd like to use the founding emperor's sword technique, he thought, but hesitated due to the ongoing digestion of the phoenix's heart. Using such immense power carelessly could affect the heart in unpredictable ways. Of course, I have no intention of taking such a risk, he decided, putting that option aside. Leap! Yan's knees straightened and he shot upwards. Scream! A face beneath him screamed as Yan's gaze turned skyward. The dense webbing opened wide, seemingly without an exit. Doesn't matter. I'll break through, he resolved, gripping Escalon tightly. The mana swirling through his body infused into Escalon, revealing the sword energy unique to the superhuman. Yan swung Escalon towards the webbing blocking his path. Crash! The sword energy extended in a ferocious line, tearing through the webs. Rip! A large hole appeared, and Yan passed through it, summers with a soft whoosh. A refreshing coolness enveloped Yan, swirling around his entire body. The mana he had just inhaled was neatly stacking up in his mana heart. Without delay, Yan circulated it. Suddenly, mana began to whirl fiercely through the mana rods spanning his body. Yan took a large step forward. Thunk. And then, with a powerful push against the ground, Yan's form shot forward in a straight line, unprecedentedly fast, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness. Wrapped in mana, Yan dashed towards the human-faced spider. In his hand, the legendary sword Escalon had been replaced by a simple dagger held in reverse grip, a testament to his will to verify his growth with a common blade. At that moment, the human-faced spider, as if it had finished its preparations, scraped its belly ferociously with its remaining 6 legs. Concurrently, the hairs on its belly began to launch towards Yan. Swoosh! The sound of the hairs slicing through the air was ominous. They seemed more potent than any hidden weapon technique, tearing through the atmosphere. Yan, with a calm gaze, surveyed the hairs rushing towards him. Each hair was likely imbued with deadly poison and strong magic, evidenced by the purple aura that surrounded them, mana extracted from a mana stone. Considering the opponent was the human-faced spider, the hairs must contain at least the strength of a sword's energy. GRR. A beast sending hairs infused with sword-like energy was no ordinary foe. Yet Yan neither halted nor turned back. He simply lowered his stance and lifted the dagger. Over 30 hairs charged at him with ferocious momentum. It was a do-or-die moment. If he didn't evade, he would be pierced through. Yan's eyes sparkled as he slightly shook the hand holding the dagger. It was a subtle motion, but the result was astounding. Clang, clang, clang. The hairs, which had been rushing at incredible speed, collided with the blade of the dagger and their trajectory twisted. Thud, Yan's foot pushed against the ground once more. The scenery flashed by at an astonishing speed. And not long after, when he reached the human-faced spider's face, dripping with transparent saliva, crack, the creature raised its venomous fangs towards him. If Yan didn't slow down, those fangs would undoubtedly pierce his head. In that instant, Yan, who had been charging in a straight line, swiftly laid back his body. Thanks to his lowered posture, he avoided being stabbed in the head. Screech! Lying on the ground, Yan slid beneath the human-faced spider's belly, propelled by inertia. The unprotected belly was now exposed, and Yan's lips curled into a smirk. Die! He then thrust the dagger, now overlaid with a forceful energy, into the human-faced spider's belly. Thump! Thanks to the added force, the dagger entered as easily as a needle piercing skin. Then, twisting his back that was flush against the ground, Yan quickly rose to his feet. Tap, tap, tap. Slash. Holding the dagger that had pierced through the human-faced spider's belly, Yan sprinted forward. A massive wound stretched endlessly across the human-faced spider's belly. Scream. The human-faced spider shrieked in pain, twisting its body in an attempt to crush Yan beneath it. Thunk. Phew! But Yan had already escaped from beneath the human-faced spider. Reaching the rear, he exhaled sharply and stamped his foot. Thud! Then, creating distance, he surveyed the human-faced spider with sharp eyes. Plop, plop. From the creature's belly, organs and the like began to spill out powerlessly. Not only that, but the formidable presence that had once filled the forest had significantly diminished. Splat! Yan shook off the green, fluid-drenched dagger. The venom was so potent that the ground began to corrode with a hissing sound. At the same time, the human-faced spider's massive body staggered. Kuung! It collapsed powerlessly onto the ground. Yan nodded as he looked at the fallen human-faced spider. I've certainly stepped into the realm of the superhuman. He had come here straight after dealing with Jackson's gang for two reasons. One was to reduce the number of monsters in preparation for his absence. The other was to test whether he had truly become a superhuman by facing the human-faced spider, known to be a challenge only the strongest could defeat. The result was exceedingly satisfying. Yan rotated his shoulders a couple of times while looking at the human-faced spider. Aside from the stiffness in his shoulders from deflecting the hairs with the dagger, he felt no discomfort. If he hadn't reached the superhuman realm, he would have either died or collapsed unconscious right here. The physical abilities, senses, mana quantity, and control are all incomparable to before, but there's still a long way to go. Considering it had only been 3 years since his return, his growth was remarkable. However, compared to his previous life, he still fell short. The sword techniques of the founding festival or the profound arts. He thought that he should be able to skillfully use at least one of these two to be comparable to his previous life. Don't be too hasty. The growth he had achieved since his return was unprecedentedly fast in the eyes of others. Yan shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and walked towards the human-faced spider he had slain. The faces that had been glaring at him with wide eyes were now all closed. It seemed that the threads connecting the facial muscles to the human-faced spider had been severed as it died. Thump! Yan planted the venom-stained dagger into the ground and drew a scalpel. There was a simple reason for this. If he dismantled the human-faced spider with the dagger, inevitably, its bodily fluids would stain him. Yan closed his eyes, holding a scalpel. Then, he placed his hand in front of the human-faced spider's belly and began to walk. Not long after, Yan opened his eyes with a smile. Here it is. He thrust a scalpel beneath the human-faced spider's belly and stirred a few times. Then, he pulled it out in one swift motion. A round object was attached to a scalpel, a green orb. It was the human-faced spider's mana stone. As the green jade reflected in Yan's pupils, a smile curved on his lips. Now, how shall I make use of this? Chapter 138. Yan stood with the soul stone of the human-faced spider resting on his palm, a sigh escaping his lips. This stone was a spiritual elixir, its potency surpassing most others, capable of bestowing a resistance to toxins so strong that one could withstand 100 poisons, if not 1,000. Yet, despite the allure of such resilience in the face of the unknown, Yan was resigned. Alas, he muttered. The stone remained unconsumed, for the phoenix heart he had ingested not long ago still lay undigested within him. To consume the soul stone now would be to risk bursting like a balloon overfilled with mana. Ah, what to do? Yan pondered, considering storing the stone until the phoenix heart was fully absorbed. But his heart wasn't set on waiting. Why not give it to Cruel, he thought. While the allegiance of Lorna, Charl, Casa, and Roman was uncertain, he was confident in winning over Cruel. As Yan weighed the benefits of feeding Cruel the stone, his face contorted with doubt. Isn't this too much? He questioned. The soul stone of human-faced spider was a treasure, valuable enough to fund a baron's budget for years. Just then, a cough sounded from his pocket. Mammon, who had been silent till now, peeked out curiously. Yan chuckled at the sight. You want it? Mammon hesitated. Well, if you're offering. I'm not. Yan cut him off sharply, causing Mammon to glare at him with hollow eyes. Mammon's skeletal hand opened and closed as if weighing options. Yan's eyes curved like crescent moons, sensing an opportunity to strike a deal. Mammon spoke softly. Give it to me. Yan leaned in, grinning. What's that? Mammon, annoyed, shouted, Open my void space. Wasn't that the deal? From our pact, remember? Yan reminded him. Mammon feigned ignorance. When did I agree to that? Yan sighed. You're twisting words again. You said you'd open it if only you had enough mana. So when qualified, you'd grant access. Mammon's skull rattled, caught in a lie he thought Yan had forgotten. After some contemplation, Mammon conceded, Fine, I'll open the void space. And I'll assist you once when you need it. Yan, however, wasn't satisfied with just one favor. Just once? That's too little, he bargained. Mammon protested. Do you not realize the honor of receiving aid from the great archmage Mammon? Yan shrugged nonchalantly, knowing pushing too far might sour the deal. How about like the last time you showed your true form? Mammon gaped. You want me to manifest. The penalty for that is severe. Yan insisted. Only a true manifestation befits the aid of archmage Mammon. Mammon trembled, calculating the cost. If I absorb the stone fully, I could manifest a few times, but is it worth using one for him? Finally, Mammon decided, all right, I'll help you once by manifesting, but if it can be solved without it, I won't manifest. If that's not acceptable, forget the deal. Yan smiled, okay, that's fair. He extended the green orb, the soul stone of the human-faced spider, towards Mammon. Mammon's eye sockets glowed as he took the stone, his skeletal hand trembling. As Mammon laughed darkly, an indescribable light burst forth from the stone. Flash! The green light flowed into every crevice of Mammon's skull. Yan watched, intrigued by the unique absorption. Even the way an archmage absorbs a stone is extraordinary, he mused. An ordinary human would endure all manner of pain before claiming it as their own. Mammon's satisfied chuckle echoed as the light show continued. Yan could sense the immense power within the stone, rivaling the mana of a fourth-tier superhuman. Normally, absorbing more than 70% of a spiritual elixir's power without aid was nearly impossible. Yan had managed only 20% of the phoenix heart, the rest lodged in his lungs. But Mammon absorbed the stone completely, a testament to his immense mana control. Yan was proud of his own mana control, but Mammon was on another level. An hour passed as Mammon began to absorb the soul stone of the human-faced spider. Flash, roar. The archmage's gambit in the hollows of Mammon's eye sockets, a crimson light burst forth, unleashing a torrent of mana from his skeletal form. The pressure was immense, as if to crush the surroundings. Yan flicked his tongue in awe. Could this be on par with the aura of Duke Beowulf from the north I once witnessed? Indeed, Mammon was worthy of the title archmage. But soon, Mammon reigned in his formidable presence. Chuckle. With a satisfied laugh, Mammon gazed upon the soul stone of the human-faced spider in his palm. The once radiant green orb had turned to black ash, the remnants of the stone's power now fully absorbed. Are you aiming for sainthood with such a deed? Yan teased from the side. Was it regret in his eyes? Mammon smirked and replied, it's hardly a favor, but yes, I shall bestow my mercy upon you. Mercy? Mammon handed over the black ash to Yan. Eat this. What? Yan's face contorted as he accepted the ash. A potent venom seemed to emanate from it, despite Mammon having absorbed only the pure mana. You want me to eat this? The stone's ability to grant toxin resistance required the absorption of its accumulated energy, not just the mana. Eating this leftover venom, isn't it the same as ingesting poison? Especially since it was the venom of the human-faced spider, notoriously lethal. Mammon, quickly discerning Yan's hesitation, chuckled. Would I, the great archmage, mislead you? It's a gift in light of my good mood, so cast aside your doubts and eat it quickly. Yan shrugged. After all, Mammon was a creature of clear debts and grudges. Though sometimes mischievous, he wouldn't play tricks, not after receiving his desired stone. Yan poured the bitter ash into his mouth, feeling it dissolve down his throat. And then, throb. Ah, as expected. Agonizing pain began to hammer through his body, like ants feasting on his insides. Yan hastily summoned his mana. The venom hadn't spread far, he could expel it if he circulated his mana quickly enough. Mammon, who had been silently observing, spoke up. Endure it. If you use mana now, nothing will remain. What nonsense. Gurgle. Mid-sentence, Yan clutched at his throat as the venom surged wildly within him, more potent than any he had encountered before. Cough, he was on the verge of vomiting blood. This is dangerous. His limbs trembled incessantly, and his head spun. The pain was unbearable, as if ants were tearing at every nerve fiber. Even for someone who could laugh off torture, this was beyond his limits. I need mana. Desperate to escape this hellish pain, he instinctively reached for his mana. Didn't I tell you not to? Mammon slowly approached and poked near Yan's heart. Suddenly, the writhing mana stilled as if sealed. Thump! Yan collapsed to the ground, fingers digging into the earth. Crack! He gritted his teeth, screaming silently, clawing at the ground. But the pain only intensified, shredding his sanity. Ah! As his vision began to whiten, the phoenix heart embedded in his lungs stirred. Whoosh! Despite feeling his consciousness slip away, Yan clung to his senses to witness the transformation. Flutter! With the illusion of giant wings flapping, the heat from the phoenix heart coursed through his body. The heat incinerated the venom clinging to his nerves, and the remaining warmth settled in his mana pathways. Gasping for air, Yan clutched at his chest, the searing pain subsiding, replaced by a burning sensation. The previous agony was nothing compared to this. Maman explained with a sly laugh. The phoenix heart is sensitive to poison and malevolence. Not just the heart, but all fire attribute elixirs share this trait. Pointing to the black ash on Yan's lips with his skeletal finger, Maman continued, the venom is no different. The phoenix heart cannot tolerate it, so it acted on its own. Now examine your mana pathways. Yan steadied his breath and closed his eyes to introspect. This is it. The mana pathways, once thin threads, had now expanded threefold. The energy left from burning the venom naturally absorbs into the mana pathways. This will hasten the transformation you planned, won't it? Yan swallowed hard and nodded. With the mana pathways enlarged, he could handle more mana at once, essentially completing one of the transformation's benefits. With such capacity, he could train in the sword techniques of the founding festival without harming his body. Yan exhaled sharply and rose to his feet, bowing slightly to Maman, who watched him with a nonchalant expression. Thank you, I didn't expect you to help to this extent. Chuckle, what's this? You expressing gratitude. Is that part of our deal? Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. That's not it. Tisk, as expected. Maman clicked his tongue and burrowed back into Yan's pocket. Yan's lips curled up as he sensed the presence of beasts nearby. Now, shall we begin the cleanup? That day, a tenth of the beasts dwelling in the forest of monsters vanished. Chapter 139. In the land of Armenia, a new lord had arrived, and already 3 months had passed since his arrival. The cold winter had settled in, and biting winds swept through the region. However, an unusual vitality burned within Armenia, defying the winter's chill. The once fearful villagers, who had cowered under the threats of the notorious Jackson Faggery, now stood tall as proud residents of their transformed village. The changes brought by the young lord who had recently taken over were not yet fully visible, but the villagers sensed them keenly. Shadows vanished from their faces, replaced by bright smiles. The air buzzed with newfound energy. Even the village's sole apothecary, Neville, had adapted to the shifts. Before Lord Yan's arrival, Neville had struggled against Jackson Faggery's intimidation, producing only weak tonics and remedies. But now, he confidently crafted medicines that could genuinely aid the people. Neville's face lit up as he approached the burly figure of Valdez, who carried heavy iron weights on his arms and legs. Valdez was an imposing sight, and anyone encountering him for the first time might mistake him for a hardened criminal. The villagers knew better, but they still found it hard to grow accustomed to his appearance. Neville scratched his cheek, gesturing toward the iron weights. How long do you plan to carry those around? Valdez, still a young lad, had trained diligently for the past 3 months. His arms bore a few tightly packed muscle knots, evidence of his efforts. Why? He asked, curious. The Lord instructed you to carry them for several months, Neville replied. But it's rather peculiar, don't you think? Valdez shrugged. Well, it's been 3 months and I've already made progress. He flexed his biceps, revealing the tightly coiled muscles. Neville sighed, watching as Valdez attempted to lift his shirt to display his abs. All right, Neville said. But let's get to the real matter. This is what the Lord requested. He produced a small, violet-hued bead. The bead emitted a faint, candy-like fragrance, and its size barely exceeded that of a newborn's fingernail. Valdez examined it, puzzled. Is this what the Lord spoke of? On Lord Yan's first day in Armenia, he had tasked Neville with creating an item that would rejuvenate the land, a gift capable of reshaping the power dynamics among knights, mages, and the continent's rulers. It seems so small, Valdez murmured. Neville agreed. True, the ingredients weren't extraordinary, mostly herbs and a few fruits readily available in Armenia. The concoction contained herbs, some wild grasses, and fruits. Neville understood their individual effects well, but combining them into something with unpredictable results was a challenge. But, Neville continued, it's the Lord's request. There must be a deeper purpose. Valdez nodded. Indeed. Our benefactor, the one who brought peace to our village. As they spoke, Valdez suddenly perked up, pointing toward the village entrance. There he is, Lord Yan. Lord Yan strode confidently toward them, and the villagers gathered, eager to welcome their savior. Lord Yan, weary from his endeavors, entered the village with a tired expression. Today marks the end of this task. As he stepped into the village, the residents greeted him with offerings of fruits, bread, and meat. "Oh my lord, you've lost so much weight from all the hard work. Here's some kush fruit, good for fatigue. Have one when you have a headache. Try the bread my sister baked this time. Ha ha ha, my lord. This is the wild boar I caught today." Yan, with a troubled smile, graciously accepted the overwhelming amount of food they handed him. "Thank you, but really, you don't need to go to such lengths for me." "Nonsense. It's because of you that our days are worth living." "Indeed, my lord, I still have nightmares about those times when those scoundrels roamed free." "Ha ha, I'll enjoy it gratefully." With an awkward chuckle, Yan headed towards his mansion, a grand structure unlike any other home in the village, recently built by the villagers. Despite the scarcity of materials resulting in its wooden construction, it was sturdy and well-crafted, a testament to their dedication. Thud, creak. Yan, his arms full of food, kicked open the door and entered the mansion. He was greeted by a warm blast from the fireplace where logs burned brightly. Yan chuckled to himself. That Valdez, always up to unnecessary things. For 3 months, Valdez had insisted on a warm welcome whenever he returned home. Yan carefully placed the food on the table and sank into a chair, sweeping his hair back. "Is today the last day I venture into the forest of beasts?" For the past 3 months, Yan had not missed a single day in the forest, aiming to reduce the number of top predators and control the overall population of beasts. And then there was the matter of the hidden rebels. Where could those revolutionaries be hiding? Despite his efforts to find the rebels rumored to be in Armenia, they remained elusive. But Yan was not in a hurry. He had prepared what to discuss with Damien during the upcoming recruitment period. "I'll consult with Uncle Damien and finish this first." As Yan examined the map of the forest of beasts he had created and bit into a piece of bread, someone knocked on the door. "Knock knock, Lord, it's Neville." Yan's eyes, previously dulled with fatigue, suddenly sparkled with anticipation. He opened the door to greet Neville. "Welcome, what brings you here?" It was a casual question, but Yan's face was filled with expectation. Neville, beaming, presented a leather pouch. "I've succeeded, my lord." "Wow." Yan's eyes widened as he took the pouch and reached inside to pull out a handful of its contents, examining the scent and color slowly. Neville smiled contentedly. Seeing Yan's apparent pleasure felt like a reward for his efforts. "It wasn't difficult to gather the ingredients you mentioned, my lord, but finding the right blend was quite challenging. Fortunately, I managed to do it before the year's end." Yan was impressed by the shorter-than-expected timeframe. "I never thought you'd actually manage to make it." He had provided the ingredients, but without the exact blend, he had almost given up hope. The combination is just as important as the ingredients when making medicine. There are countless cases where even after thousands, tens of thousands of attempts, the correct blend remains elusive. With each additional ingredient, the number of possible combinations increases exponentially. Yan stood up abruptly and patted Neville's shoulder, laughing brightly. "You've done a great job. Thanks to you, Neville, Armenia's progress will accelerate significantly." "Can we really achieve such results with this?" Yan laughed at Neville's skepticism. "Of course." If one only saw these, Neville's doubts wouldn't seem strange at all. The beads Neville had created were still in their unfinished state, with just a few more steps. They could create an item capable of causing a storm across the continent. "I'll take my leave now." "Thank you, really." "I mean it." "Ha ha ha, your words are a relief." Yan escorted Neville to the entrance and then returned to the table, shaking the leather pouch over it. "Chrrrrrr, a vast number of beads poured out. "Ha ha ha ha, jackpot, to think you've already achieved such a high level of completion." Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Let's take a look." Maman peeked out of the pouch and hopped onto the table. Thump. Maman picked up a bead and exclaimed in admiration. "It's exactly as you said. With this, nothing is impossible." Yan grinned and pulled out an interdimensional pouch. He then took out a small pouch and sprinkled its contents over Neville's beads. Whoosh, a purple powder cascaded down. The powder was made from magic stones, finely ground after being collected from the beasts in the Forest of Beasts over 3 months. "Maman!" At Yan's call, Maman nodded. Maman waved his hand towards the purple powder and the beads. A tremendous amount of mana swirled, and the magic stone powder on the table began to liquefy. just as the liquid made from the magic stone powder was about to spill over the edge of the table. Swoosh, Mammon waved his hand again. The liquid began to transform, bubbling, boiling. The purple liquid started to coalesce and, upon touching the beads, began to bubble and merge with them. It was a mystical sight that would have amazed any onlooker. But Yan, watching from the side, had a stern expression. As time passed and the liquid was fully absorbed by the beads, "It's done." "Phew!" Yan let out a breath of relief. But he couldn't relax just yet. It wasn't a success until it was confirmed. Yan clenched and unclenched his fist, then quickly picked up a bead. Mammon, seemingly nervous, trembled as he watched Yan. Yan popped a bead into his mouth and chewed a few times before swallowing. A sweet taste lingered in his mouth, and the bead quickly turned into a liquid and slid down his throat. The liquid, though minuscule, transformed into mana and accumulated in the mana heart. Is it a success? Ha 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 ha. Yan shook with laughter, his head bowed. Then, ha 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 ha. It's a success. He burst into triumphant laughter. Then, quickly bring out the best one, didn't you promise? At Mammon's shout, Yan laughed and handed over a handful of beads. Mammon absorbed the beads and erupted into maniacal laughter. We've finally made it, the artificial elixir. The artificial elixir that Isaac had created in a previous life. It was what Yan had thought of as soon as he arrived in Armenia and saw the forest of beasts. This was an item of immense value, capable of changing the paradigm of the continent. It was a treasure sufficient to bathe Armenia in golden light. Ha ha ha, now all that's left is to build a factory for mass production. Yan dreamed of a rosy future, laughing ominously. For a moment, he glanced at the calendar, then slowly rose from his seat. The recruitment period for the training center starts tomorrow. Yan toyed with the artificial elixirs, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With these, recruiting talents from the training center would be a breeze. Moreover, many nobles would be participating. I wonder how surprised the nobles will be when they see this. Yan imagined the upcoming recruitment period and laughed heartily. Chapter 140. A few days later, near the train station close to the Dragon Soldier training camp. The place, which had always been quiet, was now bustling with more people than usual. The reason? The start of the talent recruitment period. This was a golden opportunity to recruit trainees who had learned everything there was to learn at the training camp and had demonstrated sufficient potential. Whether it was a promising knight or any other capable individual. The effort and resources invested in discovering and nurturing them were akin to a lucrative business venture. Among the crowd, nobles from distant regions stood out, their imposing presence drawing curious glances. One of them, Lord Soma, approached someone with a warm smile. "Ah, it's been a while, Count Zion. Have you been well?" Count Zion, a skilled warrior from the expanding eastern territories, returned the greeting with his usual gentle smile. "Haha, if I had any troubles, this old man would have met his end already. I hear you've recently welcomed a son. You had 3 daughters before, so it's a fortunate turn of events. Next time, bring your son along to visit." "Really? Has news of that already reached the eastern lands?" "Haha, it's embarrassing." Soma nodded, allowing Zion to conclude the conversation first. After all, Zion was a powerful figure, and many nobles sought his favor. As they walked, Soma playfully nudged a rural noble who had joined them. "You see, this man here recently took office. He hasn't been here long. But Zion, you know how these influential nobles are always looking for an opportunity. They're probably hoping to secure their noble status by ingratiating themselves with you." The rural noble widened his eyes. "What, weren't you just exchanging pleasantries with Count Zion?" Soma chuckled. "Exactly. He's only been in office for a short while. Zion wasn't asking about his well-being. He was subtly hinting that if this noble wants to secure his title, he should step down gracefully and let his older daughters and much older son inherit the noble status." The rural noble grimaced. He hadn't expected such cunning beneath the seemingly casual exchange of pleasantries. Indeed, in the political arena, nobles with thick skin didn't take even a simple greeting lightly. Soma continued, "Becoming a noble after your father isn't all it's cracked up to be. After a few rounds of endless power struggles, you'll change your mind. Sometimes it's better not to accept such titles." Haha. As they conversed, nobles and officials from various institutions arrived at the train station. From non-combat agencies to the frontline operatives of the Surveillance Bureau and the Security Corps, they all made their way to the training camp. Most of the officials brushed off the nobles' attempts to approach them, maintaining a polite yet firm demeanor. But not all officials were equally dismissive. "Perhaps they'll arrive soon," Diana, the head of the Surveillance Bureau, waited at the station. Despite her urgent need to review trainee information, something more pressing occupied her mind. Soon, someone approached her, none other than Count Zion, followed by a retinue of attendants. "Long time no see, director of the Surveillance Bureau. Has it been 3 years?" Diana's expression revealed her annoyance, but Zion remained undeterred. He seemed genuinely interested, sticking close to her side. "Director, do you also have someone you're waiting for?" "Yes, I believe the last arrival should be here soon. Count Zion, you have many people waiting for you. Perhaps you should leave promptly." Zion chuckled, seemingly amused by Diana's sharp tone. He gestured toward the incoming train. "Well, I'm also waiting for someone." Count Zion waiting eagerly, but His Highness the Crown Prince is already at the training camp. Zion's smile widened. "Well, the person I'm waiting for might be the same as the one you're waiting for." Diana frowned. Being in the Surveillance Bureau didn't grant her the authority to dismiss a powerful figure like Zion. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their conversation. Vroom! A sleek, black train pulled into the station, its polished surface gleaming. As the doors opened, a stream of people poured out. Diana and Zion both widened their eyes, searching for someone. Finally, they locked eyes with the last person to disembark. This individual's attire stood out from the other passengers. Instead of the heavy fur coats worn by most travelers, they wore a relatively thin leather outfit. It was made from materials salvaged from dismantled monsters, an Armenian creation. The person who stepped off the train, Yan, greeted familiar faces with a cool smile. Long time no see, everyone. Diana marveled at Yan's rapid transformation, which had occurred in just a few months. Once she could gauge his martial prowess with precision, but now, I'm not so sure anymore. For someone like her, who had reached the realm of superhumans, there were only 2 reasons for this uncertainty. Either Yan possessed an artifact that could conceal his true level, or he had ascended to the realm of superhumans himself. With a hint of curiosity, Diana probed, "Have you recently?" Before she could finish, Yan flashed a knowing grin. "You're probably right in your guess." "Indeed," Diana exclaimed. His growth was astonishing, far beyond what one would expect from an 18-year-old. To think he had reached the realm of superhumans before even turning 20. A feat that even the youngest prince in the Empire's history had only achieved at 23. And that too with the greatest martial talent ever known, aided by potent elixirs and intensive private tutoring from the Duke. Yet Yan had none of that fervent support. If anything, his training at the academy and access to the Imperial Armory were all he had. Diana's gaze grew steely as she pondered. A needle will eventually pierce through the pocket. For better or worse, this man will shake the Empire within a decade. But that was a worry for another day. With a composed expression, Diana extended her hand to Yan. "Thank you for keeping your promise regarding the special task force. It's a pity I couldn't witness it with my own eyes." Yan accepted the handshake. "It couldn't be helped. I heard you played some tricks on the Surveillance Bureau, but why were you waiting for me?" Diana offered a bittersweet smile. "I hadn't thanked you yet. We're not exactly neighbors, after all." Considering the day-long train journey between Armenia and the capital, her point was clear. "Ah, I see." After the handshake, Diana promptly walked towards the training camp, leaving Yan to turn his attention elsewhere. Count Zion awaited him. The mask has been discarded, Yan thought, noticing the mix of greed and anticipation on Zion's face. Zion approached Yan eagerly. "I thought my neck would stretch from waiting. It's time to deliver on your promise, isn't it?" He referred to their past deal, the remedy capable of purifying the dead plains of the East. Yan nodded, producing a vial from his cloak. "Of course." Zion's brow furrowed slightly at the sight. "Is that all? Didn't I tell you? I'll shorten a plan that would take 20 or 30 years down to 3. Zion remembered Yan's words and nodded. "This is a prototype. Proof that my words are no lie. And that means it will take some time before mass production begins. This is the prototype, and once production starts, I'll send them regularly to House Zion." Zion's eyebrows twitched. It sounded like a promise to honor the deal, but the seasoned politician knew there was more to it. So, for better or worse, we'll maintain a very close relationship for at least 3 years, even if it costs me my gallbladder. The drug had him hooked. If it truly worked, he'd have to ensure Yan's well-being to keep the supply flowing. Zion took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and looked at Yan with eyes gleaming with pure light. "I'll trust you, thank you." Yan bowed his head, but Zion couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been outplayed. Shaking his head, Zion focused on the bigger picture, securing his position as the Duke of the East. If tolerating a slight loss to Yan meant accelerating his plans, it was a price worth paying. "Then our deal is concluded. Shall we head to the training camp? You're here for the talent recruitment, aren't you?" "Indeed," Zion asked playfully, "but can you really spot any worthy talents among all these nobles and officials? You've only been a noble for less than a year, haven't you?" His tone was mocking, but Yan remained unfazed, his face brimming with confident amusement. "You might have to give up on this year's recruitment, Count." Zion's eyes widened at Yan's assertion, then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well then, let's see." Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Zion might have taken his words as youthful bravado, but how long would that amused expression last? "Surely, this won't lead to any hard feelings between us. What a thing to say." Zion laughed heartily and led the way, with Yan following him to the training camp. Chapter 141. At the Dragon Soldier Project Training Center, the trainees, who were usually clad in their workout gear, received a sharp change of attire. Neat suits were distributed instead. According to the instructors, from today onwards, training would be put on hold for the talent recruitment period, as high-ranking individuals were expected to visit. While some trainees had eagerly awaited this day, voicing no complaints, others were openly disgruntled. Roman and Cruel were among the latter. "It's like we're livestock being traded, dressed up prettily just before being sold off," Roman grumbled. "You look the part of livestock too, which makes it all the more fitting," Cruel retorted. "Do you have a death wish?" As Roman and Cruel bickered as usual, Casa, who often stuck with them, deftly intervened. "Shush, not today, okay? Even the usually lenient instructors won't show any mercy today. Look over there." Casa pointed towards a corner where the instructors were gathered, eyes sharp, vigilantly watching over the trainees. With a change in the special task force leader, the instructors had softened, but today they were as strict as ever. Lorna and Charles shook their heads at the sight of the male trainees' antics. "How long will they keep this up? Don't you think so, Lady Lorna? Just ignore them. It's a headache to get involved." "You're right, aren't you?" Charles smiled wryly, surveying the surroundings. The sight of all the trainees lined up in rows on the first-floor common area was strikingly similar to their early days at the training center. Of course, only a handful of survivors remained compared to back then. At that moment, nobles and institution heads began to trickle in. The trainees were abuzz as they watched the nobles and institution heads stride through the entrance. "Hey, look over there, it's the chief of police. There are people from the Sangong family too, and the inspection bureau, said to be on par with the special task force. The noble-born kids say today could be a chance to rise in status, and it's true." The trainees were awestruck by the presence of such high-ranking individuals whom they wouldn't dare to even glance at directly. Being recruited by the people mentioned today would be a golden opportunity to leap from commoner to privileged class. No, even being recruited by an unmentioned country noble would mean living without the worry of hunger for a lifetime. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Who among these distinguished visitors would choose to take them? What offers would be extended? Their hearts began to pound with excitement at the possibilities. As the trainees harbored grand dreams, gazing at the nobles entering the venue, the instructors, led by Damien, were in constant motion. Distributing documents filled with trainees' information to the numerous nobles was no easy task. With only one document left, Damien exhaled with a look of distaste. "Is this the last one?" He searched for the individual numbered 100 and soon found him. Damien's eyes widened in recognition. It was Yan, wearing a badge marked 100. "Wow, you've changed quite a bit after staying in such a nice place with good water and air, haven't you?" Yan smiled awkwardly as Damien greeted him warmly. "It's only been 3 months, what are you talking about? Has it not started yet?" "It's about to start. Where are you off to?" Yan chuckled and shook his head. Nothing like that. Just wanted to say hi to the guys, it's been a while. There will be plenty of time for that later. You know how the process works, don't you? Yan had experienced the talent recruitment several times before his regression. He knew better than anyone here how and in what order things would proceed. However, Damien, thinking Yan was unaware, briefly explained. After I give my speech and step down, we'll start with number 1. Each person will go up and talk about the advantages of their faction. It's a way to appeal and attract the trainees. Yan nodded. Then, when it's my turn, I'll have to give an excellent speech. Indeed, but it won't be easy. The people who came today are quite formidable. That's true. I've heard this batch is the best ever. Damien smirked in agreement. Even excluding Yan, there were more than 5 trainees who had reached the 5th rank. The other trainees were also skilled enough to easily overpower a novice knight. Damien continued his explanation. After the appeal time ends, the trainees will choose the faction they want to join. The chosen faction will then have the priority to recruit those trainees. Recruitment is only finalized when both parties make the same choice. Those who are not recruited by any faction will naturally become part of the special task force. Having finished his explanation, Damien shrugged his shoulders, indicating he would leave if there were no further questions. Let's have a cup of tea after everything is over. I have something important to tell you. Tea? Sure. I'll send an instructor later, so wait for me. I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. With that, Damien turned and left, and shortly after, the newly installed podium on the upper floor of the common area was lit up. Tap, tap. Damien, tapping the voice amplification artifact a couple of times, began his speech. Greetings to the nobles and institution heads who have come from all over the Empire. I am honored to have been appointed as the leader of the Special Task Force by His Majesty. His voice, carried by the artifact and connected speakers, echoed through the training center. And shortly after, I'll keep it short. We will now begin the talent recruitment for the Dragon Soldier Project trainees. The talent recruitment period had begun. The trainees still stood on the first-floor common area, while the distinguished guests who had come to the training center leaned against the third-floor railing, attentively listening to others' appeals. First in line were the knight commanders representing the Sangong family. Their faces were familiar to most, having been known before the regression. Curiously, Hans, the butler from the northern Beowulf Duchy, was also present. Is it because he was a former knight commander that Hans has a keen eye for talent? Yan wondered as he discreetly observed him. However, Yan quickly realized he was mistaken. Hans's gaze was fixed solely on Lorna, who stood above the common area. If it's Lorna, there's a good chance Hans personally recommended her, surpassing the knight commanders. If he had come to recruit talent, he should have prepared a speech or at least some appealing points. Yet he seemed entirely unprepared. Unless, does he have a hidden agenda? Yan pondered. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the recruitment period began. The first to make an appeal was the commander of the Sun Knights, the premier knightly order under the Southern Duke, known as the Duke of the Sun. His distinguishing features were his sun-kissed skin, imposing stature, and rebellious gaze. The trainees naturally assumed he would be rough and boisterous. However, the moment he began to speak, they had to retract their assumptions. Greetings, trainees of the Dragon Soldier Project. I am Marriott, serving under the esteemed Duke Judah Cabalin. Marriott, the knight, spoke with a surprisingly soft and dignified tone. Yan was familiar with Marriott Jin, also known as the Knight of Scorching Heat. He was one of the favorites of the Southern Duke, a superhuman who had reached the 3rd rank. Yan listened in admiration as Marriott outlined the Southern Duke's recruitment terms, which were quite exceptional. The pride of the Southern Duke's domain, the Cabalin Navy, was offering the right to board their warships. To the uninitiated, this might not seem extraordinary, but those in the know understood its significance. Yan couldn't help but smirk at Marriott's bold offer. The Southern Duke's main adversaries are the pirates who roam the treacherous seas. As such, the Duke of the Sun holds his ship captains in high esteem, perhaps even more so than his knight commanders. Of course, reaching the rank of ship captain required immense capability, but the mere opportunity to board a warship was akin to opening the gates to a promising career. The trainees, aware of this, were wide-eyed, itching to leap at the chance. Next up were the right-hand men of the Western and Eastern Dukes. Beowulf, the white wolf of the Western Duke, known as the Phantom Duke. Riley, the Knight of Roses, the right hand of the Eastern Duke, known as the Thorn Duke. Both were superhumans whose prowess was matched by few in the Empire, aside from the Sangong family. Despite their significant authority, they seemed oddly passive about this talent recruitment. At best, they offered positions as apprentice knights in their orders. While these offers were not insignificant, given the prestige of their knightly orders, they paled in comparison to the Sun Duke's terms. Then came Hans, the butler of the Beowulf Duke's household, well known to Yan. His appearance caused the trainees standing in the common area to glance surreptitiously at Lorna, and the other Sangong family's representatives swallowed hard at the sight of Hans. Though retired from active duty, Hans had been a formidable force among the Sangong family's knights in his prime. Now, as the Beowulf household's butler, he was known as the only person who could speak frankly to the Frost Duke. If he had stepped forward, it was possible he brought something even more enticing than the Sun Duke's offer. The Ice Flower himself has taken the stage. Did the Phantom Duke foresee this and deliberately opt out of this recruitment? Damn it. Hans then took a different approach from the other Sangong family's representatives. I am Hans of the Northern Wall. Unlike the fellows before me, I have no prestigious positions to offer. A flicker of disappointment crossed the trainee's eyes at Hans's words, but Hans wasn't finished. However, any trainee who joins the Beowulf household will be personally mentored by me. I'm not talking about mere advancement. I will generously impart skills and teachings until you stand as true powerhouses. With a mischievous smile unbecoming of his age, Hans pointed at the Sangong family's representatives. For the record, I am stronger than those lads. For the first time, a cheer erupted from the common area at Hans's fiery appeal. It was the most abstract yet, perhaps the most radical and heart-pounding proposition of all. Lorna shook her head at the atmosphere in the common area. Afterward, nobles and institution heads continued to step forward, each offering various conditions to recruit the trainees. Some promised vast wealth, others superior martial arts. Lesser nobles, with weaker forces and power, offered positions as future knight commanders, heirloom swords, or secret family martial arts. Institution heads uniformly promised a path to the elite. Thus, the order swiftly progressed until it reached the last number, 100. Yan exhaled sharply as his number was called and ascended the podium. The trainees began to murmur at the sight of a familiar face, but the instructors quickly silenced them, and in the ensuing silence, Yan spoke. Good to see you all. You know me, right? Yan, number 974. Yan didn't mention flowery words or prestigious positions like the others. He made just one promise. Come to me, and I'll give you enough elixirs to last a lifetime. The contract is for 3 years, after which you're free to leave. Elixirs for 3 years and then freedom? Doubt flickered in the trainee's eyes, but Yan's next words turned that doubt into eagerness. First come, first served. As soon as Yan finished speaking, his terms turned the training center upside down. Not just the trainees, but all the distinguished guests from across the empire were stirred. Chapter 142. The appeal of Yan's proposal stirred both nobles and trainees within the training grounds. Their murmurs filled the air. Is that even possible? Handing out elixirs like that, and working for just 3 years? Sacheng's words contained 2 key points: abundant elixir, an elixir substantial enough to last a lifetime. Freedom after 3 years, the promise that they could leave as they pleased after 3 years. Certain nobles furrowed their brows. It defied their common sense. Where would Yan find the resources to gather so many elixirs, and how would they compensate for the loss if trainees left after 3 years? The high-ranking officers, standing alongside the nobles, observed Yan's actions with keen interest. Unlike the nobles, they had little to lose even if they couldn't recruit talented individuals. And then it happened. Marriott, a visitor from the southern dukedom, raised his hand with a cold expression. Forgive me, but your words are hard to believe. Even the trainees find it difficult. Can you provide proof? Elixirs were treated as treasures, each one rare and valuable. To offer such an elixir in exchange for a mere 3 years of service seemed impossible by Marriott's standards. Yan, standing on the dais, met Marriott's gaze. A faint smile played on his lips, a smile inappropriate for someone backed into a corner. Caught you, Yan thought. His ambiguous conditions were all bait, designed to lead to this very situation. Yan cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. How can I prove my words? Marriott responded with a straightforward solution. Demonstrate the existence of such an elixir. If that's proven, then the other conditions will naturally apply. The nobles concurred with Marriott's pragmatic approach. Exactly. To offer such a precious elixir, unbelievable. Let's verify it now. As the nobles' voices grew louder, Damien, who had been observing from a distance, stepped forward. Considering the debate revolves around whether the conditions are true or false, let's focus on that. Marriott nodded. Agreed. Damien continued. Then, Lord Yan, as the sole disciple of the special commander, would you be willing to test this elixir? If it's genuine, the other conditions will naturally follow. Yan raised an eyebrow. Certainly. From his pocket, Yan produced a leather pouch. The sound of clinking beads echoed as he retrieved a handful of violet-colored orbs. Behold, Yan declared, this is the elixir I spoke of. The nobles erupted into chaos. They questioned its authenticity, accusing Yan of mocking them. But these beads, unlike typical elixirs, failed to evoke any extraordinary sensations. They appeared no different from common trinkets sold in markets. Undeterred by the fierce criticism, Yan maintained his composure. Special Commander, would you care to sample one? Confirm whether it truly is an elixir or not. Damien's eyes widened. Yet, instead of reaching for the beads, he hesitated. Marriott seized the opportunity. You are the Special Commander's sole disciple. Even if the Special Commander himself confirms it, misunderstandings may still arise. Damien halted mid-motion. Then, with a wry smile, he asked, do you doubt me? That I'd cover up my disciple's lies. It's merely a possibility, Marriott replied. Only a possibility. Damien's and Marriott's exchange created an intriguing tension. Within the training grounds, silence settled, a pause in the battle of wills between third-stage cultivators. Breaking the silence, Yan grinned at Marriott. Why complicate matters? Just have Marriott try it. Must we make this harder than necessary? Marriott's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected Yan to be so forthright. Perhaps, Marriott wondered, does he believe Prince Huang and the Special Commander will resolve this? Marriott could not voice his doubts. There was no evidence yet of Yan's deceitful proposition. Verification was essential. After organizing his thoughts, Marriott nodded. There's no need for that. Since you've permitted it, I shall verify it myself. The nobles snickered, anticipating Yan's impending humiliation, while the trainees, unable to foresee the outcome, could only swallow their anxiety. Marriott rose from his seat among the distinguished guests and approached the podium where Yan stood. As he reached Yan, Marriott whispered a piece of advice. If this is a falsehood, you can still retract your claim. You'll endure momentary scorn, but at least you won't bear the full brunt of responsibility. I offer this counsel for the sake of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Yan shrugged nonchalantly, pushing forward a handful of what he claimed to be elixirs. Marriott's frown deepened as he picked up one of the purple beads and brought it to his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Marriott chewed slowly on the bead Yan had handed him and then swallowed. His eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to look at Yan with astonishment. Yan simply continued to smile. From a distance, Damien asked, So, Lord Marriott, do you believe that what our guest has presented is indeed an elixir? All eyes within the training center were fixed on Marriott's face, tense with anticipation. Marriott scanned the crowd, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. I apologize for the commotion. It is indeed an elixir. To his astonishment, it was genuine. As he chewed and swallowed, he felt a minute amount of mana accumulate in his dantian. Though it was a tiny amount, the undeniable fact was that mana had gathered in his dantian, confirming the substance's nature as an elixir. Marriott's declaration sent another wave of shock through the training center. They had all seen Yan pull out a pouch full of purple beads earlier. If all of those were elixirs, how did he manage to acquire so many? Speculation ran wild, with some even guessing that Yan might be an imperial bastard, just like Damien. Yan, facing the astonished expressions of the nobles and trainees, spoke. I know you have many questions right now, but it would be absurd to let my actions disrupt the event's schedule. Yan continued with a gentle smile. While circumstances prevent me from disclosing much, I can share this much with you. The nobles looked at Yan, each wearing a different expression. Yan took a deep breath and revealed, "I have discovered a method to mass-produce elixirs." Yan's declaration that he had found a way to mass-produce elixirs hit the assembly like a thunderbolt, leaving the faces of nobles and institution heads ashen. Mass-produce elixirs, you say? Such a thing? Is it even conceivable? Some impetuous nobles, unable to accept the claim, gestured wildly in protest. The rest began to ponder the implications. If elixirs could indeed be mass-produced, it would cause an uproar not just in the empire, but across the entire continent. Children, who took time to sense mana, would have their process expedited by consuming elixirs. Wealthy nobles would lavish their knights with elixirs, bolstering their forces. Those in power would seek Yan's favor to acquire these artificial elixirs, and through such dealings, Yan would amass wealth equivalent to mountains of gold. Even a cursory thought revealed as much, and just if one could possess the method to mass-produce elixirs, gulp, greed began to glimmer in the eyes of some nobles. At that moment, Hans, seated among the nobility, chuckled and rose to his feet. "Would you be willing to share some with the Beowulf Duke's house? Of course, I owe the Duke a great debt, so I'll ensure a quality supply." "Heh, I'll be looking forward to it." Next was Count Zion. "Listen here, I trust our relationship, but surely you won't exclude the Zion Duke's house, right?" "Ha, of course not. As long as you pay the price, I'll supply as much as you need." "Ah, much obliged." Their conversation caused those harboring greed to abandon their schemes. With ties to the Northern Guardian, Duke Beowulf, and the Eastern Tiger, Count Zion, not to mention the trust of the Crown Prince and the Special Commander, crossing Yan would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. But they were not disheartened. In their recent exchange, Yan had not said give, but supply. This meant Yan intended to sell the artificial elixirs for money. Not just the nobles, but the institution heads too looked at Yan with earnest eyes. If elixirs could be mass-produced, it would greatly benefit their organizations. With various thoughts in mind, the time for the trainees to make their choices approached. The instructors began explaining the selection process. It was simple. Just approach the faction whose conditions appealed to you from those that had presented earlier. Representatives from 100 factions stood on the auditorium stage. The trainees needed only to line up at their faction of choice. A buzz started among the trainees. "Hey, where are you headed? Didn't you hear what Lord Sun said? He's offering a chance to board a warship." "I'd rather be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon." "Wow, after all the life-and-death situations, you're choosing a rural lordship." As the instructors stepped forward, the commotion among the trainees subsided. Then, one by one, they began moving towards their chosen factions. After about an hour, all the trainees had made their selections. "Ha, as expected. Unbelievable. Has there ever been such a recruitment period?" "Never." The guests chuckled at the revealed outcome. It was inevitable. Only 3 trainees had chosen the faction of Lord Sun, who had offered the most extravagant conditions. 1 each for the East and West. 6 for the Northern Duke's house. 9 for the other nobles and institution heads. 4 decided to stay with the special task force. And the rest? Who would have thought a single noble house would sweep up 80 trainees? If I'd known, I would have waited for the next cohort. 80 trainees stood in line before Yan. Yan looked at the trainees before him and grinned. "Welcome. Let's do our best from here on out." Chapter 143. As the moment of selection arrived, 5 trainees stood before Yan faster than anyone else. They were the top 5 in the training center's rankings: Cruel, Lorna, Roman, Casa, and Charl. With Yan's recent acquisition of a noble title and land, their ranks had risen by 1. Yan looked at the trainees before him with a hint of surprise. "Are you all okay?" he asked. Cruel and Roman were the ones he had intended to take with him without question. However, now the others had clung to him as well. Lorna, Casa, Charl, they had all headed straight for Yan during the time of choice, just like Cruel and Roman, without a moment's hesitation. "If you make us strong," Roman said, nodding solemnly in response to Yan's question. He had felt himself grow stronger each day as he mastered the technique, Diamond, that Yan had taught him. He believed that with Yan, who knew him better than he knew himself, he could become even stronger. And after living with Yan for several years, the thought of serving under some other noble or a bureau chief wounded his pride. I can handle being a subordinate, but treat me like a slave, and I'll bite off the leash, Cruel said, echoing Roman's sentiment. Their first meeting had been disastrous, but Yan had saved his life multiple times since then. And Cruel could never forget how Yan had stood up for him at the palace banquet. "Clean up quickly. I can't stand the smell when I sleep," Yan ordered. "I apologize. Even though I knew it was rude, I couldn't control my emotions when I saw my comrade being harmed," one trainee replied. "I will accept punishment after I duel the one who harmed my comrade," another declared. Cruel's lips twitched slightly. Then he turned to Lorna and Casa, who stood before him, and began to tease them. "Didn't you two have places you wanted to go?" Lorna had aspired to join the Royal Knights, and Casa had wanted to enter the Inspection Bureau. Yet for some reason, they had run to Yan's side before anyone else. Lorna ignored Cruel's question. Indeed, she had hoped to join the Empire's strongest knight order, the Royal Knights, as Cruel had mentioned. But unfortunately, no representative from the Royal Knights had come for this recruitment. Her gaze settled on Yan, heavy with thought. What has happened all this time? She could no longer sense the gap between her and Yan, which she had faintly felt until recently. Having lived among the powerful Beowulf dukedom, she was well aware of such phenomena. Lorna bit her lips slightly, realizing the vast chasm that lay between her and Yan. When she first entered the training center, no trainee could compare to her, except for Cruel. But now, Yan, who had been ranked in the 900s, was soaring high, and 3 more trainees were now her equals. This meant she hadn't grown as much as the others, a stagnation. That's why she had come to Yan. If she could observe his every move, she too could continue to progress without stagnation. Thus, the allure of other elixirs had little impact on Lorna's choice. Cruel snorted at Lorna's disregard and turned away. "Weren't you going to the Inspection Bureau?" Casa Ifrain scratched his cheek with an awkward smile. "I was planning to, but somehow it turned out this way." He glanced at Yan. He's become stronger again. He hadn't forgotten the shock he felt in the East and had trained his technique every day without rest. Yet the gap between him and Yan hadn't narrowed. In fact, it seemed to have widened. His original goal had been to enter the Inspection Bureau to investigate the downfall of his family. But after hearing the conditions Yan offered, he changed his mind. He could consume as much synthetic elixir as he wanted, provided he worked for just 3 years. 3 years wasn't such a long time. So he planned to grow as much as possible during that time before knocking on the doors of the Inspection Bureau. Cruel clicked his tongue, displeased with Casa's attitude, and then looked at Charles, who stood next to Lorna. "Why?" Charles asked, his eyes wide. "Never mind. It's not worth talking about." Cruel shook his head. "More words would only bring more pain. That strange girl would just follow wherever Lorna went." Roman looked up at Yan and asked, "But if it's first come, first served, how many can there be?" The trainees lined up behind him began to sweat. Yan had offered to distribute synthetic elixir on a first-come, first-served basis. But there were 80 trainees who had chosen Yan. Even if he generously gave to 40, the remaining 40 would receive nothing. "I should have chosen a different faction if I knew this would happen. Please let it be me, please let it be me, please let it be me. Just give to 10, no more, no less." Tension filled the air among the trainees. The time to choose factions had ended, and they couldn't suddenly change their minds. Yan stroked his chin, looking at the anxious faces of the trainees. What to do?" The trainees swallowed hard, looking up at Yan with desperate eyes. Then Cruel shrugged his shoulders, glancing back at the trainees behind him. "Why bother with everyone? Just take care of me." You mad dog," one trainee exclaimed. "Who do you think you are?" another challenged. "What? You opportunists?" a third accused. Cruel had intended to be with Yan from the start, but the others were all blinded by the elixir. As Cruel was about to raise his fist in anger, Yan spoke. "Since you've come to our side, I'll take care of everyone." The trainees' eyes widened at his words. Especially those who had hesitated until the last moment and joined the line late, they heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Yan continued. "However, there's a condition." The trainees' gazes snapped back to him. A condition? What could it be? Yan looked at them and smiled slyly. "Did you think I was a volunteer just giving it away? But fair is fair. I'll give as much as you work for, so don't worry too much." It was a vague statement. No one knew how much effort it took to make a single elixir. nor what he meant by giving fairly. One of the trainees asked, "What kind of effort are you talking about?" The other trainees looked at Yan, echoing the question. Yan smiled like a villain. "You'll find out when you get there." Yan's successful recruitment. After successfully completing the recruitment, Yan instructed the trainees to wait momentarily in the common area. He then proceeded alone to the lodging where he had stayed. Upon arrival, he saw a girl sitting on the bed, tapping her feet rhythmically, visible through the window. As Yan opened the door and entered, the girl turned her head in surprise. "You've grown a lot, haven't you?" "Master." It had only been 3 months since they had parted. "Why did you come now?" But Leah, perhaps missing Yan during that time, already had tears welling up in her eyes. Yan's shoulders twitched at the sight. Why are you crying?" "Do you know how scared I was because no one came? That scary man didn't tell me anything, and the other dark figures just left after placing the meals. I really thought something had happened to you, Master." The scary man seemed to refer to the chief instructor, and the dark figures to the other instructors. It appeared that Damien and the instructors had taken care of Leah in his absence, though she might not think so. Yan ruffled Leah's hair with a smile. "I'm sorry for not being there for you. I've been too busy with work." Leah looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "Does that mean you're done with your tasks now?" "Yes. But now it's time to leave this place." Tears welled up in Leah's eyes again, thinking she was being abandoned. Yan hastily gestured with his hands. "No, you're coming with me, so don't worry." "Is that so?" The tearful face was gone, replaced by Leah's beaming smile. Yan sighed deeply. He had always prided himself on not being swayed by others, but he felt foolish for being influenced by Leah. Yan chuckled and shook his head. Is it because she's like a sister? If he had a sister, would she be around Leah's age? Thus, Yan and Leah spent about an hour catching up on trivial matters, and then, "I'll go see that scary man for a moment, so wait here. I'll come back to pick you up." "Okay, should I pack my things?" "That would be great." Yan stroked the brightly smiling Leah's head and left the lodging. He then began walking towards the chief instructor's office. Thud, thud. He encountered instructors along the way. In the past, they would have glared and picked fights or treated him oppressively. But now, perhaps due to a sense of camaraderie from fighting together at the recent hearing, the instructors greeted him warmly or sent friendly glances. He then ran into one of Damien's closest senior instructors. It was the person he had met when he first brought Leah. "Going to see the chief instructor, or should I say, the special task force leader?" "Yes. Come with me. This might be the last time we see each other, so let me guide you." The senior instructor hesitated for a moment. "No, now that you're a noble, I should speak respectfully." "Forget it. It makes me cringe." "Good. It was a bit of a struggle for me to speak formally to a trainee I used to command." The senior instructor chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Yan smiled faintly. The instructor's tone, once oppressive, now seemed warm and welcoming. Is this what they call the changing of times? In such a short period, the way people looked at him had changed. Yan nodded and followed the senior instructor to the chief instructor's office. "Then, I'll be off. Let's meet again if we can." "Yes, thank you." The senior instructor left. Yan gazed at the office door with a distant look. Until not long after his return, he had felt tense every time he saw this door. The Damien he knew was a traitor, cruel and cunning. Even though Yan had served as the leader of the special task force before his return, Damien was not someone to be taken lightly. Who would have thought such a man would be related to my father? To think that the man he had intended to oust at all costs was now his uncle, his nephew. Life was indeed unpredictable. Yan chuckled and pulled open the office door. Creak. Inside, Damien was waiting with his arms crossed. "What brings you here? You want to ask me for a favor?" It seemed he had misunderstood Yan's earlier request for a moment of his time. Or maybe not. In a way, it was a favor worth asking for. Yan nodded. "Yes, I have a favor to ask of you, uncle." Damien smirked and teased Yan. "After sweeping up all the trainees, you still have favors to ask?" "Yes." There was no playfulness in Yan's eyes. Damien sighed deeply. "Considering all you've done for me, I should grant you a favor." Damien scratched his cheek, looking troubled. "With so many eyes watching and wary of me, it's a bit premature to use the special task force for favors." Yan shook his head. "It's not about the special task force." "Huh, you have a personal favor to ask? I can grant you that much." Damien's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was curious about what personal favor Yan would ask for. Yan's gaze grew cold. It was time to find his father. Despite searching every corner of Armenia for the past few months, he had found no trace of him. There was only one option left. Please recommend me to the Revolutionary Army, whether as your successor or your closest aide. Yan had no choice but to enter the Revolutionary Army himself to find his father. Chapter 144. You want me to recommend you to the revolutionaries? Damien's face hardened like stone. The revolutionaries of old were one thing, but the current lot were no different from a terrorist group. And that wasn't all. The man who ousted Yan's father and took the seat as the leader of the revolutionaries was truly fearsome. He changed the title of Commander-in-Chief to Supreme Leader. By drawing in external forces, he expanded the mere 4 legions into 8. In just a few years, he had erased most traces of the former revolutionaries with his incredible savvy. Even Theo, hailed as a once-in-a-lifetime genius alongside the crown prince, and Owen, the old man who had long been with the revolutionaries, could barely withstand the current supreme leader's political onslaught. Yan joining such a dangerous group of revolutionaries. Damien voiced his negative opinion with a heavy tone. You must be thinking of saving your father, but it's too difficult now. It would be better to join after Theo and old man Owen have grown their forces a bit more. Yan shook his head. I want to rescue my father as soon as possible. Waiting doesn't suit my temperament. No, waiting is the right move. The current supreme leader of the revolutionaries is a terrifying person. Yan's eyes sparkled. He felt sorry for Damien, but he himself was second to none when it came to being cunning. If even Damien spoke so then, it's hard to even imagine. In his previous life, there was virtually no information known about the leader of the revolutionaries until his own death. They had captured a few officers and Damien, but that was the end of it. Then, the image of the emperor from his past life, who had looked at him with such a mechanical gaze, flashed through his mind. The emperor of his past life was as formidable in politics as he was in force. If he were to set a standard for the supreme leader, perhaps as formidable as the emperor of my past life. With that thought, the adversary seemed quite challenging, but he was undeterred. Hadn't he once landed a blow on the emperor of his past life? Yan met Damien's gaze. Please, I beg you, if it becomes dangerous, I promise I'll pull out immediately. Moved by Yan's earnest plea, Damien let out a sigh. Then, with a furrowed brow, he looked at Yan. Having overcome countless adversities, perhaps this young man could escape from the supreme leader too? Maybe, but he couldn't easily give an affirmative answer. Yan was the son of his benefactor. The guilt of not being able to rescue his benefactor, who was currently imprisoned somewhere, was already heavy, and losing his son as well. Sigh, Damien shook his head. If Yan weren't his benefactor's son, he wouldn't have worried this much. Finally, after deep contemplation, Damien spoke. I'll think about it. For now, return to Armenia and get the trainees acclimated. Prioritize that, and once I've sorted out my thoughts, I'll contact you. Yan looked into Damien's eyes. The resolute look in them suggested that any further persuasion might lead to the conversation being dismissed altogether. Eventually, Yan also stepped back. Understood. After all, acclimating the trainees to the estate would take at least a month. If Damien still couldn't make a decision after that, I'll have to find a way. He had a few tricks from the revolutionaries in his previous life in mind, which could be used to at least get in at the lowest level. Then I'll take my leave. Yan bowed politely. Damien, seemingly unable to stand the sight of Yan, waved his hand dismissively to send him away. The words he had uttered must have been quite shocking. Creak. And so, Yan left the office. Left alone, Damien pressed his temples and leaned back. What do I do? He didn't want to send Yan to that dangerous supreme leader, but Yan's unyielding gaze kept haunting his mind. Because of that, his head began to throb. Damien let out a deep sigh. I don't know. He needed to sort out his thoughts, whether to send Yan to the revolutionaries or not. The training academy's grand event, the recruitment of talent, had drawn to a close. Dignitaries from across the empire could only chuckle in disbelief as they left empty-handed. During the usual talent recruitment period, even the most rural nobles would manage to take home at least one trainee. But this time, the recruitment was utterly dominated by a single family. Even the Southern Duke, one of the four great ducal houses, had offered staggering terms to no avail. If only the Southern Duke had swept them all, we wouldn't feel so defeated. Indeed. By the way, have you noticed how often we hear that person's name these days? Not content with just an enforcer's role, he now boasts a title and even the backing of the most powerful in his domain. It's rare to see someone rise so quickly under His Majesty's favor. Ah, remember the inquiry. Even the Imperial Knight Wigger seemed to recognize him, didn't he? The nobles murmured among themselves about Yan. They couldn't deny his accomplishments, but it was suspicious how many connections he had, and those connections weren't with ordinary people. With that thought, the nobles fell silent, each harboring their own theories. Could he be the talent the Crown Prince has earmarked for the next special mission? The Emperor's secret illegitimate child? Or perhaps the nucleus of a new power, with Wigger, Duke Beowulf, His Highness the Crown Prince, and now the task force leader? Didn't the Count of Zion and the Director of Inspection await him when he disembarked from the train? As their imaginations soared, other nobles and officials were already making swift moves. Ha ha ha, it's been a while, enforcer. Do you remember me from the Imperial banquet? You, to address a man with a baron's title as enforcer. Ha, Baron, may I have a moment of your time? Yan felt a wave of fatigue as he faced the nobles who put on a friendly front before him. He had anticipated that the artificial elixir would cause a stir, but 60 already. More than half of the guests who came to the training academy had approached him. At first, he humored one or two with a smile and a reply, but as their numbers grew, even responding became a chore. Of course, they approached him because of the artificial elixir he had announced, but Yan had no immediate plans to supply the elixir. He intended to start selling as soon as possible, but even rushing it, it would take a year. It wasn't a business for just a day or two. The elixir needed grading and various processes to prevent theft. So he was politely declining, stating that the quality wasn't perfect yet for immediate delivery. Tiring indeed. He sighed inwardly at the sight of more nobles approaching with smiles from afar. That's when it happened. Someone approached with an overwhelming presence, pressing down on the surroundings. It's been a while. Yan slightly bowed his head to the newcomer. Greetings. Has it already been a year? Time flies. It feels like we parted just yesterday. It was Hans, the steward of the Beowulf ducal house and the former commander of the White Dragon Knights. His overwhelming presence scattered the nobles who had crowded around Yan. Finally, Yan could breathe a sigh of relief. A whisper reached Yan's ears. There's no need to thank me too much. It was Hans's voice. Yan chuckled. It seemed that Hans had deliberately exerted his presence to disperse the nobles. Hans came closer and whispered, "Please take good care of the lady. She's still inexperienced and might make misguided decisions, so guide her well. Lorna is already an excellent knight. You needn't belittle her so." Hans's face stiffened slightly at Yan's response, but soon he stepped back with a gentle expression. "Perhaps I've been mistaken, having brought the lady up from such a young age. Worrying about someone you cherish is only natural." "Haha, is that so? Well, if you ever face difficulties, knock on the doors of the Beowulf ducal house. The Lord holds you in high regard and will gladly entertain any reasonable request. Personally, if there's anything I can help with, I'll do my utmost." With that, Hans extended his hand for a handshake. Yan's eyes sparkled. To receive such a friendly offer from one of the four great ducal houses was unexpected. Yan quickly grasped Hans's hand, lest his feelings change. "I look forward to working with you." At that moment, he felt a strong grip from the hand he held. Looking up, Yan saw flames dancing in Hans's eyes. He asked in a stern voice, "Just to be sure, you don't harbor any peculiar affection for the lady, do you?" Yan smirked. Both Duke Beowulf and Hans had such similar concerns. They were indeed curious characters. "There's nothing of the sort." Yan's crisp response seemed to perplex Hans even more. "No affection for the lady? Oh, dear Yan." Yan's brow twitched. What was he supposed to do? But soon, Hans released the handshake and let out a deep sigh. "The lady is now an adult. She'll manage on her own. This old man has been too meddlesome. It's all right. I should be going now." With those words, Hans boarded the train bound for Beowulf territory, leading 6 trainees. Yan turned his head. There, the trainees who had just emerged from the academy were breathing in the fresh air, looking as if they were truly alive for the first time. Lorna's ears were red, perhaps due to Hans's actions, and Charles chuckled beside her. Cruel and Roman bickered as usual, while Casa laughed awkwardly, trying to mediate between them. Whoosh! A train blared its horn as it entered the station. It was bound for a domain near Armenia. Yan climbed the train's steps and turned to survey each of the trainees. Some faces were familiar, others new, but all were brimming with excitement and anticipation. 80 talents in total. All would become his loyal followers. Yan grinned and shouted, "Let's go!" Thus, the majority of the trainees, after more than 5 years of training, were assigned to Yan. Whoosh! The train carrying Yan and the 80 trainees began its vigorous journey towards Armenia. Chapter 145. In a vast chamber large enough to hold 100 adults, there was but a solitary presence. A man, seemingly guilty of grave sins, was not only hung in the center of the wall but also tightly bound by numerous chains. The chamber echoed only with his labored breaths. His condition was such that it wouldn't be surprising if he drew his last breath at any moment. Before this man, another figure appeared. A man with hair as red as blood. The red-haired man gazed silently upon the chained one. After a long silence, he murmured, "It's always a fresh sight to see you, once so radiant, now bound like a sinner." The chained man did not respond, merely exhaling a thin breath. But the red-haired man continued, undeterred, "Do you remember when you came to me, proposing we change the world together?" His eyes deepened with a somber hue, perhaps reminiscing past memories, flickering with distant emotions. Yet that was fleeting as his gaze returned to its original state. "I followed you, believing you would be the one to change this rotten world. There was a time I thought you were the only one who could." A slight furrow formed on the red-haired man's brow. "But when that belief shattered, do you know how profound the betrayal I felt was?" With those words, he returned to his silent vigil over the chained man, as if demanding an answer. Yet no reply came. After a long while, the red-haired man shook his head in resignation. "It's pathetic of me to keep asking, knowing you cannot speak." With nothing more to say, the red-haired man turned and left the chamber. Bang! The door slammed shut as if it would never open again. At that moment, a subtle change occurred in the still, chained man. Creak! A finger trembled ever so slightly, and in a whisper barely audible, he uttered a name, "Yan." The man, bound in chains, was none other than Yan's father, whom he had been desperately searching for. The former commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Argonne. Disembarking at the previous station, Yan led the trainees towards the village. The trainees, having little experience outside their second exam, marveled at the surrounding landscape as they walked. It was as if they were encountering civilization for the first time. After a while, a familiar scene began to unfold. Wooden fences and the rooftops of houses peeking over them, and from within, the bustling voices of people. The trainees gazed at the entrance of the village, which resembled a settlement of slash-and-burn farmers, with curious eyes. At that moment, they locked eyes with a few villagers emerging from the settlement. "What are you all doing here?" "Strangers, they are strangers." The villagers, upon seeing the trainees, started shouting towards the entrance of the village. Soon after, a commotion arose, and villagers armed with picks and shovels came out. "Identify yourselves. We are not mere slash-and-burn farmers. We are the domain folk of Armenia. If you cause trouble, the empire will intervene." Fear was etched on their faces, yet their determination to defend their home was palpable. The trainees were taken aback by the villagers' stance. They turned their heads slightly. Yan, drawing all eyes, sighed and stepped forward. As the lordly Yan emerged from among the strangers, the villagers' expressions turned blank. But only for a moment, as a few villagers collapsed to the ground, sighing in relief. Phew! To think they were companions brought by our Lord. What a relief, truly a relief. For those who had always lived on the run, oppressed, the sight of a group of outsiders was nothing less than terrifying. Yan stepped forward with an apologetic look. "I should have come ahead before bringing the children. It seems I've startled you for no reason." The villagers shook their heads vigorously. Oh no, it was that fool who caused the commotion. The villagers glanced at the man who had first cried out about strangers. The man exclaimed with a shocked expression, "Ah, but it's always been the rule of the village." Yan chuckled, calming the man down, then pointed to the trainees and introduced them. "These are the ones who will take on the roles of knights and peacekeepers of our domain." The villagers' eyes widened in surprise, and some tilted their heads in confusion. Typically, those who served as knights or peacekeepers were of middle age. But those brought by their lord were so young, they hardly seem like knights. They look rather frail. Can they even chop wood? The villagers murmured among themselves, but none of the trainees missed the whispers. Yan gave a cue to Lorna and Cruel, who stood at the front. They stepped forward and drew their swords with a fierce motion. Clang! The sound of the swords being drawn cleanly startled the murmuring villagers. But the demonstration was not over yet. Whoosh! A blade aura extended straight from the sword, indicating they had reached a mature stage even within the 5th rank. A few villagers gasped in astonishment. Sword aura? Only the strongest among knights can wield such power. Other villagers asked questions, tilting their heads in curiosity. Is that really so impressive? It doesn't look like much. Hey, you fool, with that sword aura, you could slice a boulder the size of a house in one stroke. Wow, is it really that amazing? The conversation continued as some villagers began to explain just how remarkable the sword aura was. Yan, overhearing, felt his face warm with the praise, though it seemed not to be exaggerated. Thus, the villagers realized that the sword aura was something even the great knights who had tormented them could not wield. The way the villagers looked at the trainees changed. From suspicion, wariness, and distrust to astonishment, curiosity, and reassurance. That's when it happened. Cruel, pleased with the attention, snorted and sheathed his sword with flair. To think these simpletons would understand my greatness. How amusing! Ouch! Smack! Crunch! Cruel bit his tongue as he made a crunching sound. Yan had struck him on the back of the head. Cruel took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. Yan looked at him with disdain. You wretch. You always have to add unnecessary comments. Watch your mouth. What do you mean calling my future domain folk simpletons? But they are simpletons. What did you say? Stop your nonsense and apologize to the domain folk. Cruel's eyes widened. He, of noble birth, was to bow his head to these simple slash-and-burn farmers. But as Yan slightly raised his fist, Cruel cowered. I'm sorry. Though his words were muffled due to his bitten tongue, the villagers seemed to understand the situation. They waved their hands awkwardly. Yes, we understand. Please raise your head now. In the midst of this, a villager raised his hand. When Yan prompted him to speak, the villager asked a question. Lord, I apologize for asking, but there are no empty houses in the village. Where will these people stay? A middle-aged man laughed heartily. If it's all right, as a gesture of welcome, I'll take the village youth and show off our skills. The man was the village's most skilled carpenter. With him leading the young men, it was certain they could complete the work within 2 or 3 months. But Yan did not permit it. He shrugged his shoulders and looked around at the trainees. One must build one's own house. The trainees glared at Yan with sour faces. Did you forget? You have to work hard to receive the elixir. At that, their eyes flickered and they swallowed hard. For the elixir, the trainees could build as many houses as needed. Yan smirked at their reaction. If it's too hard, ask for help. Oh, the trainees cheered at Yan's mercy. They had learned many things at the training center, but building houses was not one of them. Uncertain how to proceed, they were relieved to know they could receive technical assistance, which would surely shorten the time needed. Thus, the discussion about the trainees' residence was settled. Another villager raised his hand. Then, since it seems we're only receiving and not giving, we'd like to hold a modest welcome ceremony, if that's all right with you. Yan looked at the trainees. They gazed back at him with eyes uncharacteristically bright. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead with the ceremony, but don't drink too much. With permission granted, another round of cheers erupted. And so, the preparations for the first festival in the Armenian domain began in earnest. 2 hours later, the villagers emerged from their homes, each carrying generous portions of meat, alcohol, fruit, and bread. The trainees diligently laid out the household items and wooden tables provided by the villagers in the open square. And Casa, borrowing firewood from the carpenter, piled it high in the center of the village and set it ablaze. Whoosh! The fire spread rapidly, driving away the winter chill with its warm embrace. With all preparations complete, the festival exclusive to the villagers and trainees commenced. Despite Yan's assurances, the villagers' worries proved unfounded as the trainees mingled with them effortlessly. Long oppressed at the training center, the trainees reveled in their newfound freedom. Yan sipped his drink, observing the festive scene. The trainees, who had once competed fiercely for their lives, now chattered and laughed, blooming with stories. Hey, your eyes are glazed over, man. Don't overdo it and put it down. Nonsense. You're the one staggering like you're completely drunk. Cruel and Roman, as if they had made a bet, were guzzling alcohol straight from the barrel. With 2 empty barrels already rolling around, their hangovers tomorrow would be no joke. Nearby, Casa played joyful music on an instrument borrowed from a villager. Wow, that guy plays really well. Given his good looks, he must have been a famous bard. Should I ask him to teach me? The villagers quietly enjoyed his beautiful melodies. In the distance, Charles, drunk, gathered other trainees around him for a grand speech. So what did I do? It was. Listening in, she was loudly expounding on how her life had changed and the mindset one should adopt. Thump. Sensing someone nearby, Yan turned to find Lorna crouched beside him. A silence fell between them. After a moment, Lorna, watching the festivities, spoke up. Honestly, I didn't expect so many kids to survive. I thought maybe 30 at most. Well, if we hadn't gone east after the second exam, that number would have been about right. Without you, I think the rest of us would have died too, right? Nah, come on. We're not that weak. Lorna suddenly fixed Yan with a stare. After a while, she turned away again. I thought so too, but now I'm not so sure. What do you mean? If you call yourself weak, kids your age would curse you. HMPH, you always talk a good game. That's one of my specialties. Yan, yeah, I want to become stronger. This time, Yan turned to look squarely at Lorna. She continued to gaze back at him. Yan read a fierce longing to become stronger in her eyes, so intense it almost made him sigh. Then you should have gone back home. Duke Beowulf would have been the best to fulfill your wish. Hans the butler said as much at the training center. Stop joking around. Smirk. Yan changed his tone, smiling. Then don't drop out. I have so many enemies that you'll have more than enough chances to fight. Surviving those fights would naturally make her stronger. Lorna nodded quietly. Yan returned to the festivities with a light laugh, leaving the conversation behind. Thus, Yan and Lorna watched the lively festival in silence. It was a peace they hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 146. As dawn broke the next day, the trainees began to chop trees for their homes, just as Yan had mentioned before. For the average villager, chopping a single giant tree would take half a day, but for these Mana-trained trainees, it was as easy as eating cold porridge. Thud, thwack, crack. In just an hour, the forest that had been dense with trees began to transform into a plain. Among the trainees, Roman was chopping trees at the fastest pace. Thud, thwack. Each time Roman swung his mana-infused axe, trees fell powerless before him. After hours of logging, Roman wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the area. The other trainees were also working hard, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. It was then that Roman's gaze halted on a figure atop a hill, a beautiful young boy deep in thought. It was Casa Ifrain. Roman tilted his head and walked towards him. Casa, however, did not react, even as Roman approached. Roman looked down at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Startled, Casa finally looked up at Roman. Roman frowned at him. "Don't you see the others working? If you don't want to sleep on the ground, you should work hard too." "Ah, sorry." Casa's voice was tinged with melancholy, a sight Roman had never seen before. "What's troubling you?" "It's nothing serious, just worries." "Worries, huh?" Roman chuckled. "Then tell me. I can't promise a solution, but I can listen." Casa laughed at Roman's uncharacteristically dependable demeanor, though hesitation lingered in his smile. "If you don't want to, there's no need to force it. It's your business after all." A shadow of concern briefly crossed Casa's face before he began to speak. "I'm just not good enough." "Not good enough? What do you mean?" "You know. I started as a promising trainee, and now I'm just average." That wasn't entirely true. Being 5th in the training academy's rankings was no small feat. But compared to his goals, it was a dismal result. Casa hung his head, his face filled with self-reproach. "My talent has reached its limits." Roman scoffed at Casa's worries. "And here I thought you had a real concern. That's a luxury problem to have." "What? A luxury problem?" "Yes, don't you think so?" At Roman's blunt response, Casa's face went blank, then flushed with anger. "Don't talk nonsense. This is a serious issue." Serious, is lamenting your talent here serious? Wouldn't it be more serious to practice your swordsmanship or build your strength instead? Silence followed Roman's sharp retort. Casa bit his lip, understanding the truth in Roman's words. They were basic, obvious, yet paradoxically difficult to accept. And it wasn't for lack of trying. Casa had worked tirelessly during his time at the academy, mastering everything the royal armory had to offer and accumulating knowledge. Yet he still couldn't catch up to Yan, Lorna, or Cruel. Instead, he had been overtaken by Roman and Charles. Roman couldn't possibly understand this feeling of inadequacy. What do you know? There's not always time to keep trying. I need to clear my family's name quickly. And who will listen to your plight if you just sit there complaining? Roman asked with a smirk. Casa, struck to the core, found no words to reply. Roman looked down at him and advised, "Don't sit idly, keep moving forward. Whether it's through thorns, on flat ground, or uphill, you'll eventually reach your destination." This was also Roman's motto. If you persist and keep moving forward, you'll eventually reach your goal. Roman himself was taking one step at a time towards his own unspoken ambitions. Keep moving forward? Casa let out a hollow laugh at Roman's words, but his face wasn't as dark as before. He didn't fully understand yet, but he felt a sense of clarity. Roman nodded solemnly at Casa. Yes, move forward. Find what you're best at, don't look back, and keep walking. At that moment, Casa's eyes widened. What I'm best at? As if struck by a revelation, Casa sprang to his feet and ran off, shouting back at Roman, "Thank you, I won't forget this debt." Roman watched Casa run away and smiled wryly. Suit yourself. While the trainees were engrossed in logging, Yan stood inside the mansion, quietly contemplating a spirit elixir. It feels like a waste to sell just one of these. All the artificial spirit elixirs he had made so far were uniformly effective, regardless of the type of magic stone used. Yet something seemed lacking. If I could further research and categorize these into upper, middle, and lower tiers, that would be ideal, Yan mused, stroking his chin as he eyed the elixirs on the table. However, a clear solution did not come to mind. Such tasks were better suited for mages or scholars, not for him. He wished he could ask Mammon for help, but does this conclude our transaction? With such thoughts, he had no choice but to give up. Sigh, I'll have to look into it when I have some time, Yan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Just then, bang, bang, bang. Yan, no, Lord. Can we talk for a moment? Someone was pounding on the door from outside. It was a voice he knew well. Casa Ifrain? Yan tilted his head, puzzled, and rose to walk towards the door. Whoosh. As he turned the doorknob, Casa burst in, panting heavily. Yan frowned slightly at Casa's sudden intrusion. What's the matter? I have a favor to ask. A favor? Yan blinked at Casa, noticing the tension and firm resolve on his face. Let's sit and talk over there. Casa took a seat, still catching his breath. What's going on? You're considering me for one of the knight commander positions, right? That's the plan. Why, you don't like it? No, it's great, but I have another suggestion. Another? Casa swallowed hard and took a deep breath, seemingly hesitant to speak. What's he trying to say? Just as Yan wondered, Casa clenched his eyes shut. Appoint me as an administrator. Yan's expression turned quizzical. An administrator, out of the blue? Someone of Casa's caliber should undoubtedly be assigned to the knights. But seeing the determination on Casa's face, Yan couldn't help but ask, why do you suddenly want to be an administrator? To keep the promise you made with me, at least until the Armenian territory stabilizes and gains some strength, right? Yan nodded readily. Reviving Armenia and then using the resulting surplus to fulfill his promise to Casa was his plan. Casa continued, knowing this would be the case. Then the most important thing is the management of the territory. I'll take care of that. I'm smart, and though it was when I was younger, I did receive air training from my father. Based on your actions so far, you won't stay put in Armenian territory, will you? You'll surely be out and about, seeking something. Right? Casa asked, his eyes sparkling. Yan nodded again. Indeed, he needed to keep moving. He had to rescue his father and find information about his mother. He couldn't afford to stay tied to Armenia. Bang. Casa slammed his hand on the table, as if confirming his own thoughts. See, then it will obviously take a very long time for this barren territory to thrive. So, I'll become the administrator and revive this territory in your stead. Wouldn't that be convenient for you? Even without me, the trainees are almost perfect for maintaining order. Think about the efficiency. Yan leaned back in his chair, pondering Kasa's words. There's definitely a point to that. But why Kasa would make such a proposal was beyond him. The Kasa he knew would do anything to build his own strength, and now he wants to be an administrator. Sensing Yan's thoughts, Kasa answered with a bittersweet smile. I got some advice from Roman. Advice? To walk the path I can do best. Yan chuckled at that. He knew well the path Kasa had walked in his previous life. A master of dragon arts and strategy as a reincarnated star. In other words, he might also have a knack for managing and growing a territory. After all, whether it's dealing with people or managing a territory, it all comes down to intelligence. Yan smiled broadly, stood up, and patted Kasa's shoulder. Never thought Roman would give such advice. Let's give it a try. Kasa's face lit up with joy. He too stood up and grasped Yan's hand firmly. Thank you. What for? I was worried about where to find an administrator anyway. You've saved me the trouble. If Kasa took on the role of administrator, the territory would run smoothly even in his absence. Yan smiled contentedly and walked out of the mansion with Kasa. Yan paused their stroll through the village and turned to Kasa with a revelation. The most crucial ingredient for crafting artificial spirit elixirs is the magic stone from beasts. Kasa whirled around, startled by Yan's sudden disclosure of such vital information. After all, wasn't this a secret that should be closely guarded? Do you trust me? Kasa asked, a playful smirk on his lips. To speak so casually of the artificial elixir secret, it was unexpected. Yan nodded, his smile widening. Of course. It wasn't complete trust, but that didn't matter. For now, the experiments with magic stones were a well-kept secret, but they were also in full swing. If he were to start trading in elixirs, it wouldn't be long before the use of magic stones as an ingredient became common knowledge. If Kasa were to betray me with this information, it wouldn't be the worst outcome. He had important tasks for Kasa in the future, and if this trivial piece of information could weed out a traitor early on, so be it. Kasa looked at Yan, his face awash with gratitude. Unaware of Yan's thoughts, he could only assume Yan placed immense trust in him. Yan then posed a question to Kasa. So, what should be our priority to revive this territory? Kasa pondered for a moment before responding with 3 suggestions. Regulate the beasts in the forest, systematize the slaughter, and lastly, establish contact with or directly create a trading guild for the elixirs. Correct. Yan clicked his tongue in approval. He hadn't expected such a swift and accurate response. A sly grin crept onto his face. He might just be trustworthy after all. Looking around, he noticed the trainees' houses were nearly complete, thanks to the villagers' eager assistance. Yan asked Kasa, so what should we tackle first? Without hesitation, Kasa replied, we start by understanding the forest of beasts and establishing a system. Yan chuckled with satisfaction. Call the others. Let's get started right away. Chapter 147. As soon as the construction of the shelters was complete, the trainees flocked to the clearing. They cocked their heads in curiosity at the sight of Kasa standing next to Yan, especially Cruel, who couldn't hide his disdain. Why is that guy over there? Just moments ago, he was sulking like a defective pup, and now he's strutting around like he owns the place. It was enough to make one's stomach turn. Roman, standing nearby, couldn't help but snicker, scratching at Cruel's pride. What's wrong? Jealous that he's stolen your only friend? You really have a death wish, don't you? Now that there's no one to stop us, shall we see who really dies? As Cruel and Roman's bickering escalated, the other trainees discreetly stepped aside. If those two clashed, it wasn't just a scuffle, they'd leave nothing but destruction in their wake. Kasa, standing at the forefront, bellowed out to them. Enough, all eyes on me. Surprisingly, Roman was the first to scoff and turn away. HMPH got cold feet. I just refuse to be lumped in with you. What did you say? Lumped in with me? Just then Yan, who had been quietly observing from a distance, called out to Cruel. Cruel, damn it all! Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Cruel turned away in a huff, while Charles chuckled at the spectacle from behind. Clap, clap, Yan clapped his hands, infused with mana to quell the chaos. It was the same principle Damien had used to silence the training grounds with his awe-inspiring presence. Silence, I'm about to announce our next task. Some trainees showed signs of annoyance. More tasks? Haven't we done enough? Can't we just take a break today? It's all so tiresome. Yan unveiled the carrot he had prepared for such attitudes. Those who wish to rest may do so. But remember, today's work will be graded and rewarded with spirit elixirs. Are you fine with that? At the mention of spirit elixirs, the trainees' eyes gleamed with a mix of zeal and greed, a stark contrast to their previous lethargy. Some might tusk at the thought that only a lord's reward could spur them to action, but Yan preferred it this way. After all, loyalty is such an ambiguous thing to measure. Managing subordinates with tangible rewards was far more straightforward and easier to handle. Yan turned and shouted, "Follow me, everyone." With eyes wide and sparkling, the trainees began to trail after Yan. Their destination? The Forest of Magical Beasts, a long-standing thorn in the Empire's side. At the Forest of Beasts entrance, the trainees arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Beasts, tilting their heads as they surveyed the surroundings. This feels familiar. Doesn't it have the same vibe as the Blade Mountains? Now that you mention it, it does seem similar. Of course, compared to the Blade Mountains, this place was much smaller, almost a tenth of the size. Yet the ominous aura emanating from within was in no way inferior to that of the Blade Mountains. As the trainees hesitated, Yan let out a deep sigh. "You don't think you're the same as you were before, do you?" At his words, the trainees lifted their heads to look at Yan. Then one of them stepped forward. "What exactly do you want us to do?" It was Lorna. She wasn't particularly interested in elixirs. Instead, she was filled with enthusiasm, hoping that by accomplishing what Yan asked, she might gain the key to becoming stronger. It wasn't Yan who responded, but Casa. "We'll do what we do best and what benefits this territory." Cruel frowned at Casa's vague words. "Why is that guy so excited? Keep it down. This bear of a man. Always butting in. Because it's noisy. I should just shut up." As Roman appropriately subdued Cruel, Casa nodded lightly in thanks. Then he continued the explanation. "From now on, as the security force and knights of this territory, you'll learn what you must do. The first task is beast subjugation, the second is beast dissection." Charles raised his hand. "I get the beast subjugation, but what's beast dissection?" Casa explained with a natural mix of truth and lies. "From now on, we'll check your quotas by the number of magic stones, 3 per person. It doesn't matter what kind of beast you catch, but you can't exceed 3. After a certain period of work, the Lord will reward you with elixirs." It was an efficient way to manage without revealing that magic stones were ingredients for elixirs. Yan admired Casa's quick thinking. Impressive. It's not like he had thought this through beforehand, but it flows so smoothly. But that wasn't all. Casa seemed to know the trainees' tendencies well as he skillfully divided them into groups. Then, claiming he would teach them about beast dissection, he led a group into the Forest of Beasts. As Casa entered, he glanced back and sent a telepathic message. "Just catch enough to maintain the ecosystem, right?" "Yes, got it. I'll handle it from here. You go ahead and rest or do something else." Yan watched Casa, who was adeptly handling his tasks, with a satisfied smile. He had been dreading the thought of having to hover like a nanny for months, teaching this and that. But now that worry has vanished. "It seems I've chosen a good administrator." Yan waved his hand dismissively as he moved on. "Then, I'm off." Lorna looked disappointed. She had wanted to witness Yan's skills firsthand, but that plan had fallen through. However, that feeling was fleeting. "It's been a while since I've hunted beasts. This will be helpful, right?" Her enthusiasm was blazing. Yan's mischievous encounter Yan, strolling towards the mansion, tilted his head in puzzlement. His eyes caught Valdez perched at a window, peering inside. It didn't take long for Yan to discern the reason. Valdez was gazing at Leah, who was blushing as she cleaned the mansion. With a mischievous grin, Yan crept up behind Valdez. So silent were his steps, even the keen-sensed Valdez remained oblivious. Thump! Yan playfully lifted the back of Valdez's coat. "Yeek!" Startled, Valdez spun around, his face a picture of shock. Lord Yan, why are you peeping into someone's home like a thief?" "Ah, well, that is." Valdez scratched his cheek, chuckling awkwardly. Yan ruffled his hair, laughing along. "Enough of that, but you know, women despise being ogled in such a sly manner, right?" Valdez's eyes widened in alarm. "Well, I haven't been caught yet. Seems like you have been." Yan pointed inside the window, and Valdez's head slowly turned. Leah, looking displeased, glanced at him before walking away briskly. Valdez's face fell, turning ashen. Yan, still chuckling, released the disheartened Valdez. "Work hard in your training and maybe I'll lend you a hand." "Yes, I'll work hard, Lord Yan." "Good, good." Leaving a determined Valdez behind, Yan entered the mansion. Leah, busy cleaning, bowed her head upon seeing him. "You've arrived, young master. You don't need to do this anymore. Here, unlike the training grounds, you're free to do as you please." Leah beamed at him. "No, I enjoy doing this." Respecting her resolve, Yan smiled and told her to carry on as she wished. He then headed to his bedroom, instructing Leah not to let anyone in. Once inside, Yan stretched briefly before summoning Mammon. "Phew, shall we begin, Mammon? Why have you called? It's time to open the void space." Mammon sighed heavily, clicking his jaw. "I thought you had forgotten." "Have you ever seen me forget such things?" Yan grinned, and Mammon shook his head, extending a bony hand. "Take my hand and channel your mana. I will open the void space." Yan frowned. "Do I have to go through you every time?" Mammon snorted. "With your level of magic, you couldn't even peel back the current dimension, let alone open a void space." "I was just wondering if there's an artifact that could open it. Do you think such a thing exists? Stop your nonsense and channel your mana already." Yan shrugged and took Mammon's hand. Swoosh! Mana began to drain at an alarming rate, startling even Yan. Mammon barked at him. "Stimulate the mana heart and draw out all your power." Yan clicked his tongue and closed his eyes, focusing on the mana heart within his chest. Boom! The mana heart resonated with the inner planets, unleashing a torrent of mana. Thanks to the mana absorbed from the phoenix heart and the transformation through the body-strengthening technique, the available mana was incomparable to before. Yan's eyes narrowed. Even as he poured mana sufficient to perform the founding emperor's sword technique, Mammon's hand continued to demand more. Pushing his mana to the brink, Mammon extended his other hand into the air. Crackling. With a sound like shattering glass, the air twisted, and a void space began to emerge. An entrance, resembling a broken windowpane, appeared, filled with darkness. It was an ominous sight to behold. Mammon released Yan's hand and pointed. "Enter, you have only an hour with your mana, remember that." "Okay." Yan's eyes sparkled as he leaned towards the void space's entrance. Just then, Mammon whispered, "Take only what you need." Yan grinned. "Of course," and with that, he plunged into the void space. Left alone in the bedroom, Mammon shook his head. "Sigh, he'll come out with another basketful, no doubt." Yan's venture into Mammon's void space, Yan stepped into Mammon's void space, his gaze sweeping over the familiar surroundings. Everything is just as I remember. A grand door, adorned with all manner of antique decorations and carvings, stood welcoming him. Beyond it lay the bridge he had crossed before, after much toil and trouble. The fact that he had emerged here without crossing it again suggested that Mammon had shown some consideration. Yan shook his head briskly, dismissing the nostalgia. Now's not the time for this. Mammon had given him a mere hour. This was no moment to bask in good fortune. Taking a deep breath, Yan's eyes flashed with determination. Then, he flung open the massive door that connected to the void space. Chapter 148, Screech. As Yan opened the door and stepped inside, a familiar scene unfolded before him. 4 grand chambers lay within. Starting with a library crammed with books, to a storeroom dazzling with treasures, a pristine white laboratory, and finally, a pitch-dark darkroom. It was just as he had seen it before. Yan had 2 destinations in mind, the treasure-laden storeroom and the darkroom. He had already acquired everything there was to gain from the library and the lab. Yan walked across the marble floor. His first stop was the darkroom where Mammon had stayed. Of course, he had no interest in which room the creature had slept in. But the treasures he had seen there before were of an incredible magnitude, and they were certainly enticing enough for Yan. Screech. As he opened the door and entered, the pitch-black darkness receded into the distance. Revealed within the darkroom was a coffin fit for an emperor, surrounded by mountains of gold and jewels. Yan smirked as he passed the unnecessary coffin and gazed at the gold and jewels piled up like a mountain beside it. After all, there's no dying now, so why should these be buried with me? Yan opened his subspace pocket and began to sweep in the abundant gold and jewels. The thought of Mammon witnessing this scene and wailing in despair brought a rather regrettable feeling to him. Truly. Yan, having swept the darkroom clean of its riches and treasures, moved on to the next location. This place, unlike the darkroom, had no door to speak of. Thus, the interior was visible even from the outside. With anticipation kindled by the brilliant light visible from afar, Yan stepped inside. Exhibition room. Upon entering the exhibition room, Yan began to survey his surroundings. Dazzling armaments captured his gaze. At first glance, these are no ordinary weapons. From armors crafted of gold, to swords so chilling they could freeze one's spine, to bows made of flower stems, the curiosities were preserved within glass cases. There were easily over 100 such items, and selling them would elevate one to the ranks of the wealthy without ever needing to sell elixirs. But then, I'd never receive Mamon's aid again. With a tinge of regret, Yan clicked his tongue and wandered through the exhibition room. With only an hour at his disposal, there was no time to waste. His priority was to find weapons to bestow upon the trainees soon to be appointed as knight commanders. Yan walked down the corridor, examining the glass cases with a discerning eye. Lorna shall have a frost-imbued sword, Cruel a saw-toothed blade, Roman a greatsword fit for a decisive strike, Charles a rapier, and, for Casa, a reasonably powerful magic sword should suffice. No sooner had he finished his thought than weapons fitting Yan's criteria came into view. In front of the glass cases were the names of the weapons and brief descriptions. White Tears, a frost attribute sword taken from the ice witch, Deborah. Though she claimed it was forged from her own tears, it was found to be made from the icebergs of the northern sea and a certain metal. The name was kept for its beauty. Bloodseeker, a magic sword seized from the notorious madman, Vladimir. A vile blade that seeks to wound by any means, it was inhabited by an evil spirit. The spirit, being a nuisance, was extinguished. However, the sword's performance was deemed worthy of preservation in the exhibition room. Valakia, a greatsword plundered from a giant, designed to withstand the brute force of its kind. Despite numerous investigations to determine its material, all failed. Yet, its strength was confirmed to rival that of diamonds. An intriguing sword, thus kept on display. Lamia, a rapier taken from a dark elf village chief. True to the assassination skills of dark elves, the blade was enchanted with silence magic. The enchantment on such a slender blade was fascinating enough to warrant its display. Windbringer, a treasured sword presented in tribute by elves in exchange for protection of their village. A spirit sword created by infusing the wind spirit sylphid into the blade. Kept as a reference for attempting to craft something similar. Yan stroked his chin as he looked over these 5 swords. It feels almost a waste to give these to them. But then again, is there a sword superior to a scallon? The recipients had already been decided. White Tears for Lorna, Bloodseeker for Cruel, Valakia for Roman, Lamia for Charles, Windbringer for Casa. Yan immediately approached White Tears and touched the glass case. Whoosh! Beep, mana signature mismatch. A mechanical warning sounded, and magical circles appeared around him. It seemed as though vicious magic was about to engulf Yan, but he remained calm. Yan spoke up. Mammon, if you try to stop me, everything here might get destroyed. Is that all right? Though he muttered to the empty air, permission granted, disabling security measures. As if understanding his words, the warning ceased and the magical circles lost their light. He must be cursing up a storm outside. Yan chuckled as he swept the swords into his spatial pocket. Then he resumed his perusal of the surroundings. With half the allotted time still remaining, there was plenty of opportunity to take more. As he wandered, something caught Yan's eye, and he halted in his tracks. Oh, an exclamation of awe escaped him unwittingly. Within the glass case he was looking at were 2 black daggers. Their matte finish and a certain magical allure captivated him. The entirely black, unique design from blade to hilt was also intriguing. Yan's gaze shifted to the description below. Unknown, 2 daggers discovered by chance, their origins completely unknown. The material is unidentified, and while their exact abilities are elusive, their cutting power is presumed to surpass that of ordinary treasured swords. Despite scouring various texts and legends, no name could be found, thus recorded as unknown. As if bewitched, Yan reached out to the glass case. Like before, the case unlocked without resistance, and Yan's hand met the hilt of the mysterious dagger. His eyes grew serious. He then drew one of the daggers, inspecting it meticulously. The curve suggests it's meant to be held in reverse grip. When Yan gripped the black dagger in reverse, it fit his hand as if he had wielded it for ages. He flicked the dagger towards the glass case in front of him. And then, slash. The case slid apart as if it were mere paper, cleanly bisected. It was supposed to be impervious to the guard magic, yet a mere swipe had cut through it. The cutting power was indeed formidable. Seeing this, Yan's lips curled into a smile. This is quite impressive. There seemed to be hidden abilities as well. Such an item wouldn't merely boast excellent cutting power. Yan opened his spatial pocket to place the black dagger inside, but just then, something unbelievable happened. SSSSHK. The entrance to the spatial pocket was slightly, but unmistakably, sliced off. Yan let out a hollow laugh. Had he not grasped the hilt immediately, might the entire spatial pocket have been severed. The thought made a cold sweat break out. Interesting. Perhaps the sheer cutting power was an ability in itself. Yan carefully sheathed the dagger at his waist, ensuring it didn't touch his skin, and turned away. The allotted time was drawing to a close. Yan emerged from the entrance of the subspace, only to be greeted by Mamon's sullen expression as he sat on the bed. "What's with the long face? Are you asking because you don't know, or are you teasing me because you do?" It was obvious. Of course he knew. Yan shrugged nonchalantly. After all, if things stay as they are, resurrection isn't far off. With death so distant, why bother wrapping everything up so tightly? Do you have any idea how hard it was to gather all that? It took nearly centuries? Don't worry, I'll return it all before I die. Mamon snorted and turned his head away. Even if you don't return it, I'll take it all back myself, so don't bother acting generous. Is that so? Yan picked up his spatial pocket and began to pull out the weapons he had taken from Mamon's exhibition room. In an instant, the previously empty table was filled. Mamon, turning his head back, trembled his chin in a show of regret. "Mamon, can you put tracking or summoning magic on these?" "Of course. What do you take me for? Enchanting such things is as easy as eating cold porridge." "Then do it." "Ha, you think I'd actually do it for you? I might lose them, or they might get stolen. You plan to take them back anyway, right?" At Yan's words, Mamon hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat and awkwardly rising to his feet. "Well, since I'll be taking them back later, they can't get stolen along the way." With that, he spread his hands and chanted an incantation. Magical circles that appeared in Mamon's hands turned to dust and were absorbed by the swords laid out on the table. "Done? Ah, and one more thing." Yan fumbled at his waist and pulled out the 2 black daggers he had set aside earlier. "What are these? I brought them to use for now, but I thought you might know more." Mamon made a strange face upon seeing them. But soon he shook his head in response. "I don't know much either. They were obtained quite by chance in the past. But can you even handle them without proper sheaths?" "Well, I'll have to figure that out." At Yan's reply, Mamon resignedly enchanted the daggers. Then, with nothing more to say, he burrowed back into the bed. Suddenly remembering something, Mamon shouted at Yan, "Just try to damage them. They're all going to be returned to me later. They were all stolen by you anyway." Ahem. At that time, the law of power was well established, and it was a matter of necessity. Yeah, get some rest." Just then, chill, something caught Yan's senses. The aura of a formidable being, a master of the 3rd grade. With a stern face, Yan hurried towards the door. Creak. Outside the door stood Leah, her face etched with fear. "Why come all the way here in person? I have something to say." There was Damien, who had promised to contact him from the training center. Given that he had come here in person, it must be no ordinary matter. Yan asked with a hardened expression. "Speak. You said you wanted to join the revolutionaries, right? All right, I'll recommend you." But, Damien's eyes darkened as he continued. "You'll have to come with me." "Excuse me?" Chapter 149. Damien concluded his speech and settled into a chair arranged in the living room. Yan, with a face full of surprise, asked, "You're going with us?" "Exactly as I said. I'll guide you to the headquarters of the revolutionaries and accompany you there," Damien replied, accepting a cup of tea from Leah and taking a slight sip. Though he spoke with ease, Yan couldn't help but be flooded with thoughts. Damien's presence would guarantee his safety. Not only was Damien skilled, but he also had connections with Theo and Owen, which meant they could discuss future plans. But there are significant downsides as well. Damien was beyond Yan's control. If Yan went to the revolutionary base alone, he was confident he could handle any situation that arose. But with Damien, it's hard to predict how things will turn out. Damien observed Yan quietly. "Don't waste your energy pleading me to stay. I'm determined to go," Damien stated firmly. Yan saw the resolute will in Damien's eyes. He knew he couldn't persuade Damien, who was so adamant. "I understand. If my uncle is worried about his nephew, there's nothing I can say that will change your mind." A flicker of discomfort crossed Damien's face, as if Yan had hit a nerve. But he wasn't wrong. Damien soon nodded in agreement. "Shall we depart immediately? I took a brief leave from my special duties, and I'd like to return as soon as possible." "Just a moment. There's one last matter of the fiefdom to attend to. Let's resolve that before we leave." "Ah, did I mention we need to bring one more person along?" "No," Yan frowned. Who else needed to come along? But Yan relaxed at Damien's next words. "Bring along someone you want. Isn't Lorna the one who tops the training center's rankings?" "Oh, is that what this is about?" "Just call it a seedling." Yan stroked his chin, pondering whom to bring. However, his deliberation was brief. "Lorna is out of the question. Duke Beowulf is watching her like a hawk. Even now, people presumed to be rangers are spotted around her." "Is that so? Then who will you bring?" Yan grinned. The trainee suitable for such a personal task had already been decided. "Cruel. Cruel Dwight. Isn't he impulsive and headstrong, likely to mess things up?" Indeed, the experience of being the chief instructor at the training center was invaluable. It was impressive how quickly Damien pinpointed that Cruel's flaws didn't suit this mission. But there was one thing Damien didn't know. "It's fine. He listens to me well." "Really?" Damien nodded, though his face still showed concern. With the selection of the companions settled, Yan stepped outside. He then instructed Casa to gather the trainees. "Why? The kids are already exhausted. Can't it wait till tomorrow?" Casa expressed reluctance, seeking a reason. Yan replied with a smile. "It's time to clearly define their roles. After this, I'll be away from the fiefdom for a while, so tell them to endure a bit more hardship." The trainees, gathering one by one, the trainees trudged to the clearing, their bodies weary from the day's exertions. "Why have we been summoned?" one whispered. "I'm not sure, but Casa insisted it was urgent, the last call for us. Will there be an elixir for our fatigue?" "It's not just us, even the villagers must attend this mandatory event. Doubtful they'd offer such comforts." As the trainees murmured among themselves, the villagers too began to gather in the clearing, heads tilting in curiosity. Once all the fiefdom's people had assembled, Casa swiftly placed a large wooden box before them. Soon after, Yan appeared. The villagers bowed their heads in respect upon seeing Yan, while the trainees perked up their ears, anticipating an announcement of importance. Thud, thud. Yan stepped onto the wooden box brought by Casa, using it as a makeshift stage. Ahem! Clearing his throat, Yan projected his voice, infused with mana. "Let us commence the knighting ceremony." The trainees clenched their fists in anticipation. The moment they had been waiting for had arrived, their transition from trainees to knights. The knighting ceremony, the knight-appointing ceremony, unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. Lorna, Cruel, Roman, Charles, and Casa, already knighted, stood aside as the most accomplished trainee stepped forward. Kneeling on one knee, the trainee awaited Yan's words. With a scallon in hand, Yan touched each of the trainees' shoulders, asking, "Will you become a knight?" The trainee responded loudly, "I, along with 71 others, pledge to become the proud knights of Armenia, to be the sword of our Lord." Such a mass knighting was unheard of, like roasting beans in a flash of lightning. Typically, each individual would be called forth to pledge loyalty and establish a feudal bond. But the trainees following Yan were bound by a 3-year contract from the start, rendering the usual formalities unnecessary. Yan nodded solemnly and proclaimed, "Henceforth, you are all declared official knights of Armenia." Most trainees were visibly moved. To become an official knight of a fiefdom, even if only for 3 years, was a profound honor. It felt like just yesterday they were treated no better than dogs at the training center. The sentiment was fresh and poignant. This was a moment that resonated with everyone, from commoners and foreign-born trainees to those from rural noble origins. Applause erupted like thunder from behind, as the villagers celebrated the trainees' hard work with congratulatory claps. Some trainees, unaccustomed to such recognition, felt tears well up, their countless hardships seemingly healed in this moment. Yan ushered the representative trainee inside and then called forth others. Lorna, Cruel, Roman, Charles stepped forward. The named individuals hesitated, puzzled. Unlike the other trainees, they had already received their knighthood from the Emperor. Amidst the atmosphere, it was awkward to question why they were summoned. Nevertheless, they lined up before Yan, filled with curiosity. Yan looked at them and grinned. "You lot are in for a bit more toil." Cruel's face twisted at the words, but he refrained from complaining, knowing the sanctity of the occasion. Yan pulled out an interdimensional pouch and approached Lorna. "Lorna Beowulf, do you swear to lead as the first knight commander of Armenia, safeguarding the fiefdom and its people?" Lorna hesitated at the solemn question, but then nodded firmly. "Yes." Yan retrieved a pristine white sword from the pouch, Beakro, a weapon from Mamon's interdimensional space. "I entrust this sword to you as a symbol of trust." Lorna's eyes widened as she accepted Beakro, a sword emanating a chill that even the Beowulf household would struggle to match. She respectfully strapped Beakro to her waist, swallowing hard. Next was Cruel. "Cruel Dwight, do you swear to lead as the second knight commander of Armenia, safeguarding the fiefdom and its people? Let's give it a shot." Cruel, receiving the bloodthirsty sword, grinned ear to ear. Then came Roman. "Roman, do you swear to lead as the third knight commander of Armenia, safeguarding the fiefdom and its people?" "For 3 years I do swear." Roman admired the sword Valakia, caressing its blade in awe. Charles was next. The trainees watching from afar wondered why Charles was called before Casa. Charles shared their confusion. "Charles, do you swear to lead as the fourth knight commander of Armenia, safeguarding the fiefdom and its people?" "I will swear, but shouldn't Casa receive this honor first?" "Don't worry about that. Then I swear." Charles embraced the sword Lamia as if it were precious. Lastly, it was Casa Ifrain's turn. He had looked enviously at the weapons the others received, trying to hide his longing. Yan met Casa's gaze with a smirk. "Casa Ifrain, do you swear as the sole administrator and the Lord's proxy of Armenia to prioritize the safety and prosperity of the fiefdom's people?" Casa looked up in surprise. A Lord's proxy? Such a distinguished position was usually reserved for the Lord's direct lineage, typically the eldest son. To entrust him with such a significant role, he must be planning an absence. "Leaving the details to me?" Casa knelt, reflecting on his envy, and pledged, "I swear. As the administrator, I will fervently dedicate myself to the revival of Armenia." "Well done." As the oath concluded, Casa rose to leave, but a shadow loomed over him. Peering at the shadow's identity, Casa was presented with a sword. The sword, Windbringer, carried the essence of the breeze. Casa gazed at it, then beamed, "Thank you." He accepted Windbringer with a bright smile. Yan watched Casa secure the sword and then announced loudly, "With this, the knight appointing and knight commander naming ceremonies are concluded. Everyone, take a well-deserved rest." At Yan's call, the trainees, now knights, left the clearing with joyous laughter. Some sought to celebrate with drinks, others to rest at home. Cruel, about to enjoy a beer, startled at a presence behind him. Yan was looking at him ominously with a grin. Cruel knew from experience that such a look from Yan always preceded troublesome tasks. And sure enough, "You're not resting yet." "Why?" "Because you're about to embark on a journey with me. Oh, and the special mission commander is here too. Long time no see, right?" As Yan finished, Damien emerged from his mansion, smiling. "Indeed, it's been a while, Cruel." Cruel's face contorted. "Damn it, just when I thought I could finally relax."